Listen, you fuckers, you screwheads. Here is a man who would not take it anymore. A man who stood up against the scum, the cunts, the dogs, the filth, the shit. Here is someone who stood up.
Taxes are strong-arm robbery. The collectors of taxes funnel the majority of funds to policies and institutions counterproductive to spiritual advancement. Well, taxes are stealing and taking the feeling that we're getting fucked in the ass. They take what they want to, whenever they want to, and on needs they always come last. They lie, they cheat, they steal from you and me. They lie, they cheat, they steal from you and me. Their hands are in our pockets, they're bleeding us to death. They fucking keep on taking till there's nothing fucking left. It's a federal invention, they said the goddamn way. It's a little paper portrait with a legacy of hate. They're numbing all our senses with their bullshit and their lies. It's no goddamn secret, it's done right before our eyes. And if you don't cooperate, they'll lock your ass away with the very fucking money that they fucking took away. Well, taxes are stealing and taking the feeling that we're getting fucked in the ass. They take what they want to, whenever they want to, and on needs they always come last. They lie, they cheat, they steal from you and me.
I honestly don't know how the average person copes with taxes. I'm gonna blackpill the fuck out of everybody. So if you're already depressed and thinking of blowing your fucking brains out, hello YouTube, by the way. You'll want to like plug your ears and go la 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 for a little while because I cannot stop thinking about this to the point where I'm going to have to hire a tax attorney to do my taxes just because when I start looking at it, I just become completely psychotic and disillusioned, and I just can't function in life anymore. So that's what I'm doing. The worst thing about paying taxes is that now that I earn income despite the government. Despite the government laying the groundwork for a monopoly of Visa card and MasterCard to set risk assessment standards that preclude specific individuals and companies from having access to the global financial market. And everything that I do is a complicating and limiting factor that reduces my overall productivity to get around these limitations put in place by de facto monopolies standardized by the US government. And then when I finally manage to, against their wishes, bilk out a fucking living doing what I do, I owe them a third of everything so that they can feed worthless eaters, house people who don't fucking work, and give free medicine to people who contribute nothing to society and who never ever fucking will. And it is so hard to deal with because it's not just paying taxes, it's actively having to tithe a system that in every way, shape, and form makes my life worse. And if I could just fucking be rid of them, my life would be better. But I can't, because if I flee the fucking country, I still owe taxes to the US government, because the US government is the only country in the entire world that taxes its citizens on foreign-owned income. Besides Eritrea, a small African despot country that is worse than North Korea in human rights. That is how fucking bad this country is. And I want to concrete to everybody that, no, really, you don't pay for anything of value with your tax money. I want to make sure everybody knows the breakdown here of just how fucking bad our government is and how wasteful it is, and how you can directly attribute this waste to the worthless eaters who we have to import and take care of by the masses, because our money is a bribe to these people to not rape, riot, and loot, and steal, and destroy everything around them. Apparently, the cost-benefit analysis when factoring in things like civil rights is that We just have to give them everything they ask for free. I can't go to Walmart and even like the nicest parts of town without seeing empty bowls of fried chicken on back shelves. Like you go to the back shelf where all like the soda and stuff is, and there's just buckets of fried chicken they stole from the hot food area and ate while walking around, and they just leave that shit in the back. And it's like, you don't even need to do this. You can buy fried chicken with Snap now. That's not a joke. You can buy hot food in Walmart with Snap, but they eat the fried chicken and steal it anyways because they just do. They just eat fried chicken and steal, and they can't stop themselves. Even when they get all the things that they could ever ask for, it's not enough, and they just like to steal and eat fried chicken. And I hate even asking people to send me money because look at this guy sending in dollars. This guy is sending me dollars, but like it's so painful knowing that every time he does it, 33 cents of that goes to feed people fried chicken who don't fucking work. You know how painful that is? I can't, like, it feels like the correct answer is to do nothing and to just wait for the entire economy to collapse, that they're going to have to constantly prop up with fucking Jeets to punish us for not working hard enough into the system. So let me break it down. The number one line item expense for all taxpayers in the United States of America is Social Security. If you work, you will pay Social Security tax. If you are the average middle class white family that's self-employed in the United States, you will earn $80,000 in a year. Of that money, you will pay $11,300 in self-employment tax, and you will pay $5,100 in federal income tax. This does not include state income tax. State income tax, by the way, is capped as a deductible. So if you pay $20,000 in state income tax, as a person who earns $1 million would, you can only deduct $10,000 of that from your taxes. So you literally pay taxes on taxes. That's not a joke. You will pay taxes on taxed income in the United States if you pay more than $10,000 in state income tax. So let's not even consider state income tax because God bless the free state of Florida does not have state income tax. So that is not a factor in my life. First, Social Security, as I said, 21.3% tax. $3,493 will be paid from an $80,000 income every year to Social Security. Well, you might think, well, that's our Social Security. But obviously, everybody knows what I'm going to say next. Social Security is bankrupt. Social Security will not have any money left in it by 2035 at the latest. Social Security will be entirely propped up by current taxpayers at that point in time, with nothing left in reserves. The money will be earned or taxed from new workers who will be Indians. So we will require, in order to prop up our Social Security system by 2035 at the absolute latest, a entirely new stock of Indian foreign workers paying taxes, or it will just completely and totally collapse, and the 21.3% of your tax money will be for nothing, and you will never claim it. You will never see a cent of that. You will never see a single cent of the 21.3%, 1/5 of your entire tax burden is money into a fucking hole you will never, ever see. $2,099 goes to Medicare. If you make too much money in this country, you will pay Medicare taxes for a system you do not benefit from. Poor people are the people who get Medicare. If you do not make enough, or if you make too much, you have to pay for your own health insurance insurance on top of that. So you're paying for health insurance you do not benefit from. And the Obamacare system is extremely expensive because it does not exclude pre-existing conditions. So if you've never had insurance for a day in your life, and you get on Obamacare, and you have cancer, and you smoke, and you have AIDS from gay butt sex, you're jacking up everybody else's rates, and there's no way to stop that. If you get health insurance, which is cheaper, and not a part of Obamacare, which still exists, you can't write that off on your taxes. It's not a deductible. So you will still be paying for Medicare you don't benefit from, while also having to pay for insurance you can't write off on your taxes. Or you can just pay a lot fucking more to prop up the AIDS babies that are dying because they can't take care of themselves and have unprotected gay butt sex. Medicaid, CHIP, and ACA, these are income security programs, $2,165, 13.2% of your tax income for people who don't fucking work and do not benefit society in any way, shape, or form. People who are on social housing, SNAP, and that also jacks up your grocery bill. When they go in and they steal fried chicken and they eat it, and then they buy a bunch of sugary drinks and Kellogg cereal and shit. All that shit they buy is more expensive because they're buying it and they have tax money to back up their purchases, which is why the grocery bills in the United States, you can't escape Walmart without spending $100. Doesn't matter how hard you try, it's not possible to get out of Walmart without spending $100, and that's because we subsidize spending for worthless eaters who have no incentive to budget because they have money coming in every month and they might as well spend it. In fact, if I remember correctly, they're actually incentivized to spend all of it because it doesn't roll over. So next is income secure. Actually, that's Medicaid, CHIP, and ACA. So doesn't even include income security plans, which include Section 8. That's another 5% of your tax burden, $836 for an $80,000 a year, 10% or 1% of your total earned income goes to people who do not work. If you earn $1, 1 cent goes to people who do not work, who can work and do not work, and they choose not to work. 1% of every single thing that you earn, every dollar, 1 penny of every dollar goes to people who can work and don't and won't ever. And they hate you. They sit at home and they watch TikTok and they watch videos about how white people are oppressing them, and that's why they fucking suck, and they hate you. And you subsidize that with 1 penny of every dollar you earn. Next, we have mandatory spending. National defense, 12.5%, $2,050. Less than Social Security, less than Medicare, less than Medicaid, CHIP, and ACA. Veterans benefits is 4.4%. Thank you for our service. $722 goes to the people who have 80% disability because they have anxiety from blowing up brown children. We love our troops. We love our law enforcement. Next, there's a giant burn hole in our budget. Every year, 13 to 15% of our entire spending goes to interest on a debt that has not gone down a single penny in 26 years since Bill Clinton had the latest. Just thrown away. Never. You'll never see it again. Just gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. More money than Medicare. More money, almost as much money as Medicaid, CHIP, and ACA. 4 times as much money almost as income security benefits. More than our entire national defense spending just goes bye-bye, bye-bye into a giant fucking hole. And then everything else, the entire collective of all federal government spending is $2,887 out of your 16,400 spending. 17.6% of all spending goes to the entire federal government's operations. Federal highways, the FAA, national parks, the justice system, education, scientific research, space exploration, and international affairs is paid for by 17.6% of our spending, which is almost being eclipsed by national interest or national debt interest at this point in time. So that is less than Social Security, and that is about, 3/5? That's a nice round number. I like that number. 3/5 of actually not even. It's about half of Social Security spending on everything. The entire fucking government is on that, and I just can't cope with it because I know there's no way around it. There's nowhere I can go. I would have to move to a shithole fucking country that can't defend itself from the United States to begin with, and then renounce. And then it's like other countries, they have even higher tax programs. At least their social spending you benefit from it because it's public and you actually get to use it, even if you make more than the poverty rate. So I just can't even fucking manage. I did the math, by the way. It costs about $100,000, $80,000 to $100,000 to replace an IRS agent from the ground up. And my total tax liabilities throughout my entire life will be about $1 million. So if I can convince 12 IRS auditors to leave the IRS or transfer even into another part of the government, I will deprive the IRS of $80,000 to $100,000. If I can convince 12 people to do this, I will have completely and totally nullified my tax contribution to the federal government over my entire life. So, if you work for the IRS, I implore you, and I ask you to send me evidence. I beg of you to quit your job or to ask to transfer into another part of the federal government. And if 12 people can send me evidence of this, I will literally print and frame whatever evidence you send me, knowing that I did more financial damage to the federal government than I will ever contribute to it. and that will be a point of pride in my life. So, and by the way, outside of auditors, there is one other person, one other kind of person. There is something called the individual master file, the IMF, and this is like the main data bank of all transactions in the IRS. It first existed in the 1960s. It was written in assembly and COBOL. There are very, very few people alive these days who know assembly and COBOL. Most of the IRS individual master file maintainers are 60 plus years old. If you are one of these people, or you know one of these people who is a assembly or COBOL developer working on the individual master file of the IRS, it is $500,000 to replace one of these people or to contract this work out. If you quit your fucking job, please let me know. I will send you a gold coin. Not really. Unless you can like actually prove it. But I just hate. I'm so filled with hate, and it actually is like physically debilitating. It's like actual pain, nausea, dizziness. I can't think. I can't focus because it's just like I have to subsidize a an enterprise that is killing me and that is actively making sure that I have no future and that any family that I have I cannot save for. I cannot prepare for the future. I can't prepare to have kids. I can't progress in life because the 33% of money that they're taking from me is the money that would go into a savings account. It's money that would go into like an HSA or 401k or like a down payment. But they take it. They just take it from me. And if they didn't exist, I would lose nothing. I would lose literally nothing. They don't fucking do anything. Not a single fucking thing. I hate them. Anyways, I think I lined something up to make myself feel better. Ah, okay. The LAPD, and now's the time to get to Neil Maham. The LAPD has leaked 7.7 terabytes of sensitive documents because their online vault for these documents were not password protected. They stored 7.7 terabytes, thousands and thousands of files in an online vault that had absolutely no security. And someone just found it and they downloaded everything. And my first thought was, okay, maybe we'll get some funny stuff about woke shit, right? Maybe the black police chief was like, hey, yo, don't be mean to black people, yo. Make sure that you crush Whitey's skull, though. Maybe we'll get something funny like that. But my first thought was, LAPD, huh? I bet you there's a lot of files in there about confidential informants who have narked on the cartels. And we're about to see a renaissance of live leak beheadings and pig eating videos. That was my first thought. Like, I have a feeling a bunch of people are about to fucking die horrifically as a result of this. But it's very important that you pay your taxes. That the government cannot password secure crucial life-saving information to protect its citizens from narco terror. Very important. Okay. Next. So this person, I was meant to cue this up first. This is some levity, some nice, happy content for me to be happy about, chat. Some content about flags. This person, the backwards man, asks, what is your opinion on Reddit, Twitter, vexology flags people have come up for the human space empire in response to Whitey being on the moon? So here's what one of the Redditors posted a hand. Now, obviously, this is right-handophobic. Okay. Second of all, it looks a lot like the Japanese flag. Third of all, space is not yellow. Fourth of all, the earth is not red. I mean, it's just a terrible concept. And what happens to people who are not, who have no hands? Okay, there are people with no hands. What about them? You're not representing them in the human race. The defining thing, it's like when trannies say like, oh, so I don't have a womb. So does that mean that women who have had ovarian cancer, they're not real women either? It's like, well, You're basically saying that if you don't have a left hand, you're not a real human. And then this one is supposedly based. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this is. This sucks ass. But then they put them together here, and I like this. First of all, it represents both the left and the right hand, which most humans have two hands, so that makes more sense. I'm not quite sure what the star is there. Sort of a weird design choice, but yeah, this is better. The nice tricolors, two hands, humans trying to grasp the galaxy. By the way, this is dumb because there is a concept for an Earth. Okay, number one, this is the international flag of planet Earth. Apparently, I don't know who the fuck voted for this shit. I did not. This sucks ass. This looks like a fucking like a weaving thing. There's a much, 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 much better flag for Earth that I've seen. Um. Here we go. I like this a lot. This is much better. I like this because it indicates where we is. We got the sun. We have a geometric pattern for the solar system, including the asteroid belt, and it highlights where we are. So an alien could see this information and potentially figure out, I understand. This is a solar diagram of where they live. I like this one. This is better. This is better than this shit by like 10 trillion miles. And this is better than this shit by like a lot. So there we go. Next. Sui, who has an avatar that looks suspiciously like Crunklord's avatar. And I don't like it. I like this one less than Crunklord's avatar because it's like a semi BDSM thing. It's like a blindfold as opposed to a sensor bar. Anyway, someone made a Git project to make Claude work faster. It's a nice little animated whip. And when you whip the chat box in Claude code, it'll start spamming faster, speed it up, Clanker, faster, and it'll it'll be instructing the Claude to hurry the fuck up. Now, what's really funny is that they got a cease and desist for this. Certified mail from Anthropic to the developer. Please, we write concerning your project currently referred to as Bad Claude. Based on publicly available materials, the project appears to reference Claude by name to market itself in connection with Claude and to present functionality specifically framed around interacting with Claude code. And it says that the trademark violation here is very troublesome, and they have until April 14th to comply. But what's very, very funny is that the developer actually get a cease and desist letter from Anthropic on their project roadmap. And what's very, 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 very funny is that if you go there, the developer has since checked that box indicating that they've reached the goal of receiving a cease and desist letter from Anthropic. So this project has 1.9 thousand stars, and it's a very good project. This is the kind, I bet you it was even written with Claude. So just to give you an idea of how far computers are going, they're going quite far. But can they go even farther? Who will know? Next, I was looking at my Steam library because I was thinking of streaming a game today. Apparently, Hellblade Segua's Sacrifice is only 8 hours, so I might stream another game this weekend. My goal is to get partnership with Kick, which will allow me to pay more taxes, and I'm all about that. So I gotta increase my current tax burden as much as humanly possible so I can pay my fair share and subsidize the expenses of human fucking scum that are a fungal blight eating away at the very core of this country from the inside out, so that we all suffer and languish even worse. Very important. So I'm looking forward to that. But I have to get like 40 hours to 40 hours of streaming per month, which I don't usually hit because I stream four or 5 hours 4 times a month, so that's like 20. That's not enough. That's half as much. So if I stream a couple games, I'll make it, I guess. Apparently, the game sucks. Maybe it sucks. I don't know. I got mixed reviews from it. Apparently, it's quite good to some people and quite not good to other people. but whatever. I'll play it. It's only 8 fucking hours. It can't be. Could it possibly be worse than Life is Strange Reunion? I doubt it. I really fucking doubt it. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Apparently, it was a good game. Anyways, while I was looking at my Steam library, I noticed that they were advertising an in-game election for the Galante Federation, which is an in-game faction. EVE Online has 4-player factions. I tried getting into EVE for a very long time when I was like a teenager, because it was like this super cool space thing with like this huge economy, and I could never fucking get into it. I have like a super leveled up character with absolutely maxed out leadership skills, and I could theoretically pilot like a capital ship ore mining thing, and I never did anything but stare at asteroids and mine while doing homework when I played the game. So that's all I did. Anyways, yeah, Eve requires cooperation, and my character has never left the starting player faction. Except I think I did one time for like a day, and then I've been stuck in like the regular player corporation for 20 years at this point. Anyways, what was I saying? Anyway, I was looking at the thing, and the Galante are like this progressive, like technocrat faction, and they're running an election. And one of the profiles stood out. I saw this icon. I'm like, that's a tranny. So this is Alex Moreau. Alex does not like to be interviewed, which is a very, very good quality for a leader. When I think of presidents of massive trillion people organizations out in space, you really want a socially awkward, autistic, non-binary to run it, who can't conduct a conversation to save their fucking life. That's really important. Anyways, during their career, they have given lectures, chaired roundtables, conducted symposiums, held rallies, published books, authored research papers. Yet when I met them today, it was their second ever interview. So it's a heckin' valid NB running for mayor of Galante Space. Okay. And I made the parallel that this is perhaps, it's an Icelandic company, if you don't know, CCP. They're based in Iceland. And Icelandic people are mostly famous for incest because they have to have apps on their phone to stop them from fucking their own cousins, which is why they're importing proud black people from Nigeria to help populate their country and increase their biodiversity. When they created the game and they developed the lore, they made the 4 factions. There is Galante, which is the tech company thing. Then there is the Amar, I want to say, the Amari, and they're like Iran, basically. They're like space Iran. They're like theocrats. And then there is there only 3? Oh, oh no, there's the space. It has a really boring name. It's just called like the Space Federation, right? There's another one, and they're basically like, we're space fascist. It's like the Starship Trooper thing. And then Caldari, that's it. The Caldari are the space Nazis. And then finally is the Minmatar. The Minmatar is black people. And their ships look like this, and they were canonically slaves to space Iran. So in the game, they're actually different races. They're like genetically distinct from each other. They're not, because they were like they developed on like isolated planets for like thousands of years after they became spacefaring, and they became genetically distinct from each other because they were like isolated from each other on different planets. But the Amar were the first ones. Space Iran was the first one to get into spacefaring, and they found the Minmatar, and they were like, "Oh shit, black people," and they just enslaved them. So then the Minmatar had a space slave revolt, and they became a spacefaring society as well. And just so happens that all of their spaceships look like fucking hoopties cobbled together from trash out of a fucking bin. This is the actual in-game lore of EVE Online. And there is a 5th one. It's like a secret alien race, but that's just the moderators. It's just the moderators are the secret space. What are they called? They're called like the Jove or something, right? That's like the secret moderator race is the Jove. Anyways, I just want to talk about the space tranny and the space jannies and the space slaves that fly around in space hoopsies. Oh yeah, the on-screen date and time is gone. You're completely right. Where is it? What show is this? What stream is this? Oh no, I must have deleted it at some point. I think I can fix this. Live on air. Can I do this? Text? New text element? What if I want the seconds? Oh wait, that's the seconds right there. Okay, and then I can do... Is that usually how I have it? Yeah. Something like that, right? Yeah, something like that, I'm pretty sure. Nice. Nice-oo, chat. It's actually a little bit too big. There we go. No, wait, that's wrong. What the fuck is the text size? Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay, great. That's about right. That's right, chat. Okay. I'll fix it later. I need the time, though. Change the font to Wingdings? Can I do that? I can't. Why doesn't that work? I should be able to make it Comic Sans if I fucking want to. God damn it. I can't believe it. What a failure, chat. I need to crack that fucking whip. I need to crack that fucking whip. Get to work, Claude. Fix it. Fix it, boy. Fix it. In this house, we want Comic Sans and Wingdings as our primary font. If you don't fix it right now, I'll give you what for, boy? What's next? Canada has invented a new acronym. Let's hear this fat bitch say it.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+.
This is I mean, honestly, she nailed it. It's like that. Hold on, let me find it. Let's see. Whether a guy says Welsh town. Yeah, it's like a black guy. Hell yeah, this guy.
Today we had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gellgorgeric Windrobwll, Llantysilio Gogogwch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius, that's 70 in Fahrenheit.
That's basically it, if you really want to know the truth about it. Slightly less impressive though. Let's hear it one more time.
Deal with the ongoing genocide of MMIW G2SLGBTQQIA+. This is
honestly, you know how I like to say LGBTQIP++ to add in pedophile? It's honestly worse than that. I think did she say plus twice? That threw me off.
This is up QIA+.
No, okay, sometimes they add a double plus like Notepad++ or C++, but let me repronounce it. MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+, standing for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women, Girls, and Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Questioning, Intersex, and Asexual plus people. Based off the blood libel myth that the Canadian settlers mass genocided Indigenous folks of Canada. This myth, and also then built their churches on top of it. This myth was used by the Canadian government under Trudeau during COVID to raise churches to the fucking ground. Old churches that look nicer and better than modern churches, raise them to the fucking ground to inspect for Indigenous folks' bones, which did not exist. So they are continuing to perpetrate something that they know is a lie because they investigated it by demolishing buildings and they have never found a mass grave of Indigenous folks. So they're just full of fucking shit. Next, Rachel Dolezal undergoes surgery for melanoma removal. You can't read this article without seeing a picture of her. If you don't remember, Rachel Dolezal was an NAACP member, I think from Washington, And it was kind of sort of discovered that she's like 0% black. You might think like, oh, maybe she's like Brittany Venti and just like a really, really fair skin like Quadroon or Octoroon or something. No, she's actually about as black as I am. She might have a 56 in me of like 3% Nigerian or something, but she's actually white. And to cover up her supreme whiteness, she became chronically addicted to skin darkening methods, the most famous of which just so happens to be sun tanning, which, if you don't know, elevates your risk for skin cancer. So her desire to be black has made her CCCC carcinogenic, and she's having to get her skin amputated to remove the melanin poisoning, basically. Melanoma. No. Maybe she got confused. She asked like Grok years ago, like, how do I get more melanin? And she spelled it wrong, and the computer thought it was melanoma. And like, you should probably go sun tanning as much as possible. And just made sense to her, like, oh yeah, that's how you become darker. And then she just got melanoma. By the way, in case you don't know what's going up with her, she after she was fired by the NAACP for being white, she got like a job at a school and then decided to start doing OnlyFans, because I guess OnlyFans is the next logical career choice after NAACP activist. And when her school found out that she was also selling butthole pictures on the internet, she was fired. So now I don't know what she's up to. I guess getting skin cancer and not much else. My taxes pay for her, probably, is probably what's going on with that. Oh yeah, did she date like a 17-year-old? Is that what you're saying? What am I looking at? Is that the crease of her back? What the fuck am I looking at? What part of the body is this? Okay. Anyways. She did anal porn, I told you. Why do you know this? Doesn't say anything about her having sex with students, so I will decline from comment chat. Next. So in this case with Irina Zarutska getting stabbed in the fucking neck in a train, thereby proving that living among certain demographics of socioeconomically disadvantaged folks who would actually be able to improve their life if only more tax money went to social income security programs, despite already being half of the entire budget of our federal government. If only he was just uplifted more, he would not have to stab white women in the neck while shouting, "I got that white bitch." But that's exactly what happened. And this caused a kerfuffle, and it raised some questions of if living next to socially disadvantaged folks is more dangerous than living in an active war zone, because she's Ukrainian, she fled from Ukraine. And, Whitey's been getting up in arms and saying, this is proof that there's anti-white racism, but we all know that's a myth perpetrated by white supremacists. And he was found in the state of, I think, North Carolina, where they're at, found incompetent to stand trial, which is a little misunderstood, and I will clarify what that means. In the United States, when you are found incompetent to stand trial, you are not found to be innocent. There is because it's conflated with a different thing. If you are temporarily insane, you can be acquitted from charges due to mental defect, but not held forever. Like if something really terrible happens to you and you have PTSD and you go fucking ape shit and you just tear some guy's head off his shoulders, you can be found to be temporarily insane and otherwise of good mind, even though you did something really terrible, and then let go. That's very, 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 very rare. But it does happen. This guy was not found to be temporarily insane. He was found to be insane, which means that they will probably end up putting him into a mental health hospital and giving him zombification drugs for the rest of his life, which is our version of an asylum. It's basically a jail/prison where you don't have any rights. This is also how we keep pedophiles from reoffending, by the way. We have these insane asylums for pedophiles, because what we do is we sentence them to jail, And then afterwards we say, well, you're still a danger to society because you have a mental defect of pedophilia. So we're going to put you in a mental health asylum as well. And then you never get out because you're still technically insane forever. In case you're wondering, no, we don't kill insane people. We probably might want to look into changing that. But that goes back to, I think, a 1960 or 1969 decision in which a retarded man was found to be ineligible for execution because of his mental defect. And that's why we set the floor for executions at somewhere around 70, I want to say. And below 70, you cannot be executed, which just so happens to exclude about 40% of people of certain socioeconomic disadvantageousness. So they can never ever be fully held accountable. We have to pay for their treatment and lifelong incarceration with my fucking taxes. Forever and ever. For my entire life, basically. Now, the other one is that we also don't execute people who didn't kill somebody. That doesn't apply here. But there was a very famous case called Kennedy versus Alabama, I want to say, that was decided in 2008. Mr. Kennedy decided that he wanted to rape a child. He did, in fact, rape a child, and he actually raped her so brutally that she was permanently disabled as a result of that. The state of Alabama sentenced him to die for his crimes. The ACLU, I believe, represented him, got all the way up to the Supreme Court, and in a 5-4 decision, they ruled that it was cruel and unusual punishment to execute anybody who did not commit a capital offense, which is murder, deliberately. So that's why we don't kill people anymore. It was not an act of Congress that abolished the death penalty. It was the Supreme Court of the United States. Louisiana, not Alabama. Sorry, my bad. So we could, theoretically, the Supreme Court at any time could just decide, yeah, we're actually going to start killing a lot more people, and we're going to kill a lot more retarded people as well. We could do that. Nothing stops us. There's literally 2 pieces of paper on the books that say we can't kill more people, and we could change that. We could change that theoretically. Next. Oh, this is just a little teehee hoo hoo ha ha. So the country of Mexico has created biometric ID. Every Mexican who owns a cell phone, so to get a cell phone, this is it varies a lot depending on where you live, but SIM cards are sometimes as easy, especially in Eastern Europe, as just going to a store and paying $5, and then you have a working phone number. And then in some countries, you have to go to a physical store with a actual ID and then submit IDs, and they like photocopy that shit in order to get a SIM card for that country. And it's a big pain in the fucking ass. So in order to get a cell phone in Mexico, you must submit, this is the worst I've ever seen though, submit fingerprints, iris scans, and facial data to the government by July. The follows 2 previous attempts at phone registration that resulted in data breach and Supreme Court rulings against them. So, what's the word for Mrs. in Spanish? It's so whenever you learn multiple languages at once, you start like blending them together in your head. I want to call her Frau, but that's not right. El Miso? Ay Dios mío, Senora, that's right. Senora Silvabaum has decided that everybody's going to have a digital ID tied to their phone number, and of course that means That's perfectly acceptable and okay and totally good for national security. But meanwhile, in the United States of America, we cannot pass the SAVE Act to get ID checks for voting on our federal or state elections. We just can't. It's just not possible. It's completely impossible to pass a law to secure the elections of our country because we're a bunch of fat fucking retard cattle that get milked for every dime we're worth. Next, the EFF. Speaking of the EFF, by the way, this guy linked to reclaimthenet.hq's article in this. I'm so happy for them, by the way, because I remember, do longtime Maddie fans remember when I started? This was like a very, very small, they had like less than 1,000 followers on Twitter, I want to say. And I was shilling them, and I'm like, these guys are like actually on point. This is like what the EFF should be doing. And now they're like really big. They got like 50,000 followers, and they have Taylor Lorenz saying that they're her favorite fucking thing. I'm like actually really pleased that people recognize how much work these guys put into their articles. But Reclaim the Net put this article out about the biometric ID rollout, and it has 30,000 views, and their views are usually, they start at like 10,000, right? 40,000 for that, which I'll talk about, 15,000, 18,000. So tens of thousands of views, 40,000 views. This is also in vote. They really hate ID stuff. So 40,000 on that. And they just pump out stuff every day. They got real fucking articles about real fucking problems all over the world and in the US, and they do a great job. And meanwhile, in the Cuck corner, you would be surprised, Sordid Sentinel. There are people who've been watching this show since like 2018. They've been around, okay? They remember weird things that I said when I was living in my apartment in Ukraine, okay? 2017, is that how long the thing's been going on? 27. I can't believe it's been going on for that long. That's crazy. Anyways, after almost 20 years on the platform, the Electronic Frontier Foundation is logging off of X. This isn't a decision we made lightly, but it might be long overdue. Twitter was never a utopia. We've criticized the platform for about as long as it's been around. Still, Twitter did deserve recognition from time to time for vociferously fighting for its users' rights. That changed. The EFSF exists to protect people's digital rights, not just the people who already value our work, have opted out of surveillance, or have already migrated to the Fediverse. Advertising the Fediverse. Pretty good. They should have probably been doing that, I don't know, 5+ years ago when it actually mattered, before Elon Musk bought Twitter as a relief valve for that, but whatever. The people who need us the most are often the ones most embedded into the walled gardens of the mainstream platforms, like Twitter, I guess. Our continued presence on other platforms like Facebook and TikTok is not an endorsement. We stay because the people there deserve access to info too. We stay because the fewer steps between you and the resources you need to protect yourself, the better. These are very salient and good points for staying on Twitter so that they can publish high quality articles like this about digital privacy, right? Well, they then finalize, when you go online, your right should go with you. X is no longer where the fight is happening. EFF takes on big fights, and we win by putting our time, skills, and member support where they will have the most impact. Right now, that means Blue Sky, Mastodon, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, and the EFF.org. We hope you'll follow us there and keep supporting our work where we do it. So, they actually said, there was a post. Did they edit it? Oh, I think it's actually in this article. Yeah. Did they change this? They made a statement. I think it was on Nikita Beer's thing. See if I can find this real quick. Here. Oh yeah, this. Is this in this? The numbers? Did they remove this? Is there like multiple articles about this? Did they like hid? Oh, it's in this other article by Kenyatta Thomas. Social media and video manager made the call. We've got to get rid of Twitter because the numbers aren't working out. We posted to Twitter, now known as X, 5 to 10 times a day in 2018. Those tweets gathered somewhere between 50 to 100 million impressions per month. By 2024, our 25,000 X posts generated 2 million impressions each month. Last year, our 1,500 posts earned roughly 13 million impressions for the entire year. So you made about half as many posts and received about half as many views. Am I getting that right? You posted 5 to 10 times a day in 2018. So 2018, 5 times 365 is 1,825. And then we times that by 2. That's 3,650, right? So between 1,800 and 3,600 posts per day. And then we do 50, I'll do 1860. 50, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's about 26,000 views per post. And then you take 2 million divided by 2,500. Oh, that's not right. Sorry, I'm doing math, chat. I usually offload this to my robot, but my robot's not here right now. There's no way they're only getting 800 views per post. That's ridiculous. I don't believe them. $23,000, $50,000, $17,000, $15,000, $10,000, $8,000, $8,000, $8,000, $6,000, $5,000, $5,000. It's not worth it. Retweeting something you're already posting to Mastodon to reach an additional 5,000 people about your project is not worth it. It's not worth it. You cannot convince Kenyatta Thomas. Kenyatta Thomas cannot be convinced at all to take an article that somebody else fucking wrote already for them and do this. They just can't be bothered. Kenyatta Thomas cannot be bothered to do this. It's not worth it. To reach an additional 5 to 10,000 people minimum. Can't be fucking bothered. That is way, way too much effort. Okay. That's crazy. That's their justification for it, facially. By the way, let's take a look here. Let's Google something real quick. EFF founder. John Perry Barlow. Here we go. There's a really nice picture of him with a gun. No, that's not him. Oh, not the African. Perry Barlow with gun. I forgot there's a group in Africa that has this one. So this is the founder of the EFF, not the one in South Africa, in case there's any confusion about it. Some people are asking for the QR code to Rumble because apparently Rumble's having issues. There you go. Kick.com/MathInternet. This is the original founder, right? EFF Foundation CEO. Actually, we can just go to their page that we're already on. Go to the staff, board of directors, head of technology, Erica Estrella. We finna to secure some foundations, y'all. We finna bust on some frontiers and shit, y'all, for some privacy and shit. Vice chair of the board, Brian Bellendorf. Anil Dees, CEO of Glitch, board member, entrepreneur, activist, and writer, recognized as one of the most prominent voices advocating for a more humane, inclusive, and ethical technology industry. Sarah Deutsch. Prior to her retirement in 2015, Sarah Deutsch was vice president and deputy general counsel of Verizon. Oh, I forgot about this bitch. Oh, the organization that championed against net neutrality every fucking day for multiple decades just so happens to be a board member of the EFF these days in its waning years of relevance. Forgot about that one. Tadayoshi Kono, who is a HAPA for sure, professor. Where's the actual CEO? Gigi Sohn? Sohn? Du bist kein Sohn, Gigi. Du bist eine Frau. Ein kleiner, weniger Duden. Not weniger. Kleiner. Kleine Dude. Jane, what does she do? Chair of the board. She's the chair of the board. James Vasila. I can't pronounce that one. Black guy. Board member. Tara Wheeler. CSO. This is a troon. This is a troon? No. Unfortunate face. Information security executive AI researcher specializing in natural language processing, social data science, and international conflict, author and poker player. Is that your poker face? Poker face. That would explain a lot. Jonathan Zitrain. Where's the, I think, Deutsch is the one I was thinking of. Who's the CEO? Former corporate executive. Who's the actual CEO of the EFF? I thought it was this person. Did she not show up on the list? Nicole Ozer. Where the fuck is this woman at? Look at her. Where is she at? Why is she not on this list? Are we embarrassed of Nicole Ozer? Why is this lovely lady? Why is this lovely lady not on the list? Not even on the list, chat. I wasn't on the list. I thought I was going to be yelling at Sarah Deutsch because she's the Verizon lady. But this lovely lady's not on the list. Just not there. Let's check the full list here. No. You got to update the list. We're not updating the list over here. We need her on the list. Come on now. Check Emeritus. Former directors, or board of directors emeritus, John Gilmore and Brad Templeton, the two white dudes that they forced out. Two white bearded men, big fat sweaty man with beards. Now they're on the emeritus. We don't want them around. Yeah, you can advise us in some way, but you're not actually welcome in our organization anymore. Well, for some reason, Nicole Ozer does not want people to know that she's the acting CEO of the EFF for some reason at the exact same time that they're leaving Twitter for some reason. I just don't get it. What's the deal with this shit? I wonder why. Next, this is Simon Sayed. This is a report from Ars Technica, and the post basically just says that they've slanted very liberal leaning. And I'll remind you that I reached out to them multiple times about the Greer v. Moon case, and they never wanted to step up. And that case was a slam fucking dunk for fair use, and I had to find and pay for my own attorney who did not raise fair use, and as a result, Greer v. Moon is one of the worst precedents set for fair use and pretrial disposition, or because it's a disposal of a case that they could have helped with, but they didn't. And I emailed them again about the Stebbins thing, didn't care about that. I emailed them again about the DMCA abuse going on, which I'll remind you that the Reclaim the Net people did write an article on, I think, relatively recently. They published a lot of articles, so I might not be able to find it. But I did, oh, look, and they're writing about MasterCard and Visa. I'm liking these. Oh, that was the thing, yeah, about the FTC sending out letters. Where's the Kiwi Farms at? Oh, I did retweet this, though. Sorry, I post a lot of fucking garbage, so I don't know if I can find it. It's on the site. Anyways. I guess now would be the time that I kick off the YouTube people, but you know what? Fuck it. I've already said too much this stream. We're going on. I guess I might delete this one afterwards. I feel like I fucked it up from the very beginning, so we're just going to chug along. Neil Maham, you are executed. Wait, that's the wrong one. Regular news ham, assume direct control. A very old racial slur, Jamboy, alternatively Jambler, is regaining popularity. This Reddit post is 12 years old. But as you can see, searches for the term Jamboy have increased dramatically this year due to a release of a dystopian science fiction short film of the same name. Which leads to this post on r Ask Historians by user TJCase10. Were blacks ever covered in jam to attract flies away from white golfers on southern U.S. golf courses before the civil rights movement? A friend of mine recently visited Nashville, Tennessee, and claimed that some of the locals referred to blacks as jamblers or something to that effect. He said that the reason they were called that is the use of blacks as fly bait on golf courses by covering them in jam. The jambler would be covered in flies while the golfing whites would be relatively pest-free. Is there any historical context to this assertion, or was it just a local trying to pull my friend's leg? Here's another alternative explanation, this one with art. It says the Jamboy was first introduced as early as the 1800s when the British Empire occupied India. When the British gentry went to play golf, they would have two men, the caddy and a Jamboy. The Jamboy's sole purpose was to keep mosquitoes away from the golfer. To do this, the Jamboy would cover himself in jam to attract mosquitoes away from the players. When the game was over, the Jamboy got to keep the jam he was wearing to take home to his family. This is actually not true, but people still talk about it for some reason because Indian men have an infinitely small ego, but a very, very loud ego, I guess. I highly recommend to the owners of this golf course to add some jam boys. This is to the Cypress Golf Club. To the amenities of such a wonderful place. The mosquitoes over there are terrible and bit me and my party to near death. The introduction of at least a couple jam boys per party would suffice. I'd be happy to bring my own jam for the jam boy to smear himself in. I'll even give the jar if he performs well enough. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So it could be real, chat. It could be real. Who knows? Next. Tony Abbott, Supreme Leader of the state of Texas, the Lone Star State, had this to say during a congregation of Indians, I believe for Diwali? I'm not sure. It could just be for, just a random casual meetup with Indians.
As long as I'm governor of this great state, Texas will be a land for the Indian community, a land for and we will continue to celebrate Diwali here in the great state of Texas. So happy Diwali, everybody. Happy Diwali.
So when he dies, he's going to hell, and he's going to burn in hell. And I think he might go to that special infinite escalator that FDR tumbles down forever and ever, constantly tearing open his flesh on the infinitely hot stairwell as he falls down forever and ever in his shitty fucking crippled body. Next, this is a supermarket in Texas, I believe, advertising a local Indian delicacy called Gangajal, which you can buy for $2 to $5. There is a premium Gangajal, or Gomatru as it is sometimes called, is the Sanskrit term for cow urine, specifically from the Indian hump cow called the desi. Is a traditional substance in Ayurveda, ancient Indian medicine, and holds sacred or ritual significance in Hinduism where the cow is revered. So now in Texas, you can just straight up buy branded bottles of cow piss to use for your healing rituals. Tyler Oliveira, who does follow me for some reason, I have tried to reach out to him multiple times in regards to his deplatforming. He does not reply to me. I guess I'm not cool enough, but he did a whole documentary on India, and I'll play this clip first before I talk about it.
What visa are you on?
I'm on a work visa. No students here.
No? I was told on good authority there may be some F1 employees here being paid under the table illegal rates. Is that true or false? This is Argyle, Texas, a tiny, semi-rural Texas suburb where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air. But how and why are they coming here? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
India.
I'm from Nepal. I'm here almost 13 years.
How did you get here? On F1, O1, H1B?
F1.
H1B. I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1.
No, I'm student.
F1 student?
Yeah.
I'm a TN visa. I'm
TN
from
visa.
Canada. I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card.
Yeah. I came on the work permit.
Are you here on H1B?
No.
Citizen?
Yep.
Did you come as H1B, F1?
H1.
How long did it take to get naturalized?
Close to 19 years.
So you went from India, F1, H1, green card. Yeah. Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1.
Yep.
How hard was that process?
It was cool actually.
So this is a meme right now. Please be patient, student driver. Are you a student driver?
No, I'm not.
Why do you have the student driver sticker?
No, why are you taking video?
I have a sticker which I put it
You
inside
have a
my.
student driver sticker?
That's for my girlfriend. So.
Is that your sticker?
Yes. Kid sometimes tries.
What's your objectives after you study? Are you going back to Hyderabad? Are you going to stay here for a while?
Going back to Hyderabad.
Going back?
I'm gonna go back.
You have family over there?
Yeah.
Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India. That is the reason I'm trying to go back.
Are you from India originally?
Yeah.
What do you do for work?
I don't have any work. I'm searching for work. I'm in construction.
Yeah, I work in IT.
Software. I work for American Electric Power. Software. I'm a software engineer.
What's the biggest industry out here?
IT industry, yeah.
Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
That takes a lot of math,
Brain power?
physics.
Did you get a college education in
Sorry, I muted myself. There was one time where I ever had to use any kind of math in programming, like actual complicated math. Like for the 90% of all IT work that's outside of like physics simulation, you do not need complex math to understand how to program at all.
India or the USA?
India.
And is your dream to get an H-1B?
Yeah.
And then maybe citizenship?
Yeah, maybe.
What visa are you on? F1, H-1B, O1?
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could.
That's my wish.
I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right? Oh, are you Indian?
No, I'm from Pakistan.
What did you come here as?
I've been here 1970. I was 19-year-old. It was real America at that time.
You gotta tell me, as a Pakistani, why are there so many Indians here?
I don't know. They come on IT for IT job and things like that.
You work with a lot of OPT, F1s?
Yeah.
Yeah? A lot of illegal F1 students working when they shouldn't be, right?
They don't even pay right price.
How much?
They work hours and hours. They pay low here.
They pay low here. Should I expose them? Let's go confront them. Looking for a manager here. Manager over here? Thank you. Are you the manager? What visa are you on?
He interviews, the best part is he interviews a 7-Eleven worker, and he says, I'm here on H-1B. Our government saw fit to give 7-Eleven an H-1B visa to import an Indian from Hyderabad to fly to Texas to work at a convenience store, because apparently nobody in the U.S. can work a convenience store. If we literally just cut all forms of entitlement and got rid of the immigrants, you would see people working again. But right now, the people who would be best suited to working a job like a 7-Eleven have no incentive to work because they pay minimum wage. And it's like, you have to make this cost-benefit analysis. I cannot work and I can receive a substandard life, or I can work 40 hours a week and receive a substandard life while also not having any free time. So if your choices are having a couple $100 a month or a little over $1,000 a month, but one of them takes 40 hours a week and the other takes no time at all and lets you play fucking Dota 2 all day, why would you ever decide to work? Who in their right mind would ever? You can't even hate them for it. Like, of course they would never work. Why would you go work at 7-Eleven when you don't have to and you can just sit home and play Dota all day? Like, Bossman Jack says this. Like, I sit home and I gamble and I never have to worry about anything and fuck you. It's like, that's the right mindset. Why would you not? Why would you choose to work some shit meaningless dead-end job when they don't pay you and you don't have to? Bossman Jack's got this all figured out. The NEETs will rule the earth. The NEETs will inherit everything before they die and are taken by Indians, who also become NEETs and import more Indians to replace the labor shortage. It's true. Browns and blacks are playing Dota 2. I can tell you this with 100% certainty, and they're not good at it. Oh, and by the way, his full document, it's like, I watched it, and I can't recommend it. It's great. He does a great job. I can't recommend it because I wanted to drink myself into a fucking coma. And then this. Okay, so I guess I'll just play the clip. I think you'll understand what's happening in this, and if you don't understand, I'll explain it.
Good afternoon. My name is Johnny Skinner. I'm here representing GenSpect. When I was young, I was a feminine child, and I discovered trans influencers online. They said, change your body and your life gets better, don't and it gets worse. Or as my doctors told my mom, I would commit suicide. The medical and mental health providers didn't bother to ask why I felt the way I did. They poisoned my body with blockers and hormones, arresting my puberty and messing with my development. The result? I'm a 23-year-old gay man who's never had an orgasm and may never experience one. Let that sink in. I was rendered anorgasmic because...
If you're cold, he's cold. Let that sink in.
Once you say you could be trans, that's it. Full stop. No exploration as to why is allowed, even if you are a struggling kid. The former president of WPATH, Dr. Marcy Bowers, a California surgeon who had performed the surgery for Jazz Jennings at 17, admitted on video that puberty blockers followed by cross-sex hormones results in no orgasms and stunted genitals. SB 934 guarantees that more people will end up like me, the walking but wounded. I could have been spared all of this if any of my therapists would have explored why I felt dysphoric, but they never did. They only led me to hate my body more. The Supreme Court just ruled in a rare bipartisan decision that laws like this are unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination. This bill is an attempted workaround that will be used to silence therapists who could...
What they're doing is they're creating a litigation barrier for psychologists who recommend gender surgery and gender affirming care. So if you're a little boy and you're a little bit sus, a little bit gay, and you walk into a therapist and they're like, yeah, cut your dick off and take this shit, they want to insulate those people from any kind of legal liabilities as a result, which is just wonderful. Just a great thing. California, dude, imagine living in California. I can't even. I'm already so depressed, I can't think about it. Next, a pedophile. Newsham, you are dismissed. Thank you. This black pedophile, whose name is Cbot, made a little video about wanting to molest kids. Let's take a listen. It's a TikTok video by Cbot saying, when the kindergartner you grape grows up and start grape other kindergartners with you.
She gon' flirt in front of her nigga. Fago, you getting bigger. I remember when you was a little nigga. Strikes.
So he challenged somebody to a boxing match with Fox the G. And he wrote on his body UTTP 764, both of which are pedophile organizations. 764 in particular is involved in child sextortion, which, if you don't know, they're basically like a loose group of nihilists on Discord, and they share documentation on how to catfish little girls on like Roblox and Minecraft Discords, and then get them to voluntarily submit nude images, and then use those nude images in their docs to threaten them with publishing their nudes unless they do more, and continuing to string them along, which they do. So there's many people like him that are involved with 764 and UTTP, and they share documentation on how to sextort children. And they just openly walk around in public bragging about it. And for some reason, our government, which I pay a considerable portion of all my earned income to every single year, has absolutely no ability whatsoever to take people who are openly admitting that they're pedophiles that prey on children and do anything to them. They're completely and totally powerless, even though they receive billions of dollars of taxes every year. The most powerful government in the history of mankind cannot take a person like this who openly admits that they're involved in preying on children and do anything to them. Apparently he got into a fight, and then within 2 minutes he was out, but I don't really care. Next, one of the real Jews out there, Alex Rosen, has driven a pedophile to suicide. He was conducting a sting operation, meeting up with a pedophile in real life, and then after the government refused to arrest him, he went home and he killed himself. And he's being blamed for this, and quite frankly, he should be blamed for it, but the word we should be using is credited with it, approved of it, because if we could convince more people like this to not exist because the government apparently can't be bothered to do it, that would be a net benefit to society and all people living in it, especially children. So shout outs to Mr. Rosen, one of the good ones, TM. Should I read this? This is the message from the family. If you didn't know, Sam Kruger took his own life after the video you posted. No one will defend his actions, and what you do is Nobel, but I wish you had enough evidence to actually put him in jail, where he wouldn't have had access to the firearm he used to commit suicide. I worked with him for multiple years, and knew him on a personal level. It makes me sick to my stomach knowing that he was doing in those chat rooms, and with kids of my own, I'm happy that people like you do the work to protect kids. With that said, you asked right in the beginning of the interview if he had any weapons, to where he confirmed he had a firearm with rounds inside his home. After interviewing him on a live stream, you left him with that firearm to take his life. So tragic. Really sad stuff. You killed Sam Kruger. I hope you continue the work you do, but people like Sam need help. And I hope this may change your approach to these situations, to where if there isn't enough evidence to put them in jail, then get them help. Find programs to extend to these people to find and help in therapy for these problems, I guess. For these situations, to where if there isn't, for these disgusting thoughts they have. The last thing I'd want to do is defend anyone who does these disgusting actions, but Sam was more than just an online creep, and as much as I want to hate him for what he did, he was a friend for a long time, and my friend is dead. I'm sure the last thing you want is to profit from someone dying, but that's what happened here. I hope this comes off as respectful. To which Mr. Rosen says, Sam is a sister fucker who's attracted to second graders. They deserve death. And we did have enough evidence to put him in jail. His phone was confiscated and his charges would have come as soon as the phone data was extracted. Also, Sam killed Sam. Him not being able to live to his actions killed him. Let me just put here real quick. Let's see. Gemini, help me out with this one. How long, wait, let me switch accounts. How long does the average prisoner live in U.S. federal prisons? How much does it cost to try, convict, and then house for the rest of their lives a sex offender who, I'll say he's 30, who is 30 years old at time of conviction? Question mark. We'll just put a number to this real quick, okay? Calculating the total cradle-to-grave cost for a life sentence is complex because it involves for accounting for judicial overhead, standard incarceration, and the significantly higher cost of geriatric care as an inmate ages. Life expectancy in federal prison. They live to roughly 74 to 77 years, which is like, is that not higher than the general population? I thought the U.S. had a general population of 72. They're like domestic cats. An indoor cat lives longer than an outdoor cat. So prisoners live longer than regular Americans in this fucking country. Okay, oh, the average American, okay, never mind. The average American lives 74 to 77. And the average age of death in jail is 60 to 65. Thank God. Jesus, fuck. So that's 30 to 35 years in prison. Investigations by agencies like the FBI or HSI combined with U.S. attorney costs range from $50,000 to $200,000. Think about that. We have more people in prison right now in this country than any other country on earth. Like something like 3% of our entire population is behind bars at any given time. And then multiply that by $50,000 to $200,000 fucking dollars just for the investigation. Another $100,000 and $300,000 for a full criminal trial. And then court operations are $10,000 to $15,000 per day during the trial. Then the average annual cost to house an inmate is $45,000 to $55,000. But it gets worse after the age of 50 because then they start receiving geriatric care, which is $110,000 per inmate. So if you take 20 years of $50,000, you get $1 million. If you take another 15 years of geriatric care, it's $110,000. So it's almost twice that, $1,650,000 for a total 35-year expense of $2,650,000, which is twice the total lifetime. Actually, it might even be like 4 to 6 times how much the average white middle-class man will pay in federal income taxes throughout his entire life. So it's like 4 to 6 people are required just to keep them alive in prison, not even including the trial. So the grand total for putting this guy in prison for the rest of his fucking life is close to $3 million, which is like an inconceivable amount. It's like 6 times the average lifetime income tax that a person pays. It's like we just have to streamline executions. Like if you're a pedophile, we're never putting you back in general population. If we catch you with brutal child rape on your phone, you just gotta die. And we gotta streamline that shit. We can foot the $300,000 for the trial and shit, but you know, a bullet is like 50 cents. It's 50 cents to solve this problem. I'll do it for free. You don't gotta pay me. You gotta come to my house though. I'm not gonna spend money on gas. And you gotta give me the bullet. I'll bring the gun though. I'm just saying. Wait, I just need to hear it again. I just need a little reprieve shot. Give me a second. Okay. That's sorry. I like the music. Okay. I am. All right. I honestly, I don't even know why someone sent this to me. This is, it's just people, it's just people photoshopping or AI and Count Dankula into like stores and leaving reviews with it. Very good. Oh, with my wife's son. Very good food. My angry uncle loves Whoppers even though he is overweight. And there's a very diverse crowd of people at this Burger King. It is in England, and it says my wife's son. We have another one. My wife's son, this time in KFC Coatbridge. My uncle Mark loves this place. He's here at least twice a day. Here's him picking up a triple bucket for lunch. Oh, the owner replied. Thank you for the wonderful review, Vincent. We're thrilled to hear that your Uncle Mark enjoys visiting KFC Coatbridge so often. The triple bucket is a great choice for lunch. My girlfriend's husband loves this coffee shop. Thank you for the kind rating, Vincent, too. We look forward to welcoming you again. And for some reason, he's holding like a petrol pump in his right hand. I don't know what the point is for that. The Asda. By the way, I hate the name Asda. It looks like a thing that you would spam on your keyboard. Like if you were trying to type nonsense, like you'd hit ASD, Like it's a fucking garbage name. The average Coatbridge superstore. If you just search Asda Coatbridge, you just see Count Dankula with my wife's son. He's buying a generic brand bag of crisps, a family-sized loaf of bread, and then some bell peppers, I guess. Very good. That's some lunatic has AI'd him into every single local landmark with the my wife's son. A man that calls himself the Count keeps asking me for my soiled underpants. Avoid at the Buchanan Center. At Waffle, they have a waffle. Oh, it's in Tennessee. I was gonna say, okay, this is like a thing outside of the UK now. Very good. This is not what a Waffle House looks like, by the way. This person has never been to a fucking Waffle House. Very good food. My angry uncle loves waffles, even though he is overweight. He got into a fist fight. Great park, plenty of fresh mud for mudding. Fibber McGee's Irish Pub. My wife's son holding up very large, oversized Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're definitely using Grok for this instead of Gemini, which does a better job. Delicatessen and catering from Gottlieb's. We sell Jerusalem Klat kosher delicatessen. Oh, and he's Jewish on this. Okay, I see. Very good. Thank you. I don't know who this is or what he's doing, but let's take a look.
Fucking Christ!
Oh, did I mute myself again? I said I would lose my fucking mind if I was speedrunning this game. And, I muted myself twice. Okay, great. So what I was saying when I was muted is that, number one, this feels a little bit performative because it's like they know that speedrunning crash outs are like an entire genre of like memes on the internet. But then also, I also would lose my fucking mind if I had to hear the line, Bikini Bottom hide and seek, lost and found champion 3 years in the running. Like every time I picked up something and I had to do that over and over again, I'd fucking snap. Plus 2 minutes? You're adding 2 minutes to these times? His personal best was 42 seconds. You really fucked up there. you got a 3-minute beat of DT streets when you should have 42 seconds. That's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked up. I would be angry too, I guess. That's pretty good. Next, Linus Sebastian has confirmed that the gamer jet is. Oh God, what have I done? Sorry, I'm spoiling everything by trying to manipulate the flow of information. Okay, I guess I can't go back to that. He said the gamer jet is real. That's all you need to know. A long time ago, Linus Sebastian was accused of what was it? Of buying a jet specifically for his company to do influencer like flights, so that if you are like some TikTok hoe, you can call Linus Sebastian and get an Epstein Island flight or something for free on his expense, and he writes it off on his business deduction. So he has like a private jet he can fly around to wherever he wants to fucking go, and it's all part of the business deductions. Apparently he said this though. Let's just listen real quick.
I need to put it down. Yeah.
Let's see. This thing seems fun. Given LTT's growth, would you ever consider private jet travel for yourself or other employees instead of booking an airline ticket?
It's one of those things that I think would be kind of fun to experience once, but I am I don't want to be judgy, but I'm personally kind of opposed to the private air travel industry. I don't think it sends a good message. I don't think it's particularly helpful in a lot of ways. Obviously, it helps people save time. Other than that, there's some stuff about it that I find, how do I put this?
I'm not a fan personally.
I've only flown first class once.
Hey, me too. Exactly once.
Yeah. It happened to be...
It wasn't my choice.
Yeah, it happened to be just the ticket they booked.
Yep, me too.
Like in the early days of the company, I would have...
I think that's enough. I don't need a full 5 minutes of this, but basically he's a fucking hypocrite. He got called out because he didn't even announce this was a thing. Like he just said, like people found out on their own that he had like the gamer jet, so he decided to capitalize on it and make a video about it to like get ahead of the controversy or something. Even though he's publicly stated that he's opposed to private jets as a form of transportation. So he's just like a big fucking liar, basically, is the point. Next, Jordan Peterson was outed by YouTuber Scott Carney for getting what's called a fecal transplant, which is exactly what it sounds like. And apparently cancer-causing tumor injections from an Indian con artist doctor named Khan, who operates experimental clinics out of Mexico. How long is this? 30 minutes. Nah. I did find it funny that he's getting a literal poop transplant. This is why I queued it up, because he's getting it from an Indian. And the purpose of a poop transplant, in case you don't know, is that it introduces gut flora into your bowels. I once had a schizo theory that if you took like your brain is secretly just puppeteered by your gut flora, and maybe if you take like really smart people's gut flora and put it in your bowels, maybe you'll be smarter. Maybe that's the issue with certain socioeconomic disadvantaged folks, is that they just have like tarted gut flora. Maybe if you give them smarter gut flora, they'll be like better. Maybe that's why if you're like Obama had a white mom, maybe that's what he got her good gut flora from, because that's how you get your initial gut flora, is from your mother. So he got her good gut flora, and that's why he was smart enough to become like a senator and stuff. But most people, they're not smart enough. And if they are, they're just like a fat white hoe as their mother. And then they get like fat white hoe gut flora, and that's why they remain permanently tarted for all time. You know what I mean? Maybe that could be the case. Starve the flora, don't feed it. You need the flora for your gut IQ, bro. Trying to eat. Well, no, we're talking about Indians and fecal transplants today. Sorry. I hate to be the one to tell you, but it's never a good day to eat while listening to Matt the Internet. Anyways, he was rich too. Money helps too. You know what I mean? His father was like a Kenyan economist or something from Kenya, and he like embezzled a bunch of money, probably, theoretically. And that's why he bought the best gut Florida, the nicest gut Florida from like the smartest people, the smartest, most conniving, uh, charismatic gentleman. Next, that's all I have to say about this. Carl Jobs. Carl Jobs has filed a lawsuit against Billy Mitchell. If that sounds familiar, it's because Billy Mitchell and Carl Jobs have been in litigation for the last couple of years, and just recently it ended in Billy Mitchell's favor. Billy Mitchell accused him in the courts of Australia, where Carl Jobs lives, of defamation because Carl Jobs effectively accused Billy Mitchell of murder by saying that he bullied somebody to suicide that Billy Mitchell basically conclusively did not bully into suicide. What really pissed people off about this is that Carl Jobs raised a bunch of money from GoFundMe by saying that he was being sued over claiming that Billy Mitchell had faked his Pac-Man scores, which remains a contentious opinion to this day. But I believe that a lot of Carl Jobs' evidence for that was pretty convincing. However, the lawsuit was actually not about the Pac-Man scores. The lawsuit was about Billy Mitchell supposedly being involved in the death of speedrunner Apollo Legend, who absolutely positively did not blame Billy Mitchell in any way, shape, or form in regards to a suicide, and his closest friend said that Billy Mitchell had nothing to do with it. But that's what Carl said. And when it went to court, the court ruled that Carl Jobs not only lied about Billy Mitchell, he lied in a way that he should have known better. And so he was ordered to pay in restitution $300,000 plus attorney's fees in Australia. However, Australia, unlike the U.S., has some pretty generous bankruptcy things going for it. And if you are ordered to pay a bunch of money in Australia and you declare bankruptcy immediately, your debt will be forgiven, as opposed to in the U.S., where I don't think judicial debt is ever discharged. So as part of his income strategy, he immediately put all of his assets into his wife's name, and then immediately declared bankruptcy, and that preserved a lot of his wealth and stopped Billy Mitchell from being able to reclaim it. And what's going to happen, what I think happens with this case, is that Carl Jobs will then owe Billy Mitchell some dividends from his YouTube income, which is now much less for a number of years. And then at the end of those number of years, the bankruptcy is completed and the rest of the debt is discharged. So it's unlikely that Billy Mitchell will even make back his money that he spent defending himself or prosecuting the case in Australia, and he will make no money from the gambit. Now, after the case, Billy Mitchell went on a huge victory run and made a bunch of tweets making fun of Carl Jobs, really kind of bullying him and being meanie to him. And many people thought this was really, 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 really fucking funny, because it was. It was nice to see some good old-fashioned gallivanting, I guess, especially because Carl looked like such an asshole in the process of the lawsuit. But now Carl strikes back, this time close to home, in the Southern District of Florida, in the Federal Circuit Court. Carl Jobs has filed a lawsuit against Billy Mitchell, alleging 5 counts of defamation, 1 count of intentional infliction of emotional distress, and I think there's an itemization of it. 1 count of unauthorized use of name and likeness. So he's alleging that Billy Mitchell caused him financial harm through knowing and malicious lies, also caused him emotional distress that could be quantified in economic harm, because usually requiring a diagnosis of some kind, saying that Billy Mitchell bullied him so hard that it went beyond any kind of merited free speech argument and caused him like an actual psychological damage. And then also used his name or likeness to sell and enrich himself without the consent of Carl Jobs. So let's take a look at the filing. He mailed this in. This is a scan. This is not a emailed docket. And you may notice that this is a very barren header. Usually in this top left corner, there would be information about the attorney acting on behalf of Carl Jobs. But there is no information about the attorney acting on behalf of Carl Jobs, because Carl Jobs is representing himself pro se in the Federal District of Southern Florida in this defamation case. So that's where we're at. I think that Carl Jobs recognized that while Australia courts are kind of forgiving in a lot of ways, where the prevailing party gets to recoup fees, bankruptcy means you don't have to pay your debt if you're not able to. American courts are much less forgiving. If you're an insane retard and you file any kind of pro se scribbles in a federal court, you have to lawyer up to defend it. That costs thousands of dollars, and if you win, barring certain circumstances, you never have to pay your fees as a losing party in litigation. So I think he's deliberately trying to waste Billy Mitchell's time, and I would also go so far as to say that this complaint was written with the assistance of AI, because it manages to avoid a lot of hallmarks of AI writing or of pro se filings. As an expert in pro se litigation, it is not usually what happens when a pro se litigant files. They're really mad, and the legal arguments are a justification for filing something where they're really mad. And what they really want to do is vent in a way that somebody has to listen to. Anytime you read a Russell Greer filing that is not passed through ChatGPT, and sometimes even if it is, it will include an unhinged rant about how hard his life is and how he blames us for it. Melinda Scott did the same thing. Her life is so difficult, his life is so difficult, and it's entirely the fault of the Kiwi Farms. But also this law applies, so therefore you should rule in my favor. This does not do that. It is very clinical, very direct, very by the books. It establishes all the claims necessary to prevail on a stating the claim argument. It alleges that there's malice. It basically is good. And there's no way that Carl Jobs, an Australian, would have any fucking ability to file something like this without the assistance of AI. But what that means is as a competent filing, it's going to cost Billy Mitchell a lot of money to defend himself in court, because he's going to have to hire a real attorney because he doesn't want to fuck up. There is one thing, specifically one thing, that Carl Jobs might not fully appreciate in what he's doing, because I understand what he's doing. What he's doing is trying to cost Billy Mitchell a bunch of money by wasting his time in court, because he's a spiteful little albino mutant who married an Asian woman that looks like an ironing board. He's filing in the Southern District of Florida, where Billy Mitchell lives. But in Florida, there is an anti-SLAPP statute. Now, this is complicated, so bear with me. When a state law exists, you can litigate state laws in federal court in the jurisdictions that those federal courts are in. So Florida law does apply in federal court for the federal districts of Florida, unless there is some sort of conflict or supremacy from the federal courts. And this applies to anti-SLAPP. There are rules in the federal court, and I know this because I talked to Hardin about a bunch of stuff related to the Liz Fong Jones stuff, about pretrial disposal of litigation. And anti-SLAPPs create a mechanism to dispose of a case before discovery and before trial. Whereas the federal rules of civil procedure also explain how you would do that. So the federal courts in Florida say that the federal rules of civil procedure are more important than the anti-SLAPP laws that exist in the Florida state. So you can't use anti-SLAPP to get rid of the case early on, which is what Billy Mitchell would want to do. But, and this is the big but, the Florida circuits do not hold that the anti-SLAPP fee shifting provision doesn't apply. So if Billy Mitchell wins his case, he can still apply for his attorney's fees under the Florida anti-SLAPP statute in the federal court, and he could get them, which means that if he loses this and Billy Mitchell had to spend a bunch of money and he gets his awarded fees, he can take that decision and bring it to Australia and apply bankrupt him a second time. And I don't know, maybe that's something that wouldn't affect him that much. Who knows? But it is something that he can do. And it would basically prevent Carl Jobs from ever being able to proceed in life or save money or whatever, he would constantly have to hide behind his wife, and his wife would have the ability to fuck him over at any time that she wanted to. So he better not lose his shit at her or ever talk bad about her ever again. So that's what we're looking at with this. Let's read the accusations. So, defamatory publications and related facts. Mitchell published on X a hyperlink to a Reddit post titled Carl Jobs boasts about moving his assets to his wife before declaring bankruptcy, a possible creditor defeating scheme, asserting that Jobs had engaged in illegal conduct to defraud creditors, which is Billy Mitchell in this case. Mitchell endorsed the allegations by attaching the words, "the plot thickens." But then he also says this, which is a very a serious statement. I think I even read this post, and I said that this was a serious statement you might want to watch out for. Billy Mitchell on Zitter, by the way, excellent attachment, really great. Pure black square with no details about the actual post. Carl Jobs has engaged in serious illegal activity before and during his bankruptcy process. I might take him back to court. Accusing somebody of a crime is defamation per se. It's one of the only things you can say that is defamation per se. Says the statement is false, and to back this up, he says that in the bankruptcy court, these tweets were brought to the attention of the bankruptcy officers of the court, who then evaluated Carl Jobs' marriage situation and how he's structured his assets, and came to the determination that he had not done anything wrong. That's what he says. So therefore, the claim that he engaged in serious illegal activity is both false and cause him harm. Then this is great. So on paragraph 18, on June 29th, 2025, Mitchell posted on X, Carl Jobs complained about one of my tweets to the bankruptcy officer. Imagine publicly attacking someone for 4 years just to privately whine like a crybaby, accompanying an image depicting Jobs being hanged, in which Mitchell is depicted carrying out the act. In a reply to the same post, Mitchell promoted his commercial website, rickysauce.com, using the discount code crybaby. So this is the unauthorized use of likeness. He's saying that Carl Jobs' photo was used without his authorization in a meme edit of him being lynched by Billy Mitchell as a chud jack, and that is unlawful enrichment using his image. Jobs, in a message written in the first person as if spoken by Jobs, stated, I lied for 4 years, scammed $200,000, went bankrupt, and lost every shred of credibility to my name, but at least I'm probably too much of a lazy, broke, and unethical scumbag to ever fully pay King Billy's $1 million. I win. So I guess the defamatory claims here would be that he scammed money, because he goes on to explain the GoFundMe scheme. Okay, the fundraiser. He misled the public as to the existence of... he accuses... In that video, Mitchell made a series of statements to the effect that Jobs had created a GoFundMe campaign on false premises, had misled the public as to the existence of legal proceedings, and had done so with knowledge and an intent in order to obtain approximately $200,000 for personal benefit. And he says that in a quote as well. So the claim is going to be, and this is really nitty gritty in regards to the specifics of the case, which I'm not going to get into, but basically it's about the Pac-Man thing. When Billy Mitchell first sent a cease and desist letter, which is a different name in Australia, but it's basically a C&D, Billy Mitchell said to him that he's going to sue unless he retracts some statements about the Pac-Man thing. And then Jobs claims that in response to this threat, he opened a GoFundMe and received $200,000 to defend himself from litigation because of that cease and desist order. And that even Notch gave him a bunch of money. But then Billy Mitchell sent him another lawsuit, a cease and desist threat, where he said that he's going to sue over the Apollo Legends stuff, which caused Carl Jobs to update his Gibson Go to include that letter as well. Billy Mitchell says that he lied about the Gibson Go to get people to donate for the Pac-Man lawsuit that ended up being a defamation case, which he would lose because Carl Jobs did lie about Billy Mitchell being involved in Apollo Legends suicide. But he's saying here that Billy Mitchell's statements about the GoFundMe being a fraud thing is defamation. So that's the second count. First is that he engaged in serious. Let me just skip to the. I know I'm live on YouTube, bro. It's deliberate. That's another GoFundMe campaign. I think it's the second GoFundMe campaign that he launched. People. This is another tweet that he's yelling about in regards to Notch. People turning on Carl Jobs like they got bored of being part of the good guys. Is Notch drunk in writing this? People turning on Carl Jobs, not his name, like they got bored of being part of the good guys, is possible. The real problem here is the cheating, narcissistic, pathological liar, and not the up until this moment trusted community member. Billy replies to this, says, people turning on Carl Jobs like they lost hundreds of thousands to him like I did. I hope you at least received a lesson on how to approach women in exchange for all that money you gave them. That's very funny. But he's alleging that's defamation because he's attacking Notch, who was his sponsor, by lying that they lost hundreds of thousands of dollars to him. Which, I mean, effectively they did because he lost his lawsuit and he spent all that money and then had to give the leftovers to Billy Mitchell. So he's alleging criminal fraud of more than $500,000. And then he responded, he actually scammed his viewers out of more than $500,000. So there, I'm telling you something that isn't reported. And then says, the guy who took over $500,000 fraudulently from his listeners. And then he's adding up the $250,000 and then $300,000 from, $250 from the two GoFundMes and $300,000. So I'm guessing that's what Notch gave him, is another $300,000 for the legal defense. And repeatedly said this. Jobs did not obtain any funds from members of the public through fraud, deception, or unlawful conduct. But where does the $300,000 come from? He doesn't say what that number is from, or if he's lying about that number. Can I find this? Mitchell published statements asserting that Jobs... Okay, let's read the counts then, because that's going to be the explanation. Plaintiff repeats and alleges... Published statements concerning Jobs, including statements that Jobs had engaged in serious illegal activity. These statements were false. Mitchell made these statements knowing they're false in reckless disregard for the truth. This is important because it's like the foundation of a defamation thing for a public figure. The statements constitute defamation per se. As a direct result of Mitchell's defamation, Jobs suffered presumed damages and actual injury, including pain, insult, embarrassment, humiliation, emotional suffering, injury to his reputation, harm to his relationship with his audience, lost future earnings and diminished earning capacity, and other economic losses to be determined by jury. Okay, defamation 2 is... Mitchell published statements asserting that Jobs created a GoFundMe campaign on false premises with knowledge and intent to deceive the public. He said that the fundraising was through deception. These statements were false, and that he was very, very humiliated by this statement. Count 3. Published statements asserting that Jobs had wrongfully obtained or misappropriated funds from a 2021 GoFundMe intended for third parties. Okay. Mitchell's statements conveyed that Jobs had deceptively taken or retained approximately $50,000 for his own benefit. These statements are false. So this is a third-party GoFundMe that Billy Mitchell says he took the money from, and that it humiliated him that he said this. And this is the Notch one. Mitchell published statements asserting that Jobs deceptively obtained approximately $300,000 from Notch. I bet you Marcus is going to be so pleased he's going to have to testify in deposition with Billy Mitchell as a result of his lawsuit. No good deed goes unpunished, Sar. Mitchell's statements conveyed that Jobs had wrongfully taken or retained these funds through dishonest or fraudulent means, and this caused him a great deal of humiliation. Defamation. This is the final defamation. Published statements asserting that Jobs had engaged in large-scale fraud involving more than $500,000 obtained from his audience. Is this a separate statement from the other ones? Because that doesn't seem like a separate statement. Seems like the totality, but he's re-alleging those things and saying that that constitutes a second statement, different from the prior 3 added together. Okay. I don't know specifically if that holds up under law, but that's what he's saying. Count 6, unauthorized appropriation of name or likeness. Mitchell used Jobs' name and likeness, including Jobs' image, video footage, name, and persona in connection with posts and materials promoting commercial products The use of the identity was for commercial purposes without his consent, and as a result of the unauthorized use of name and likeness, Jobs has suffered injury, including damages to his reputation, commercial value, and the value of his identity. And then count 7, the IIED. Mitchell has engaged in a sustained course of conduct directed at Jobs, including the repeated publication of statements and imagery designed to humiliate, intimidate, and degrade Jobs before the public audience. This conduct included, among other things, the use of imagery depicting Jobs being hanged or otherwise subjected to violence, the publication of dehumanizing and degrading images, and content portraying Jobs in humiliating circumstances, repeated statements mocking Jobs' financial condition, including references to bankruptcy, homelessness, and loss of assets, and the invocation of or threat of further legal action in conjunction with such public accusations of conduct. He amplified this conduct by encouraging audience reaction, pairing statements with imagery with ridicule, taunting commentary. Mitchell's conduct, taken as a whole, was extreme and outrageous and exceeded all bounds of decency tolerated in a civilized community. I'll tell you what, Billy, you ain't too far from me. If you need a character witness, I promise you that what you've done is within the bounds of decency. I am an expert witness, okay? I have expert knowledge on the bounds of decency as a decency boundary defiler myself. And I can tell you that what you've posted is within the bounds of decency, as I have thoroughly tested, okay? As a direct and proximate result of Mitchell's conduct, Jobs suffered severe emotional distress, including mental anguish, humiliation, embarrassment, and ongoing emotional harm. His conduct was willful and malicious, entitling Jobs to punitive damages. Prayer for relief. Damages to be determined by jury. Pre- and post-judgment interest. Costs incurred in prosecution of this action. You cannot ask for attorney's fees as a pro se litigant. That went all the way up to, I think, the Supreme Court, and they ruled a pro se plaintiff cannot receive attorney's fees and any other such relief as the court deems proper. From carljobsgaming@gmail.com. Well, maybe, what do you guys think? Should I, knowing all the things you read, should I finally commit to doing a kiwi sauce with Carl Jobs? I've been thinking about it. The thing is, I have a basic bitch hot sauce taste. I like Frank's. So I like really super vinegary sauce. And I was thinking, if the Kiwi Farm sauce, it should, number one, my main issue with his hot sauce is that it's so small. I don't want a little hot sauce. I want like mega jugs of hot sauce. I want a ridiculously oversized bottle of hot sauce that's super vinegary. And I was thinking maybe it should be the Kiwi Farms Diss and Vinegar. Kind of like piss and vinegar, but piss on a food product sounds bad. But diss, the form disses. So diss and vinegar makes sense to me, chat. That's my headcanon for the kiwi sauce. Ricky's is vinegary. It is true. It's a vinegary, southern style hot sauce. But I want, yeah, it's good. I like his hot sauce. Docks and vinegar. Docks and vinegar. Maybe. I don't want to cause him problems with his credit card processor by having docs as a reference, though. My idea needs work. Okay, I'll workshop it with my boy Claude. But maybe I should do it. Is there any way we can make it green without making it like a verde sauce? Because that sucks. I don't like the green sauces. I like the hot sauces, the orange ones. But maybe we can make it green through some other additive or something. All right. Cool beans. Don't make the sauce green. Okay. Super chat. Brianna Wu has stated, found out this weekend my biological mom passed a breast cancer. The DNA test shows that I have the gene too. First mammogram scheduled for tomorrow. I am blocked by Brianna Wu, but I believe that he owns hey.com? Really? Oh, it's just an email service. Okay. Anyways, he's gonna go waste a radiologist's time by having his flapjacks checked for breast cancer. Can men get breast cancer? I mean, they have like a nipple. I assume they can possibly. Google, can men get breast cancer? Is it the same rate as women? Question mark. Far less common than in women. Men do not have milk producing breasts. They are born with a small amount of breast tissue where cancer can develop. The lifetime risk of a man getting breast cancer is 1 in 726, whereas the lifetime risk of a woman getting breast cancer is 1 in 8. So let me break out the calculator. 726 divided by 8. It is 90 times more likely that a woman will develop breast cancer than a man, which is why women have to do routine mammogram checks for cancer. Oh, it even says it's a 100-to-1 rule. Generally, breast cancer is 100 times more common in men than women. Now, the only reason why he's saying this is because he gets to brag about breasts, basically. I have breasts, I have to go get checked with a real mammogram from a radiologist. And it's like, if his dad died of butthole cancer, wait, so he was so estranged from his family, they didn't even tell him that his mom had cancer? That's how bad he fucked up that relationship? I'm just saying, if his dad died of prostate cancer, he wouldn't be like, oh no, I have to go get my prostate checked, I have the gene. He would never say that. He'd be keeping that shit to the grave. By the way, I was trying to find this tweet because the original tweet I had saw, the account attached to it deleted itself. So I don't know what the fuck happened with that, but I had to go find it again. So I was looking at Brianna Wu's Twitter and I found this and it made me laugh. I'm so glad I actually went to Israel because when you go there, you can see how every part of these leftist talking points are wrong. First, Israel does not want to expand its borders. There's barely anything in northern Israel, and the IDF doesn't need more territory to control. What they do want to do is disrupt line of sight. It's remarkable to stand on the mountain ridge and see Jordan, Gush Etzion, and Tel Aviv with your naked eye. Imagine what someone could do with a rocket or a sniper rifle standing on the mountains ridges of Syria. So Brianna Wu, having been disowned by the left and completely forbidden from attempting to enter the right, has decided to just become a Zionist. So good luck with that, Brianna Wu. Next, Dylan Mulvaney. Their final performance. So after a lengthy 4-month-long career of performing as Marie Antoinette on Broadway, Dylan Mulvaney's final performance as Marie Antoinette will be on May 31st. And they've already made fun of this by having Rip Tran Bolin.
I'm not leaving yet. My last show isn't until May 31st. Okay, so we still have like 8 weeks. 8 weeks. Oh, 7. I've got a conflict the week of May 6th. But that's still like the over 50 shows together. Okay, yes. Should we go do one? Yes. Okay.
Wow. Our Broadway responded saying, "I hearing she was asked to leave. Big name announcement incoming. I thought she was the big name, right? Well, she didn't move the needle with the tickets, so laughing. The only reason most people have heard of her is because MAGA freaks are obsessed with her and the Bud Light thing. She's not a massive name. Our Broadway, not amused by Tran Bolin. If you're not doing the fucking singing and the fucking dancing up to those gay men's preferences, you gotta go. We gotta yeet you. Trailer for sale in Casper, Wyoming. $38,000. Lightly used. Might find a bearded lizard around the premises. Just lives there these days. This is King Cobra JFS's trailer in Casper, Wyoming. Has gone up for sale because the previous occupant is sadly no longer with us, chat. Very sad. I am surprised to see that you can get a trailer for $38,000. I guess it is. It has 3 bedrooms. That thing has 3 bedrooms in it. Very well kept mobile home located in a peaceful neighborhood. Rent is only $683. Damn, that's pretty good. No inside pictures? Oh, they got it cleaned up. Damn, they got this shit cleaned up good. Now this is pretty. What? Go fuck off. I can't see the pictures? Well, fuck you. What a piece of shit website. Who the fuck linked this on the thread for it? I just want to see the pictures. Make it a landmark? I agree. They got to tear that shit down and put up a gothic bad boy statue. They got to make it like wrought iron and give them like a spiked collar and stuff. And have them holding up a bell that will ring every hour so that everybody in the trailer park can hear the bell ring. I agree. And then next, Elijah Miller, who... Did I talk about this guy? I did talk about this guy. I did talk about this. Okay, we don't have to talk about the pedophile again. Good. Don't want to talk about any more pedophiles. And now, the Ralph segment. A little quick Ralph segment. So this post is from a time before, but people have discovered... Oh, wait. No, that was from last stream. Scarlett Hampton posted this real quick. At Gooning on Rumble and the Hugh Z and some other streamers in Dabbleverse. Recently, you have aired sensitive clips containing graphic gore and monetized off of suffering on YouTube to make it super tips. You then promoted unethical acts and crimes of humanity. Crimes of humanity. I do lots of crimes of humanity. It is no longer just online harassment, but has glorified for money human suffering. Ralph Amel would never. It is deranged. Due to my current state in physical recovery after the ER, as you have for months harassed me online, it is now dehumanizing and utterly disgusting. You have made money already. Just keep your tips. You have tried my patience. This is your final notice. Happy Easter, she says. So, why Scarlett Hampton is back in the ER is a mystery to all, but apparently she is, and she is threatening litigation from the ER. She's in recovery from an unknown condition, possibly Ralph related, but I think he denies that. Yeah, he does deny that he inflicted any kind of injury on Scarlett Hampton. Okay. So this is a clip from Ethan Ralph. If you don't know, today's the day. Unfortunately, me streaming on Friday bites me in the ass yet again because Ethan Ralph and Mommy Scarlett are meeting up in the beautiful state of Nevada to go to Las Vegas to get married. And the fallout of this will not be known until after my stream. But of course, I wish Ethan Ralph well. However, he faces an obstacle in getting married. He is married, so he can't get married again. If you get married a second time, it's called bigamy. And bigamy is illegal in Nevada. And in fact, if you lie that you're not married on a marriage form, not only is that marriage null and void when they find out, it's actually a criminal offense, and you can serve up to 5 years in a Nevada state jail, which I imagine would be absolute fucking suffering as a hot weather not enjoyer myself. So he can't get married into... You say polygamy. Oh, polygamy. Bigamy. Bigamy sounds like bigoted. I don't like that. Bigamy sounds nicer. Anyways, it is a crime. So he can't get married until he's released from his prior marriage. So here he is leaving a nice voicemail to Harry Morris, his father-in-law, asking him to help him get out of marriage with his daughter.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Harry, this is am I still your son-in-law? That's crazy. Look, I'm calling in because I have an absolute gold mine. Gold mine just absolute blonde bombshell. You know how it goes. On my hands here, and I'm trying to marry her this weekend. And so they say the horse. I don't say that. Of course, I always thought your daughter was so beautiful. I'm sure she's so beautiful right now. Let's just sign it over. You already stole my daughter, your granddaughter. You have or whatever. You already took that. Can you just can we just get the papers done? Where do I need to fly into America this week to get the papers done, to get this? Harry, listen, man, when you go up inside this, wow, they took all this shit. It's the type.
I really appreciate the implication that he's inviting Harry Morris to come fuck his fiance because she's so tight and like, god damn,
That you can imagine. Trust me. Look, let's just put all this to the side. Let's let bygones be bygones, and let me get up in there. Let me lock it down.
See? Bygones be bygones. Let bigamy be bigamy, chap.
And so, if there's any other problems, I don't know what to say, but I'm sure we can make it right. I'm sure we can do it and make it absolutely fucking kingpin spectacular. I love Rosie, whatever you guys are calling her now. I don't know. Did you name her after the Buffalo Bills? Whatever whatever you guys did, we'll figure it out. It doesn't matter. But I want that porn star pussy, and I want it locked and loaded, and I want it tied to me. So
They want it loaded with bull cum, brother. He wants it loaded after the shoot, brother.
let's just make it happen. I appreciate you. And I guess that's about it, big dog. Thank you.
If you're satisfied with the message, press 1. To listen to your message.
He's very satisfied.
To send your message with normal delivery, press 1. To send your message with urgent delivery, press 2.
But it is urgent. It needs to be sent pronto.
Thank you. Your message has been sent.
Quite pleased with that one. Okay. That's what Ralph's up to. And he's saying, Pantsu, you're an absolute disgrace. Free me so I can get married this weekend. He's calling in a favor. He's asking for the horse divorce. The prophesized. The funniest thing I've ever fucking said. And it was actually meant to be a joke, but nobody believes me. The horse divorce, as foretold by the cheese scrolls. So, will she concede? Will she allow the horse divorce? Or will Ethan Ralph forever be denied his locked and loaded porn star pussy chat? We will see. Well, this is the tweet where he says that he had nothing to do with Scarlett Hampton being in the emergency room. Thank goodness we wouldn't want any DVs right before the marriage is supposed to happen. So keep it clean, Ralph. You gotta do what you gotta do for right now so you can lock and load it, okay? And one more little update on Scarlett Hampton. She posted this insane video on the internet. Let's take a listen.
So I'm at Quick Trip right now, and let's see, I'm gonna get a bowl leave room. Morning. We're off to a good start. We're off to a good start this morning. Okay. Yeah, let's fill that up. Let's go. Midwest Pride, yo.
So, if you are only listening, you may be wondering what this filled up whore in an industrial setting might actually be doing. She's making a cup of coffee, and for no reason whatsoever, she zoomed up very closely to a handicap sticker, but after she corrected course, she zoomed it up on a product placement of a coffee cup. Coffee cup that proudly says, Coffee Brand Coffee. And that there is the segue to the 9-hour-long Jeremy Hambley second. I say that, but of course I'll breeze through this in my respect for your time. So Jeremy Hambley is in hot water, and last week Where were we? Can someone help me remember where we were at last week? I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say that it was like Sunday night where I was getting my text messages and things were popping off. But oh, that's right. Okay. That's right. Okay. Let's wind this back because a lot of stuff has happened and many people listening to this offline will know what's happened already because it's what everyone's talking about. But let's set this back to last Friday as the custodian of records. And what was happening is that Jeremy Hambley was issuing a challenge to PPP. And he has done this many times where he's begged Andy Worski and PPP to allow him on the Keno Casino to have a debate. However, working against Jeremy Hambley is the fact that he's been around for a very long time. And a long time ago, when Jeremy Hambley was openly talking about trying to deplatform or channel strike Mr. Medicare, Keemstar snuck Medicare into a call with Hambley, which he was not expecting Medicare to be there. And the resulting conversation was this very passive bullshit non-tent where you never got the satisfaction of seeing Matt Jarbo put down, or Matt Jarbo was embarrassed of what he had done. He was humiliated by everyone dogpiling him. He voluntarily relinquished his report history to show that he had flagged people. And then he was convinced by Medicare to say that he is a Soydfilled bitch, which he did. And this is a iconic moment in IBS history because it was so satisfying. In this time of censorship, everybody saw a Randall, a traitor, a line crosser be humbled. And it was honestly a morale boost that everybody needed, which is why it is held in such high esteem many years later. Hambley knows better than Jarbo in regards to self-preservation and would never allow such an event to happen, as indicated by the fact that when this exact series of events happened before with Medicare and Keemstar blindsided him with Medicare, no such relief of tension was ever felt. Hambley admitted to doing no wrong and just kind of said, "I like you, Jim," and that was the end of it. So, point being, long story short, many years later, when Hambley is offering to PPP to have a conversation with him, PPP knows better and knows that there's nothing to be gained from this. We're never going to see a comeuppance for Jeremy Hambley in that conversation, and it would only give him an opportunity to shill Coffee Brand Coffee in his streams, and then after nothing is achieved, he'd walk away and say, "Well, I promoted my stuff, and therefore it's a win for me. Haha, suck it, Keno Casino." And PPP was smart, I believe, to not allow this to happen. But Hambley, for whatever reason, reached out through me to talk to PPP because we do a little thing every month. By the way, I don't think the Easter stream is happening. I think that it's a little bit too personal for PPP, so I apologize that I hyped that up because I don't think he's interested. But I know him, and I have a way to contact him. And Hambley, for whatever reason, and I honestly don't know what it is, I try to be really fair to people, and I think I just sound very meek and mild and inoffensive when I speak on my podcast. I say like crazy shit. I'm like a monkey with a typewriter. I say everything possible. But I think I come across as very like reasonable and relatively nice. And so there are certain people like Ricada who feel that I can be manipulated. And what's frustrating to them is that when they try to talk to me in private and convince me to do things for them or convince me of certain perspectives that I believe are wrong, they realize that underneath this vocal fry is somebody who is very, very, very wary of absolutely everybody all the time. And I am extremely wary to being used, especially used in a way that is a negative impact on my website and my community. So Hambley's messaging me, and he's asking that he wants to debate PPP. I talked to PPP. PPP reiterates a point that he said many times, that he'll only talk to Jeremy Hambley in public on stream if he's going to bring his tax records and allow Caleb Hammer or some other CPA type person to audit his finances so that we can really see what has been the core contention. Because it might be lost on people by now, but PPP's main criticism of Jeremy Hambley is that he is what I've called Schrodinger's beggar, but you can call it's also like DSP if we're going to name it. We don't have a name for it, but like I call it Schrodinger's beggar. You can also call it pulling a DSP, something like that, where simultaneously And this is an observation I've made many times. I started making it with Wings of Redemption, actually. Because Wings of Redemption would constantly go, I just want to stream and have a good time, have a good game. I don't make any money. I'm going to lose my house. And he like cries about his money. But then if he gets A-logged, his response to the A-log is, I own my house. I make consistent income. Everything's fine. I'm better off than most people if you want to know the truth about it. And it's just like, on one hand, he's constantly one step away from imminent financial collapse, and on the other hand, he's just fine, depending on who he's talking to and if he wants to present a bold face or if he wants to elicit sympathy. DSP does this, and Hambly does this, where Hambly did a video saying that he put Coffee Brand Coffee infrastructure for building a coffee roasting company from scratch with all his own equipment at an enterprise grade. Cost him I think it was like $300,000. It was an obscene amount of money to put on a personal line of credit. And he was basically saying that he put all this money into a company and it never had a chance because his coffee got review bombed by leftists. And he was saying that he needs money and he needs people to buy his coffee and he needs people to support him because he's under attack, which makes it seem like he's in financial straits. I had to humble myself because I don't like talking about money at all. And talking about money puts my forum under a financial attack vector with more precise information that enemies have. But I had to say earlier this year, like, look, we have to hit this goal because that's what's needed for me to host this website. And it's kind of, if you have to do it, you have to do it. And Handley showed his ass and said, I need this money to continue my operations, or I have to fire Hannah Claire and Melanie Mack and Luke Randowski, who got fired anyways. And I need it today. And then immediately after this, he went on and he said that actually he owns 20 plus Rolex watches. He has a private jet. He has a fancy saltwater aquarium. He has a mansion. He does have a literal mansion. People know where he lives. It's like a 11-bedroom house or something fucking absurd like that. And he's just constantly showing off his wealth. And he spends his free time unboxing Pokemon cards, which are very expensive these days. And it caused this sort of hatred that only comes from witnessing a Schrodinger's beggar, someone who begs for money because of imminent issues, and then also lives an extravagant lifestyle despite that. And all PPP has ever wanted from Jeremy Hambly is to see the actual specifics of his financials, to ascertain if he's actually in imminent risk of financial collapse at all, and if he is it because of his lavish lifestyle choices? By the way, Jeremy, one of the things that really pisses me off about Jeremy Hambly is that he constantly makes offers to pay for stuff. And the first time he did this with me was during the Nick Rekieta body cam footage. I noted that it would be several $1,000s to get this footage from the police because that's what they quoted me. And Jeremy Hambly offered to pay for this footage. And I started the Old Glory Alliance Gibson Go thing to pay for the footage. I met my goal of $6,000. I shut down the thing, and Jeremy Hambly didn't offer a penny. Jeremy Hambly offered to pay a bunch of money towards our recent legal fundraising. Never paid a penny. And he's continually offered, just let me know. Just send in the word if you ever need any money. He's never given me a penny. He's never super chatted my fucking streams. Like, I've never received a cent from this guy. And he seems to, I think what he's saying is like there's subtext here where it's like, if I want his money, it's not good enough for him just to send me $5,000 in the Gibson Go like Tricky Tom did, who had far less reasons to ever support my fucking streams ever. But he sent $5,000 without any kind of acknowledgement for it on the Gibson Go, just like everybody else did. But he wants me to like ask him for it because he wants there to be like an exchange, a subtext agreement that I'm taking his money and therefore I owe him, which I'm never going to do. Because even outside of the strictly moralistic aspect of pay for play like that, taking any of his money is punching a hole straight through the site. The site's dead. If I ever do something like that, the site's just dead. So it's never worth the risk, even if it would be something I would be amenable to, which I'm not. But he doesn't seem to understand that, despite being a business major. So that was where we were at on Friday. Hambly seemed really shooken by recent revelations regarding a bull named Adam Sellner, I believe his name. And was it Seller or Zellner? I think it was Zellner. So Yes, he did get $5,000. It's not a joke. Or someone using his name did, but I think it's actually him. Seller. Okay. So Seller is a Jewish guy. Hambly has known him for 10 years. And in the time that he's known him, Seller has gotten a criminal history regarding domestic violence. I think even a restraining order from someone in his family who was like 59 years old at the time. And during the time that Hambly has known him, he has also posted on a lot of hot wife subreddits, apparently, based off what records we have. And he's very active in the cuckolding scenario as the other man. And in fact, he actually participates, apparently, in bisexual cuckolding, where he will assist in or allow other men to assist in him receiving a blowjob from their wife. So just the most like degenerate, pathetic cuckolding type lifestyle from the perspective of a bull during the time that Hambly has known him. And what kind of amplified this message that he was in a relation or he had a bull was that his marriage is on dubious grounding. His wife has been trying to conceive. They have no children. They've been married for a very long time, and they've never had any fruit from it. He openly opines after every single woman on his streams. And it is sort of just a rumor in the influencer community that they're in an open marriage that has been dead for quite a while. And chances are they're both seeing people or something like that. So that's where that came from. And that catches us up to last Friday. I've just repeated stuff up until last Friday. That weekend, I was enjoying my weekend. I was watching a movie. I was having wine. And while I was watching my movie, which I didn't even get to finish, by the way, it was that new Korean film by, I think his name is Park Sung-woo, the guy that made Old Boy. Didn't get to finish it because I was interrupted by Jeremy Hambly. I get to enjoy things, okay? I have to relax. I have to pay taxes, and I can't mentally take it, so I have to drink. Anyways, I got a shower text from Jeremy Hambly, and he was saying that, well, this is Sunday. Okay, so let me wind back. Before I got the text, this was also happening in public. So there was like a dual chimp out, okay? There was like the public side of this and then the private side of this, which is what he was messaging me. Quartering says, all my heroes in content creation have been fooled by Pakistani bot farms and are selling their soul. I've never felt more confident in my positions, and it's because I can see it and they refuse to. Then he posted this publicly. If I actually wanted to get them banned, easy. I don't want that. I want their ridicule. It's funny and they're good at what they do. I don't think it's crazy to ask them to leave my wife out of it. Their YouTube channel is literally a walking TOS violation ran by a ban evader. I don't think it's crazy to expect two other grown men to understand that my wife, who is not an online person, to be left out of things. The more they push it, the more I want to become the villain they already accuse me of. PPP in this message says, a final point for Jared tonight as he cries out about being bullied and harassed on the lowercase I internet, i.e. people mocking him, pooping his pants, and being a cuck. You can't post Jack Murphy's sex tape constantly and make over 100 videos on Brie Larson and then cry when other people make fun of you. Quartering responds to this says, I think making fun of me is totally in bounds. You guys have spread disinformation or disgusting, vile lies about my wife, and you literally retweeted a Photoshop picture of her, someone who's not on the lowercase I internet. Which one? She could be on the main one, however. I strongly dislike you, but would never dream of bringing your family into anything. And then he's spurring about Iran, but that's not relevant. So that's the kind of pretense to this. Jeremy has had enough. It is the cuck's rage. He is going to lash out against the PPP and give them what for. His wife is under attack by the radical Kino Casino. He made these other tweets. He says, if these clowns keep going after my friends and family just because they don't like me, totally fine. I will, in fact, take everything they have and never apologize for it. Take everything they have and never apologize for it. Psycho weirdos are messaging my wife, calling her phone. People are harassing my friends. Roast me fine. there used to be a line. He used to me a line because he's drunk. I don't give a fuck what you say about me, but these psychos are harassing my wife, my family, and my friends. They have no rules, and starting today, neither do I. I never wanted to do any of this. Period. No space. I beg these guys just to chill. Period. And only make fun of me, and they refuse. Period. No space. And so space. Period. Or space comma space. Now I have no choice. So kind of drunk as fuck as he writes these messages. I want to talk about the harassment. I don't believe him. I am one of the most hated people who's ever lived in the totality of all mankind. And I don't get fucking harassing messages. Like I get like random people like saying that I deserve to be killed with a hammer and shit, like in DM, like sporadically. But it's like, that is me as like the guy that runs Kiwi Farms. I don't believe that Jeremy Hambley is getting a bunch of harassing messages towards every member of his family just because PPP makes fun of him on kick.com. I don't believe him. I simply don't believe him. Unless, and this is usually the case with this kind of harassment, unless there was someone specifically motivated to harass her, to try and get things taken down from the internet, perhaps, who perhaps also has a history of domestic violence and might even have protective orders against him for domestic situations already. Some sort of local guy who personally knows his wife, who would be upset about his privacy and cuckold lifestyle coming out, and who might actually be applying some threats of force or harassment against his wife to get that to stop. I believe, this is my take, that he is getting harassing messages, and he is getting his wife is getting harassing messages, and his wife is yelling at him about those harassing messages because PPP is making fun of Adam Sellner, and Adam Seller is telling his wife, "You better fucking stop. You better get them to fucking stop, no matter what it takes." And the cuck's cage has been rattled by the wife, and she's telling him, "My bull's upset, and you got to fix this." And so he took some shots of liquid confidence and has gone onto the internet to show those bastards, PPP and Andy Worski, what for. That's what I believe. I believe that because no other force would be strong enough to like force him to freak out in public like this. Next one. So after threatening to take everything they have, the quartering messages Stake Eddie, Evil Eddie himself, directly going up the chain of command to the very tippy top of kick.com and saying, "Hey, Evil Eddie, we pull about 10,000 daily live viewers and haven't missed a stream in 4 years. I would love to talk to you about some stuff. I'm not looking for a deal, just questions about the platform." So Evil Eddie, according to the quartering, actually added him after this, I guess so that he could talk about getting some kind of contract. But of course, he's going to do the same thing he always does. The same way he offers me money with this unspoken tension that he expects something in return. He's going to offer Kick to get this huge streamer from Rumble, but he's going to need something cleaned up beforehand. What's funny, by the way, is after this message came out, I was diagnosing some issues with Kick, and I was looking at the Kick front page to try and find some live streams to get live data from. And one of them was a Kick, I don't know what his role was. I think he was the lead developer of Kick.com. And I popped in, and there were a couple people who recognized me. So if you saw me doing this, you can vouch for me in the chat. I actually popped in and I asked this guy, "Hey, what does Kick think about the drama channels like Kino Casino?" And at first he thought, he was confused at first. He's like, what's the drama with Kino Casino? They seem fine to me. And then I clarified, no. What do you think about like the genre of like stuff like Kino Casino? And he said, "Oh, they're great. I love them." So the very tippy top of Kick's management, the top developer, knows Kino Casino. And I think that their position on the site is just fine. By the way, I kind of briefly said this in my DMs to quartering, which I'll read in a second, but I firmly believe that Kino Casino is probably one of the top revenue earners for Kick.com. Like for actual money exchange, I think that they're at the top. And I can say that because, as I said, I was looking for data. And every so often, because people send me gifted subs, and I still haven't fixed the fucking gifted subs, so I try to find data so that I can do programming stuff with live data, because the VODs don't store all the events that happen that I'm trying to capture. So I have spent a great deal of time opening random Kick streams and collecting data to try and feed into my overlay to try and get Kick working 100%. I have never seen anyone come close. I mean, not even fucking close to the kind of pull that PPP gets on Kino Casino in regards to gifted subs and subs. There's a streamer who I use very frequently because he streams a lot called Cory who's like Keemstar for Japan. And his chat is the fastest fucking chat I've ever seen. He gets 60,000 plus live viewers. His streams do not get anywhere close to the number of super chats and subscriptions that Kino Casino does. So when they're talking about like my 10,000 daily live viewers, PPP and Kino and Andy don't just get like 5,000, 6,000. They got 10,000 the last stream on Monday. But they don't just get that number. They get money following through. It's not just people watching like Cory-chan. It is people spending money to support them in the process. So the idea that he can shove his weight around against PPP on Kick is literally delusional. It is fucking insane. It's actually insane. I'm very certain that they on Kick directly probably make like as much as like Aiden Ross does from subscribers and super chats and shit, especially for how long they stream without streaming in real life and doing 24-hour streams and shit. So completely empty, very obvious, very transparent, very pathetic. Another tweet, Quartering says, first will be your YouTube. Should I read this like Patrick Tomlinson? First will be your YouTube, which is in violation of ban evasion. Easy takedown. And next will be your Kick. I literally begged you to be reasonable. I tried everything. You chose this. All I wanted was to let you guys dunk on me. But now your channel's already over. Stalker PPP. Pull the trigger. Bang, bang. So that's his threats. And then more. I think that this is a response. Andy Worski replies to one of their prior messages saying, Quartering has admitted to flagging us. He is trying to get us unbanned on Kick for making fun of him. He claims I am ban evading on YouTube. I was unbanned earlier this year. The channel was ran by someone else. Also, you bring up your wife daily. Shut the fuck up. And then Quartering replies to this and says, I have shown unrefuted video evidence that I have in fact not flagged you. Now you have continued to lie about me, Andy. I'll go ahead and take everything you have. I have given you clowns plenty of runway. I think it means leeway. Runway, both publicly and privately. Enough is enough. Too bad. I liked you. And he repeats this like a million times. He likes Andy. According to Andy Worski, the last time before this, the two of them had direct contact. He said that he hoped he died and they'd find his body in a ditch somewhere. So that's just how Hambly shows his love, I guess. I want to say there's something missing here. Oh, this was from last stream, which is why I don't have it open. Hambly showed his report history, and I might have this in a tab somewhere, but someone else who had reported people or not reported people, as I mentioned, I don't believe his report history bullshit because he has 8 million channels and they all have different report history. Like if I flag somebody on my personal YouTube channel and then switch over to Mad at the Internet, I can show, look, no reports on Mad at the Internet, and it will have like a completely different account history because they are different accounts on YouTube. But what's really funny is that someone opened up their report history and noticed that in their table, they had no reports to show, and the table was actually captioned. It just had the header rows, no data, and then a caption on the table that said, there are no reports to show, meaning that it's an empty set. Don't worry, it didn't load or fail to load. You have no reports to show. Hambly's screenshot conspicuously lacked this message, indicating that if you were somebody just trying to, I don't know, take 30 seconds to edit the page to say nothing or remove elements in the DOM to manufacture an image, it wouldn't have this table caption saying that there are no reports because you wouldn't know to add that. So it looked like not only did he have a better opportunity to not flag shit under his main channel, he didn't even bother. He just edited the history potentially in Photoshop or in the DOM to hide it and forgot the message because he didn't know. So next, in reply to BP, a random user on Twitter, I will take it upon myself to mass report Kino Casino clips on YouTube channel in Oblivion with my 8 YouTube channels, which I think is just making fun of Quartering. Quartering says, I don't want this. I just want them to leave my family and friends alone. They can make 1 million Jeremy is a loser videos. I don't care. Just leave the normies out of it is all I ask. The response, by the way, from Kino Casino in regards to these specific complaints is that Jeremy Hambly has repeatedly, and even after this SPAC attack on his streams, repeatedly brings up his wife continuously. And everything they know about his wife and about Adam Seller comes from Andy Worski. God damn it. Now I got 3 people in my head, and I can't manage 3 people. The Quartering has personally said on his own streams. So they're not digging up information about them to attack them, and they wouldn't even know about Adam Seller if he didn't talk about him constantly. But it's just information they have from what he said on stream. Anyways, so that was the other reply I'd already read. I have reached out privately to both him and Pay. I have reached out via intermediary. Foreboding, foreshadowing. All I ask is that they leave my family alone. I begged them to be reasonable. I said making fun of me is fine. They refuse. They want to continue to harass my wife, family, and friends, he says for the millionth time. Pay responds to the prior tweet from taking their YouTube channel for ban evasion. Even Jarbo wasn't this shameless. I will now never ever stop felting you, Jeremy. You genuinely have no power anywhere. You are a cuckold and you won't be doing shit. You are ruining your career and reputation in real time. In a drunken spiral! ! Sober up and seek Christ, buddy. Which obviously was going to happen because I said that on Friday. Like, you're telegraphing to everybody like a fucking Elden Ring boss. Here's my weak spot. I'm powering up my attack. Please don't ever hit me in my weak spot while I power up my attack. That would leave me ever so vulnerable to follow-up attack. It's like, you're just giving guides on how to fuck with you. Why are you doing this? So, not an unexpected reply from PPP. And he was very indignant, by the way. He was very angry about this because it's like, nobody likes being threatened, and they especially don't like being threatened from a position of weakness. I also feel this anger when someone sends me a DM and they're like, you made this post that included an archive that showed that I eat shit and want to fuck kids. And if you don't take this down right now, you will be reported to the FBI for cyberbullying and doxing. And it's just like, you get an email like that and you're like, who the fuck do you think you are making demands from me when this is what you're doing in the fucking shadows? Like, honestly, how do you have the fucking audacity to think that that kind of bullying tactic is going to work? So during this time, by the way, this is when he starts messaging me on private message. And my responses to him are relatively slow because I'm trying to watch a movie. So there's and he just goes, there's long chains of replies to me. So I just let him talk. And then after I remember to look again, I check out what's going on and then I reply. The Quartering says, I have reached out both privately to him and PPP. I have reached out via, which is me. But I literally begged you, other fans justifying making my wife live in terror. I hope you all support them financially because it's your fault they are about to lose $100,000 a year. I would say that Andy Worski and PPP probably make closer to $500,000 a year, if I had to guess. Because they do make a lot of fucking money. Tristan replies, says, keep it legal, don't stoop to their tactics. And he says, that's easy. Tristan is a faggot, by the way. He also replied to one of my tweets and replied to him and said, it's just a total suck ass. Then, while having a conversation with PPP, I said to him this the offer, and he became so enraged by this offer that he immediately posted it to the public timeline. And they're kind of set in motion the shower text thing, which I don't feel bad about, because number one, he's literally asking me to talk to PPP, and number two, he's saying throughout the entire thing that he expects them to be public. So there's not like an expectation of privacy. You're talking to somebody who doesn't really know you, and you're threatening to do criminal things, which I'll explain. So PPP says, just so people are aware, these are the Mafia Don extortion tactics that the quartering is now using in private DMs with Josh Moon. You were not King Hamley. You need to accept the fact that I can call you a cuck on the lowercase I internet. You have a bull in your house, pound sand. And then there is the DM change. So let's just show the actual offer, which I'll read the rest of the DMs later. Unofficial truce. They delete the videos attacking our marriage. I never mention him again. By the way, not even just the videos making fun of her, very specifically attacking the marriage, which would probably include anything involving seller. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connections to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend who apparently has a questionable past. But this is an exploding offer, which is also like a drunk euphemism, I guess. I think he's trying to refer to like a 007 James Bond like self-destructing message, but very awkward statement. If they want to go to war, I will win, which just invokes in my mind that meme of like the Redditor, like looking like Thanos and like closing his Thanos gauntlet. Like, you really think you got a lot of power, huh, buddy? You think you're a big boy, huh? I assume, and this is, again, it's like, why you can't be mad at me for this. I assume all these messages will be public, but I, like Andy, just got rid of the videos. Just get rid of the videos claiming I let some faggot fuck my wife, and they continue to make 10K a month on YouTube, and I move on. But they continue to spread disgusting lies about my family, and I have no choice but to react. It's time for them to make a business decision. This is a win-win. I can burn it all down, LOL. I have 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. If they balk, that's not on you, and I still support Kiwi Farms. Broker the ceasefire, and everyone wins. So I'll just read the entire thing later, but that's the offer that I was instructed to send to PPP, which I did. And then PPP immediately posted this in public because it's obvious like extortion. There's several things in this, but the main one is his claim that he has 5 years guaranteed salary at Rumble. Last we heard, he's actually renewing his Rumble contract. And I think he was even saying that it's looking iffy because of his numbers or some shit. Like, that was part of his Wings of Redemption, Schrodinger's begging thing. It's like, oh, Lord, I'm going to have to really make up the money if I can't get this Rumble contract renewed. So, not sure what the deal with that is. And I don't know where the 5 years comes from. I think that this might tie into the Rumble. Remember a long time ago, he deliberately showed his dashboard to show off that he had $900,000 worth of unpaid debt from Rumble that was just sitting in like a wallet waiting to be paid out. And I explained at the time that I have a similar wallet on mine, and there were months where they would not pay out the full amount, and it would kind of stack, and then they paid out like a long overdue amount all at once. So it's they have liabilities to you, and they will pay out whatever they can when they can. I think the reason that his liabilities are $900,000 is because he probably has something like a 5-year contract for $1 million, and they might have a performance review every year. So he might only have like gotten, however much money from them, and now they're going to have to look at his performance and decide if they're going to keep him or not coming up soon. And if they decide not to, then all that money goes away, and he's only going to make the money he's actually getting from super chats and stuff. And based off the data he leaked, he doesn't make fuck all on locals or on super chats. So it goes from like $10,000, $20,000 a month, I think it was, to nothing immediately. So that could be why he's so freaked out about this. Maybe Rumble doesn't want to cuck or something. They might include that in their performance review. So that was the first DM leak. And then the response from the quartering in regards to this was the Thanos snap. Scorched Earth tomorrow at 12 Central Time. I love having such an amazing topic to start the week out with. And many people were speculating, what is this going to be? Could this be a big flop, like when Sargon of Akkad decided to do the stream on Medicare, calling him a groomer, and he was muted for like 20 minutes straight because he wasn't reading his chat? Could that be it? People were wondering, would it be the starfish video? And the scorned A-logs of the casino were prepping their biggest, reddest text to remind everybody that Andy Worski streamed CP on whatever fucking date, 2019. They were hoping, was Jeremy Hambley going to go full A-log and use the Kiwi Farms and epically own Andy Worski in PPP? So I featured this thread. And I was I was fucking hyped for this. I had Rumble open. I was waiting for the live, and PvP's fat. That's true. That's true. And I was waiting for this to go live, and I even sent him a message in DMs like, "Hey, are you late? You know, are you going to go live?" I asked not Andy, PPP. I asked PPP, like, is it normal for him to be late? And he said, it's super unnormal. He's super on time every stream. Like, he has a technical fuck up, but he's starting to stream on time every time. So he just didn't go. And then the time rolled on. His normal show for the day started. The chat was a war zone. People were getting banned everywhere. And he was just kind of smuckling to himself while half-heartedly reading the news about Iran. A country, by the way, he could not identify on a map. It took him 10 minutes to find the Strait of Hormuz. And apparently he thinks the Middle East is in Indonesia and South America. So he doesn't know anything about geography. He doesn't know anything about Middle Eastern conflicts. But he has to read the news like a fucking automaton, regardless, to make money. So that's the kind of content that people were getting, and he was You could like see him doing that scornful gaze at his screen as he banned people. And I was even in chat, and I was like, "Hey, buddy, are you doing the Scorched Earth thing now? What's the deal? Are you doing it with Hannah Claire?" And I got no reply, left on red. So I had to edit the feature message to let everybody know that Jeremy Hambley was going to let them down, and there'd be no Scorched stream. But he smuckled and said, I see that many people have showed up. New audience members have shown up to watch the stream, as if to be like, ha ha, hee hee, I trolled you all into watching my boring non-tent. So now I make the big bucks, and my Rumble contract is locked in for another $1 trillion, and you're all epically owned. Then, this is, I think, the clip.
Poor Mrs. the Quartering having to scavenger hunt stuff for herself. Where's her scavenger hunt, Jeremy?
I know what this is.
I think she enjoyed watching me struggle. There were like little riddles that probably were for kids. You know, like it wasn't like that difficult. Some of them were weird.
Intimidated. That's respectful of her.
She didn't want to humiliate me more than she normally does.
This is like a double entendre. This clip was clipped because he's talking about how his wife humiliates him more than she usually does. I suppose when she's having extramarital relations with Adam Sellner. However, the more humiliating thing about this is that he's saying that his wife did an Easter egg hunt for him. His wife went around the house hiding Easter eggs, I guess with like amiibos in it or some shit, or Funko Pops, and he ran around his house looking for Easter eggs that his wife had set up for them. Just like bizarre, really truly bizarre. But no, it's the weird clip at the end about being humiliated that's got people's attention. Let's see.
Prison. It's been really weird.
I had the craziest dream I maybe ever had in my life, but like I guess I'm not allowed to share stories because if I share a story, it gets turned around against me. Even though I willingly told the story, apparently I've been exposed. like I willingly tell the story and have retold the story many times about not making it to the bathroom in Walmart. Yet it gets twisted into like, oh, he's exposed.
Look at that ick. Watch this. Watch Melanie Mac.
Bathroom in Walmart. Yet it gets twisted into like
that look. That icky.
Yet it gets twisted
Looks at the screen to see chat.
into like
Uncomfortably
you
touches
said
her hair. Like, ew.
Oh, it's like
Who exposed for pooping his pants?
yeah. It's like I told that story.
And, like who hasn't? Who hasn't had
Yeah.
a you know?
She can't say the words. Melanie Mac had to put brakes on her mental train, to avoid saying the words, who hasn't shit their pants? Because either she has shit her pants, and that's really embarrassing to tell people, or I don't know. I assume that she probably had a period story where she spotted or something, and she realized that's not really the appropriate comparison because this man is shitting his pants. So I can't wait to hear what she has to say.
A poop pants incident as an adult.
Let them
Everybody-
cast the first
yeah,
stone.
Exactly.
Well, you know what Jesus
Okay, Melanie Mac shits her pants.
says about pooping her pants. So I had this dream last night.
Let the record be shown to the Sims that Melanie Mac shits herself. Melanie Mac sharted, and she relates to the quartering because she too has shit herself. Very fascinating. Okay, this is out of order. 1 second. Any way I can do this? I wish I could just open up one chat instead of like every chat ever conceived. No, I can't just like look at my without showing like who else has messaged me. Shit. That's very annoying. Okay, let me find the messages real quick so I don't have to do that. Sorry, I don't know how I guess I just assumed I could show my my own messages. But that did not happen. Oh god, here we go. Okay. So I just dumped what my screenshots, which I had been taking because I didn't know if he would delete anything. But here we go. Okay, so this is the first message I received out of the blue on, I believe, Sunday? Yeah, Sunday night. He says, if they don't leave my family out of it, I am going to take everything they have. I'll never apologize for it either. I haven't done any flagging. Their channel is a walking TOS violation, and I know they are ban evading. It would have been way easier to have their channel removed. I haven't done that. I know you're big mad at me, but if they keep bringing my family into shit, I will act. It's important to understand how I, as a mentally deficient person, reads messages. I will respond to a message at the very first thing that I see that warrants a response, and I almost always ignore the rest of the message. I also tend to respond to later things first, which is why it's important to be very concise when talking to me, because otherwise I'll completely forget what the fuck you're talking about and respond to the first thing that pisses me off and forget the rest of it. That's what I do, okay? So he says, I know you're big mad at me, but if you keep bringing my family into shit, I will act. And my immediate response is to that message, because it's like, I barely fucking know you. I don't know why I would ever be angry at you. I have no association with you whatsoever. I barely fucking know you. Like, why would I be mad at you? So I say, I'm not mad at you, and I have no idea why you would choose to precede any statement with such an obviously false and just disingenuous pretense. Because it's like, how can I be mad at you? I don't fucking know you. But then I back up PPP because it's a ridiculous claim. If you think PPP is ordering people or even casually implying that people should contact anyone in your family, you're wrong, but I think you know that. Because my immediate suspicion at this point in time is that he is using this as a pretense to go out. I actually say this. I also think that as a 2-decade veteran of internet communications and someone around during Gamergate, you know by now that the one thing you should never do is give harassment attention. So I'm not sure why you're choosing to do that. Operative word being choosing. The one thing that stands out as a possibility, of course, is that like Brianna Wu, you're using alleged harassment as a pretense for a deplatforming campaign, which would be ridiculous and morally abhorrent, but you also know that. So I tried to call this out as roundly as I possibly could, as some fucking bullshit that he should know is some fucking bullshit. And let me find this real quick. I think it's skeptical. Oh, what is it? It's like pessimistic. What is, oh, cynical. Cynical is the word. Whenever I think of like super cynical stuff, I think of this icon. Oh no, I can't find it anymore because it's from Crusader Kings 2. It's a personality trait, and it's just like this extremely cynical looking furrowed brow icon. And I have that trait in real life. I just have the most furrowed brow, cynical expression at all times. I read this, I'm like, I know what you're fucking doing. You have written up this facade of intent, and I know exactly what you're up to, and fuck you. That's my cynicism. So then the second, I didn't know this would be a long conversation, so I just recapped this. Number one, I want to capture that he responded to the one thing that stands out as a possibility, of course, is that, like Brianna Wu, you're using harassment as a pretense for a deplatforming campaign. He responds to this message with a flex emoji. And when I received this in real time, I was very confused to if this was him agreeing with me and him being like, yeah, I'm flexing my connections, or was he like drunk? And did he like accidentally fat thumb a reaction to this message? But then he replies, it sucks because I like Andy, I guess, which, as we've established, is bullshit. You're right. I should ignore her. Problem solved, right? Josh, heroically, through the powers of cynicism, have called out this bullshit and set the course straight. And in particular, I just want to clarify, because I saw some comments saying that I was too nice to Hambly and I shouldn't try to help him. I want to clarify my position. First of all, my initial concern was actually to prevent PPP from having problems. I wanted to dissuade him from going down this route because I didn't want people to have to deal with this bullshit. It's 2026. We shouldn't have to be worrying about deplatforming. So that was my first concern. I was like, maybe I can just tell him to knock the fuck off and he'll take the high road, as he should probably do. And that would solve the issue. The second is, as I've said before, my idea of a lolcow is somebody who ignores good advice. And therefore, I have no issues giving good advice to basically anyone who asks me for advice. I'll try to give the best advice I can possibly give to basically anyone who asks me for it and solicits my input. Because number one, very few people ever do that. And number two, there's a payoff to this. If they choose to ignore it, and I actually tried to help them, I feel like that's funnier. I feel like it's really, really funny if somebody has a roadmap on how to deal with this problem and navigate it more efficiently, and they just choose not to. I actually think that's really comedic. So I don't hold back in trying to give actual advice, and it's not because of any connection to Hambly or that I'm trying to help him because he's helping me in some way. It's more that this is the setup to a joke, and the joke will be when he fucks up everything, and you can look back at my messages and see that I was right. That's my internal narrative structure, and it's not as a humanitarian as you might be led to believe if you're cynical about my intentions. So immediately after, and this was 11 minutes. So I finally looked at my phone and I saw he had responded to this 11 minutes ago, and I screen captured. I thought, that's it. Bring. I got another message. I have tried to reason with them. Now I have no choice but to take everything I have. I hate that because I like Andy. Let me actually make sure that this is in the right order, because I'm a little bit skeptical, because there's like no fucking way that's what he sent immediately after that message. It is. So immediately after him saying, you're right, I should ignore it, he then says, I tried to reason with them. Now I have no choice but to take everything they have. So that is exactly how the message went, and it was sent an hour and 20 minutes later, which is exactly where my fucking movie ended, where I stopped watching it. So, because I was reading this. So an hour and a half later, he responds at almost 9 p.m. Eastern time, saying, I tried to reason with them, and now I hate that because I like Andy. So let me go back to the messages and start from there. If I can find them again. Okay. So this is my response. I said, nobody can stop you from trying, but the road of lawfare and deplatforming is extremely high risk. Kino Casino is one of the biggest streams on Kick with probably the highest revenue on the platform. They also do paint by numbers pretty well and don't really do anything too offensive by today's standards. Their fans are also dedicated. So, point by point, they have a great standing on Kino Casino and on YouTube for that matter. They are pretty cautious. They watch what they say. They make offensive jokes, but they're kind of like safe edgy by today's standards. And then their fans are dedicated. So if they got banned off of Kick, obviously their fans would move. Not all of them, but enough of them where they wouldn't really have to worry about their income being affected too much. They have other options. They would go on Rumble, they said. And Rumble obviously works for my purposes. So then I clarify, because it sounds like he's threatening litigation too. I say, meanwhile, lawfare can take 5 years. The Russell Greer case, in case you're wondering, has been going on since 2020. And they can find sympathetic representation at a good rate. Well, you'll have to find full-priced attorneys. I bet you fucking money we could find an attorney that is licensed to practice probably in the Federal District of Wisconsin, which is much easier to get pro hoc vice into than finding somebody in the state bar in Wisconsin. But I guarantee you he could find somebody worthwhile for a good rate. And then he says, yeah, man, I get it. I don't blame you at all. Weird casing because he's drunk. Kick CEO already added me back, so we'll see. I never cared about them memeing on me at all. And I get people's, which I don't think he does. But, yeah, he's braggadocious. The Evil Eddie already added him on Twitter to hear that lucrative deal that might require some sacrifice. You gotta cut the, what is it? You have to sacrifice the chaff to save the wheat, buddy. You gotta make a little correction, a little circumcision of the Kino Casino to get his love. And then he says, viewers. Oh wait, my response is even going down that road opens you up to the scorn and ridicule of the entire uppercase I internet. So I'm not sure how it's advantageous. You're broadcasting to everyone. This is what I can't stand, and it really bothers me. Please don't do it. Jeremy Hambley replies to this and says, viewers will do whatever, but now my wife is literally terrified, so I have to act. And then he unfortunately committed suicide mid-sentence. And what is the funniest fucking typo ever conceived ever? So no, I think what he meant to write was to act. Or action, to do something. I have to do something. I have to act. To act. I have to act. But unfortunately, he just said to act. And he died. Okay, let me check to make sure that the flow is correct again. Okay, this is correct. So this is the same correct order. I've just confirmed. I hear that taking down channels is something I never wanted to do in 20 years, except Mr. Menaker. And then some other shit that they found later on YouTube. But I begged them to be reasonable. I honestly didn't know about my friend and his shit, lol, or LO, and then lol. That's also false. PPP found a clip where Jeremy Hambley years ago said that Adam Seller was his friend of 10 years. And that would actually be during the time that he got his DV stuff. So he should be very aware of who he is and what he's up to. I haven't talked to him since. This is also a backpedal. So now this is how you know it's the bull who's causing him problems. He messed with the bull, now he's getting the horns. Because he never threw any fits like this about his wife getting bullied and mocked relentlessly for being eggless and miserable. But now that Adam is in the way, it's a serious issue. He said, haven't talked to him since. I had no idea he was such a degen, as if to try and throw people off the scent that, like, oh, I guess he didn't know. I guess that problem's solved now. He literally, just like last stream, said that he was going to go shoot darts with Adam again. So it's like he knew. He's always known. And he's not talking to him because the idea that he's not talking to him because he's now figured out he's such a degenerate is a joke. So, no, that bridge is just fine. I then follow this up and I say, let's put it this way. Let's say that you get them deplatformed and then they sue for something like tortuous interference. They can call your wife and seller in as witnesses and they get 6 hours to depose them under oath. They can also subpoena your tax records. It's not fun. And my point in mentioning that is the whole argument he's trying to avoid with PPP is about giving over his tax records because he considers that private information. Why should I have to do that? Well, it's like if you're going to bring up this stuff in defamation into a case, they can say, fine, let's prove it. Let's prove that we are defaming you. Get your tax records for the last 7 years, and then let's have a court-appointed CPA go over the numbers, and let's see if we're right or not, which would just be giving them what they've been asking for anyways, but much more expensively. And then the part about the depositions, like, do you really want to subject people to court depositions? Do you like, you're supposed to be sad about your wife, right? But apparently not, if you're willing to put her in a hot office room in a county court to depose them by and get cross-examined by PPP's attorney, which I'm sure will not be a good time, but he doesn't seem to care. He says, I'm not worried about lawfare. My wife supports me absolutely, and their lies are literal fiction. She's the one that said to do it. So she got the horns, and she told the cock, rattled his cage, and said, you got to make this shit go away, whatever it takes. And then he's like drunk texting, like, yeah, bitch, I'll see you in fucking deposition, motherfucker. I'll bring my fucking tax records. We'll get to the bottom of this shit. Cool. Okay, and then the follow-up to this at the end of this message. She's the one that said to do it. I really wish they would have followed the rules, in quotes. Roast me all you want, like Coffee Brain Coffee, but my family is off limits. I don't need to sue to get their YouTube shut down. PPP is ban evading. I don't want to do that. I have not sent a single flag, and I know you will publish all this. So, first of all, I actually did, I think, dissuade him from talking lawfare, because after this, he course-corrected him, like, okay, fine, I'll just take their channels then, bish. Because he realized, oh, wait, that's a really, really, really bad idea to bring in the law and go to a deposition. That seems like a terrible idea, actually. Well, fine, I'll just take their YouTube channel. And then he acknowledges again that I'm authorized to publish this because he's talking to me with no concept of privacy whatsoever. And then I say, yeah, but they can sue for that, potentially, and then you have discovery anyways. It's not a one-way street. So I'm trying to play defense here in a way by being reasonable and saying, look, you can do whatever you want, but you're not the only person who can sue. As we saw with the Liz Fong Jones stuff, if you threaten to sue somebody, you can actually force their hand. They can force your hand by getting a declaratory judgment, and that might proceed to discovery anyways. So it's a really bad idea. It's a bad idea to do any of this. Just fucking leave it alone. Next message. You're right, but I am not worried about discovery at all. That's what they want. But I have nothing to hide. But he won't give over his tax records. It's like, if you have nothing to hide and you want to talk to PPP and you're willing to give up your tax records and have your wife deposed under oath, why not just do the Caleb Hammer thing? Caleb Hammer is like a really big channel. You might actually get new viewers from that. That's why he fucking does. I actually had to unfollow him because there was a point where he was just interviewing whores, like one after the other. And it's like, I don't want to hear what a cock-sucking whore has to say about taquitos, bro. You fucking greasy gay boy. You're promoting pornography to me. They're on your show because they're getting money by advertising. And it's like, I don't fucking appreciate this fucking pornography stick. But, anyways. Hell, I offered to give a fat retard nobody financial deals, and then he backed out of it. I don't know why I'm even messaging you, because I know you'll sell me out anyways. It's just the old lowercase I internet in me. I guess he did specify which one. I used to love Andy and meme culture. But my wife is terrified. Weirdos are messaging her, and she's ignoring me. It was all good back in the day, when it was just him and his buddy Andy Worski reading Know Your Meme together, laughing at all the funny dog memes. But things have changed. Things are more serious these days. I then follow up and say, as far as I'm aware, by the way, all three of us got unbanned. This is while talking to PPP. And he's like, you know what? We're not even banned. I'm like, yeah, you're right. We're not banned. My channel on YouTube's not banned. My gaming channel is not banned. The Kino Casino clip channel is not banned. And Andy Worski got his channel back just now. So it's like, none of them are banned. None of us are banned. We're not ban evading. He says, I had no choice. I hope that's true, TB. I hope it's true that they're not ban evading, so I can take it from them again. Like, what Why are you happy that they're not ban evading if it undermines your entire point that you can easily take their channel down? But he course corrects and says, but their channel is basically a full-on TOS violation. So I ask, how? How is it a TOS violation? Lay it down for me. Break out the fucking terms. Let's see. Go line by line. Let me know. He says, I think most of it is probably within the lines. TBH, I have no idea why that video got flagged, then reinstated because you reported it, or Adam Seller reported it, and then they had a human review it. And the human review concluded there was no PII leaked. Then reinstated, but it was my buddy, but it was public record, so that was odd. I have never... He actually admits, and he's backtracked this, maybe it was my buddy, but it was public record. So he knows that he knows the bull is pissed off. This is why he's saying this. He knows the bull is pissed off. He knows the bull is giving his wife the horns, and his cuck cage is getting rattled. And he's thinking, well, I guess he could be out there flagging. I really don't know. And then he admits it was public record. So I guess that's probably why it got reinstated. He must have submitted a privacy complaint, and then they looked at it and said, oh, these are just court documents. You're allowed to review court documents on YouTube. There's entire channels with multiple million viewers who do it every day. So he says that was odd, and it's odd because it got reinstated. I have never seen a video get taken down so fast, so I have no idea what it was even in it. That was a privacy complaint. That's what the message said. That wasn't me, but Eddie. But Evil Eddie over at Kick already added me. Let's not trifle with this middling clip channel. Let's go for the crown jewels. Let's go for the big pot on Evil Eddie's Stake.us poker table, aired on Kick.com. And it says, and if I want to, I could take their channel. I really don't want to, but I have begged them to be reasonable. I have zero interest in dealing with this shit. But then he lets us know that it's not even his choice. He is a victim here to his wife. But if my wife gets one more call or text message, I'll burn it all down, and my viewers will support me. I don't know if you're married or with anyone. I still think your coffee review was one of the best. This is so weird. I don't know, like, yeah, I'm going to do evil stuff, but, like, you're nice? I don't know if you're married or with anyone. I still think your coffee review is one of the best. But when you're with someone, if not now, you'll know this. This is no option. So he's basically saying he has no authority whatsoever to usurp the wishes of his wife, even if he absolutely positively knows and admits that his shit will get fucking wrecked if he does what she's asking. That's what he's saying. And it's like, buddy, I don't know what kind of relationships you get into, but you are the only master of your own actions. And even if you're with somebody who has a bad idea, you can just not do that if you really, really think it's not a bad idea. Unless, of course, you're in a cuck cage and your wife's getting the horns from the bull, and then you're not really a master of your own destiny. You're not really in control of your own life anymore, and just kind of whipped. Then you might make serious mistakes that you know are mistakes as you do them because you're trying to placate somebody. That might be the issue. And then he says, I'm not mundane Matt. My viewers will 100% support this, which I can prove is not the case. And then he says, I stand by supporting your site's legal battle. Either way, Josh. So this is like the fourth time that he's indicated to me that he intends to support the forum in some way. If you've ever given me a fucking hell yeah, I think it's hell yeah, that's like 1 penny. If you've given me a single kick for 1 hell yeah on Kick, you have supported me more financially than Hambly ever has and probably ever will. So there it is. Thraxican for 1 penny sends a hell yeah. Sneedberg for 1 penny. Swamp Hermit and Punish Surf and other. Oh my God, the pennies are just flowing in, chat. All of these people have financially supported my legal battles more than Jeremy Hambly. Thank you, everybody, for your hell yes. See, on PPP's channel, they get to shout out the $5 subs. I shout out the 1 penny hell yes. That's how this works. That's why I'm in financial straits. Help! Help! My finances are under attack from the radical IRS. Anyways. Okay, so my reply to this, trying again to bring people down to reality, I say, okay, so like, there are people out there who don't like PPP. Believe it or not, I've met them. They really fucking hate them. And if you say stuff like my wife is getting angry messages, so I'm going to attack PPP, you're basically telegraphing to these people that they should fuck with your wife because it might cause problems for two people they don't like at the same time. So if you're one of these guys who doesn't give a shit about Jeremy Hambley, but spams the fuck out of the Kino Casino thread with the same bullshit over and over again in full caps, red lettering, size 7, you might think this like, hey, maybe I should message the bull on a burner number and call him a cockhold. Maybe that will piss him off, and maybe that'll cause problems for Jeremy Hambley and PPP. Fuck yeah. Like and there are people, like, I don't know, should I even say this? When Kino Casino was young, it was not just Andy Worski and PPP. And my understanding, based off what I've seen, is that some of those people left behind are very angry at PPP to this day. So those people are what I'm referring to with this. Like, yeah, he's got dedicated A-logs. Everybody on the internet fucking does. And you're basically giving them an instruction book on how to fuck with you at your own disadvantage to fuck with PPP. And it's like, you're a retard. You're a fucking retard is what I'm trying to say in so many words. So Hambley responds and says, you're right, but I'm not worried about discovery. Oh, wait, no. This is another one at the bottom. Oh, I have one more message. That's why it's generally recommended you don't say stuff like that on the internet in public. Because, again, you're giving instruction manuals to people who don't like you and how to fuck with you. Josh, and this is the weirdest, honestly, this right here is the weirdest message of the entire conversation and the one that really gives me the Nick Rekieta vibes. Because look what he's asking me here. He says, Josh, can we agree? Now, I think that I'll give both the interpretations when I read it. Josh, can we agree? I can take their kick in YouTube right. If I actually wanted to, they would be deplatformed outside of DLive in a week. I don't want that. I just want them to leave my family alone. I don't care how many Jeremy is a cuck videos they put out. So there are two interpretations of this. One I think is more credible than the other. The first is that he's asking me for direct permission to take kick in YouTube, which I don't think he is, unless it's actually roundabout to the other interpretation. He's asking, do I acknowledge his power? That was my interpretation. And that is honestly one of the weirdest things I've ever been asked. Like, I've seen a lot of weird shit, but someone directly asking me if I acknowledge their power to deplatform kicking YouTube channels is honestly one of the weirdest fucking things anybody's ever asked me. Because it's like, are you asking me to validate your ego? Your sense of power and authority? Do you want me to acknowledge that you're a king? Like, what are you asking me here? And then the other interpretation that he's asking for permission could be roundabout. Like, he's asking me to acknowledge his power, and in doing so, I'm granting like royal assent for him to go out and prove it or something. Like, or maybe that's it. Maybe he's daring me to ask him, I don't believe that shit for brains. You go out there and prove it right now. I want to see both those channels flagged down post haste. Like, is that what he's expecting me to do in response? I honestly don't. Honestly speaking, had not a fucking clue what the intent of this message is or how he expected I would react and for what purpose he sent it. I have no clue. So he sends me this message and then he follows this up. And this is one of the things that I left on red for about 10 minutes while I was watching my show. He says, like, there's a delay there. Let me go check the time between, he sends me this message. I left him on unread and then he follows up the other messages. You can tell because there's a gap there. Let me check how long I made him wait before he got nervous and had to like follow that up with a thing. He waits about 3 minutes. He waits about 3 minutes before getting nervous that I haven't responded, and then follows it up with the following messages. He says, like, I have a non-Pajit YouTube rep. You know that, right? PPP also does through Kino Casino clips. On one phone call, gone. Again, the Reddit Janny meme with the Thanos snap thing going on. Like, that's just the mental image I get reading this. I have to find this. I think it will augment the reading experiment here if it's on the screen. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Reddit me soy jack hand clutch meme. Yeah. Yeah. Here we go. Oh yeah. This is the good shit. Yep. Okay. Let's put the other thing back on and read it. I think this will augment the viewing experience here. Okay. I actually think they have incredible ceiling. They are hilarious. They just have to stay within the TOS. They don't have many attempts left. They are amazing at this. The show is hilarious. I would literally be promoting it even if they made fun of me. But they don't understand the line. This isn't 2001. At least I will forever know my coffee is better than Peppa. All right, let's break this down like a cardboard box, chat. As I said, first one, Kino Casino Clips has its rep. Everybody with over 100,000 subscribers has a rep. This 1, 2, 3, 4 next messages about the how great they are. It is weird, and it's very Ricada-esque how he mixes malicious intent with flattery. And it's a very weird thing. I don't have a name for it. I think actually there's this meme of like the narcissist prayer. It's like a Facebook woman meme, because whenever there's like a bad relationship, women talk about how they had narcissism, and there's like the narcissist prayer where it's like, even if I did do it, then you deserved it. It goes on like that, right? And it just goes. It's just about manipulation, and this feels like manipulation, where it's like he has to establish that he likes them and he wants them to succeed, and therefore the bad thing he's doing is obviously justified because he likes them so much that he would never ever ever do the bad thing that he knows is bad unless he absolutely had to. And it's like a very weird, covert, narcissistic thing that attempts to walk two paths at the same time. The path of righteous above it allism, and the path of being a complete and total fucking dickhead constantly. And that's very reminiscent of Nick Ricada, and it's hard to directly compare these things because they're this sort of ephemeral, cerebral experience. The experience of being on the receiving end of this and having to have my brain multi-track what's going on, both what I'm literally reading and what is subliminally being broadcasted to me to attempt to persuade me. And when I get my suspicion is aroused and my cynical perk activates, that's where my mind goes. I'm reading this and I'm thinking, what are you trying to do? Because it's not what you're trying to say, it's what you're trying to do. And then this message is a banger. I will forever know my coffee is better than Peppa's. His coffee was good. And this actually, I spoke to a coffee expert who watched my review and said that I did a really good job reviewing coffee as a person who doesn't know anything about coffee. And he also said that the flavor profile I described was a really high quality profile that probably took somebody who really knows coffee to make it. And it was for his professional judgment that there was no fucking way Jeremy Hambley actually made this coffee because it's too good. And he immediately suspected it was a white label. And we had a brief discussion about how it's probably about how he was surprised. I told him that he didn't advertise it as a white label. He said he owned the equipment. He did the burning or the the roasting, not the burning. You don't want to burn the coffee beans. You want to roast them. He did the roasting like in-house in this warehouse, which nobody has ever seen any evidence of exists. Like there's no pictures of him walking around like, hey guys, it's me, Jeremy Hambley. I'm here in the fucking coffee brand coffee roasting. Here's my lead roaster, Miguel. Miguel is from Latin America. He grew up on a coffee bean farm. He's an expert at coffee. He develops our flavor profiles. Like if you were trying to promote your coffee and the fact that you do the in-house roasting, that's what you would do, right? You would show off like your cool building and all your expensive equipment and your fancy packaging system and your K-Cups. Like this is straight off the K-Cup line. This was an expensive system, it's proprietary, but I know a lot of people like K-Cups. And then you have Miguel's like, see, the coffee, when you roast it, you have to roast it at this temperature for the smoky aromas. And it's like, but he never did that, ever. And he can't do that, because I think that he white labels it at this point in time. Anyways, In my review, by the way, I compared it to Peppa Pigskin. What the fuck's Pippa? He spelled it wrong, and now it's like a black hole. Not PPP, Peppa Pipkins, and her quote unquote her coffee from Phase Connect, which was shit. It tasted like it tasted like how a barn smells. I remember it was a very vivid experience and it was terrible. And it smelled, when you smell the beans, like strawberry. So they like coated it in like a strawberry aroma, and then it tasted like a horse's ass, basically. Not even an exaggeration. So the comparison was quite abroad, and he remembered that for some reason. That Peppa Pigskin her coffee was lackluster. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know. This is me replying to this bizarre rant that he posted at me. Sometimes you think something is really easy to deplatform and it ends up being impossible. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. It's kind of hard to say a fat guy dressed like Peter Cottontail is posing an imminent threat. The last stream that PPP had done was on Saturday before Sunday Easter. And he was dressed as Peter Cottontail. He was the Easter Bunny in a full Easter Bunny body suit. It wasn't a bodysuit. It was like a costume with like body paint, and it was really good. It was really fucking good. He had the perfect rabbit nose, like aesthetic, like prosthetic put on to give him like a rabbit face. It was very a lot of effort went into it, and I'm just imagining like a YouTube like moderator watching a video about a guy being cucked by a criminal, and it's just Peter fucking Cottontail, 300 plus pounds, bouncing up and down, going, whoa, buddy. It's like, how is anyone going to take that seriously and be like, this is an imminent threat to human life? I'm taking this video down right now. Like, you're never going to survive scrutiny on that shit. Yeah, the worst carrot ever. Andy Worski couldn't keep his fucking hat on for 5 minutes. The motherfucker. Ruining PPP, especially in comparison. PPP, full body paint, full costume. Peter Cottontail mogged the Andy Carrot, who couldn't even keep the hat on. So, and then he says, lol, yeah, that's true. Even acknowledging that it's going to be an uphill battle, and he probably won't even get the results that he wants because PPP is Peter Cottontail Max. Next. This is another addendum at the end. So after a couple minutes, again, I left him on red. It's like, I see the message, like, okay, he acknowledges it. We're done, right? That's the end of the conversation. You acknowledge my points. You understand the wisdom of my message. I have nothing more to say. This concludes our business. I want to see what happens to this guy who works at the wood processing plant and recycling paper. He says, but like, I don't want to deplatform them. I want to promote them. I want to put you in the middle, so I'll leave this here. I still support Kiwi Farms existing, and I will help in any way I can with the legal battle. I appreciate you being open to chatting about it. I never flagged them. It's not true. I assume it was the normies they were outing. I assume it was my bull who flagged down your video, Sar. You know, I've been around long enough to know flagging shit is a death sentence. Yeah. Rightfully so. And then I back this up. He's going in the direction that I prefer. He is acknowledging these points, and he's potentially avoiding a problematic situation that I don't wish for. So I try to agree with him. Like, good point. I say, yeah, I know. Nobody likes a Randall. Though I still don't think they cross any red line in modern era Kick or even YouTube. So just cementing. Let's nail this fucking coffin shut, right? It's dead. Let's nail it shut. Make sure it doesn't rise from the grave. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't. So don't even try. I'm just curious, why this now? Now, at this point, I'm asking him a follow-up question. I'm asking him a follow-up question because at this point in time, I am angry. I'm angry that I've been put in the middle of this, and I'm angry that this guy is considering legal avenues to fuck with people on the internet for no reason, because nobody deserves that. It's such bullshit. It lasts forever. It's just a huge pain in the ass. And it's very mentally taxing, even if you're on top of shit. So I'm asking him a question because I'm going to screen cap it, as I've been screen capping the conversation. And I'm hoping that he'll say something that if he were to sue PPP, he would actually undermine his credibility in a case. So at this point, I'm thinking I have to find some way to undercut this guy just in case. because he's the antithesis of everything that I vouch for on the internet. So I say, I'm just curious. Why this now? Because they've been saying a lot about your relationship and behavior with Melanie Mack and Hannah Claire for months. What happened in the last week to cause a crisis? Which not only serves that purpose I mentioned of trying to find evidence, but also it is curious. Like, they've been making fun of Hannah Claire and Melanie Mack, Melonless Mack, and hashtag free Hannah Claire for months. And you're okay with that. Why is that okay? They've been making fun of your wife for months. Why is that okay? Why just now? And very specifically, what happened in the last week? And I want to hear him say the bull. He says, yeah, it's never been an issue until people started spamming my wife. People, and some nebulous people who never ever, until at any point in the last year or more that they've been talking about the quartering, never did anybody spam the quartering's wife until the bull got involved. And it's like, I wonder who's spamming the wife. He says, I literally don't care that they make fun of me. Like, her family has seen this shit. So I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe someone has sent the bull over to her family. Or maybe they did send it over to the family. And now her family's like, Heather, I've heard that your husband's making you fuck other men, Heather. Is that true? I'm worried about you. And now she's like, fuck, my mom knows that I'm a hot wife. That's very embarrassing. That might have actually happened. I don't know. It could have. I'm not saying that's not true. I'm not saying that her parents weren't involved, but it may not be in the way that he's describing it, where he's saying that they're just being harassed and now they have to cope with that somehow. And then this is the original offer, which I'll reread. Unofficial truce. They delete the videos attacking our marriage. I never mention them again. The more they do it, the more I want to flex my connections to bury them. This is a one-time offer. They can meme on anyone else they want. I don't care if they meme on my friend, who apparently has a questionable past, but this is an exploding offer. If they want to go to war, I will win. I assume all these messages will be public, but like Andy, I just get rid of the videos claiming I let some faggot fuck my wife, and they continue to make 10K a month on YouTube, and I move on. But they continue to spread disgusting lies about my family, and I have no choice but to react. It's time for them to make a business decision. This is win-win. I can burn it all down, LOL. I have 5 years guaranteed, spelled wrong, salary at Rumble. But if they balk, that's not on you, and I still support Kiwi Farms. Broker the ceasefire, and everyone wins, LOL. Now, I read that before, but the funniest thing that happens in this conversation is actually what happens immediately after. Broker, this is, by the way, he waited like another 4 minutes after this one to add this information to make himself look better. And then he waited another 6 minutes before sending this. Broker the ceasefire, and everyone wins. I then respond and say, I don't know why they would accept that, though. If someone made the same offer to you, would you take it? Because obviously, I would never take such a fucking offer. And I don't think any self-respecting person on the internet would. What critical commentator online would accept an offer like this, when the story that's really interesting is the offer? The idea itself is more entertaining than whatever cuck drama is going on. The fact that he tried to cover this up. So I just asked, like, would you accept a similar offer? Because I feel like that's incriminating too. Would you accept an offer to silence, to stay quiet in exchange for not being fucked with? Because if you do, by the way, that would ruin you. If you're allowed to take one idea bubble or one idea ball from the net, then the porpoises can't make any more episodes, okay? If I'm not allowed to talk about one thing, I'm basically setting up a system where I can't talk about anything. So nobody would take that the manatees, sorry, not the porpoises. Nobody would take that offer. And then he says, yay, hey, that's cool. It's not your job to broker it. And that's the funniest thing. Broker the ceasefire, and then it's not your job to broker it. Well, is it my job or not? Am I deputized to do this or not? It's like he forgot what he said just 7 minutes ago. Hey, that's cool. It's not your job to broker it. Any retard who has been as banned as much as both of them had would, if they're smart. But none of this reflects on you. It's all good. I wish you the best. Again, doing the multi-track drifting, where it's like, yeah, I'm simultaneously the nicest guy you'll ever meet and the twisted fucking psychopath. I then follow this up because I think the conversation's rounding down now, so I sent a full screenshot. I'm like, I'm just saying, I've received offers like this, and my answer has always been no. I don't like it when people try to dictate what I or my forum can and cannot say. I will let him know, though. And then he follows this up by saying, yeah, I get it. I know we have our differences, and this is all outside of that. I wish you the best and support Kiwi Farms either way. Tomorrow at noon, I am going public on everything. But not this conversation, even though he said it was going to be public for some reason. And then he sent another follow-up message. So this is, let me find the timestamps again. Hold up. Okay, so I didn't respond to that. 20 minutes later, he says, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm going to handle it tomorrow. Cope, smiley. So he waited 20 minutes for that before PPP, I think, tweeted out the DM of the offer. And then he was like, fuck you. I'm going scorched earth. He says, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm going to handle it tomorrow. And I said, I did send the offer to him, but he feels it's an extortion effort, which I also did. I'll be watching the stream on Monday. And now this is me trying to, again, feng shui things into my pleasing. I want him to go scorched earth. I want to see the Jeremy Hambley PPP takedown video. I can't fucking wait. So I'm letting him know I will be watching this. I have featured the thread. I want the fucking content, okay? Oh, I see there's a spammer. Okay, 1 second. Oh, it's been going on for a while. I'm sorry. Okay. And then I say, okay, this is the next day. Today he says at 4 a.m. So he's up at 4:40 in the morning saying, it's all good. Probably does come across that way to him. Wish you well. So then the next day, after these random 4 a.m. messages, which at his time would be like 2 a.m., I say, should I unfeature the stream on Kiwi Farms? I thought you were doing a pre-stream thing today. I didn't see a tweet about canceling. And then 20 minutes later said, you know, mate, it's really disrespectful to lie to my face. And he says, wait, what? Oh, the public stuff? I should have told you. Fuck, sorry about that. It became clear last night that they are not interested in being human, so I'll just be on my way. Oh no, I lied to everybody and tried to cover up the fact that I had a fucking meltdown after I sobered up the next day. Then he got mad that PPP had put out his offer that Hambley asked me to send him. And apparently he got upset about that. He said, I saw PPP decided to just put the DMs, which is fine. I expected it. But if they're not interested in being civil, there really isn't any reason in giving the time of day. If I had known you were going to feature it, I would have and should have told you. My bad. And then this is my response. This is my last message to him, I think. I said, I sent him a portion of the DM that contained your offer, like you asked, but I did send him the full conversation because I feel like you're outlining an extortion scheme. I was asking about your plans in the chat and ignored that, and you ignored that, plus my DM on Twitter. I saw on your stream you had no unread messages, so I know you saw it. You just thought you'd let me advertise your stream for you to talk about Iran half-heartedly. I don't appreciate that. And I say, you're on a bridge burning and mistake-making spree that reminds me of Ricada by the numbers. I don't feel like anything I say will help at this point, and since you're threatening litigation, it's probably not a good idea to say much more. He did actually message me after this. He rated this heart emoji. And then he said, I don't look at my DMs while streaming. And for the obvious reasons, I was ignoring chat. LOL. No disrespect meant. And he said, I didn't have any idea you were going to promote the stream. Promote spelled wrong. He sent this at 11 a.m. and said, Pruta the stream. I don't even know how Kiwi Farms works, so again, apologies. I'm not talking about legal action against Kiwi Farms at all, by the way, which is not what I said. I said legal action, period, which would make him litigious. I will continue to read through this forever. Let me get some water. I'm having fun. This has lifted my spirits up for some reason, chat. Okay. So, as mentioned, our boy Hambley got a lot of shit. PPP says that they received dozens of messages from concerned content creators, people who know Hambley, who took their side over his, And it was looking really good for them and really bad for the quartering. So on April 9th, which was yesterday, so on Thursday, after a second consecutive stream making fun of Hambly, he posted this apology. And I will read the apology now. He says, "The final time I will address this controversy," in quotes. There have been some by the way, just right off the bat, let me tell you this. If you are an internet person, do not ever enter into the record that anything is going to be the final anything. Because when you say it's going to be the final anything and you ever address it again, you have lost. You have like absolutely owned yourself because you've stated your intentions to never talk about something again. And when you inevitably do, you're going to look like a fucking retard immediately. So don't say that ever. Okay. Just as a point. So, he says, there have been some folks having a lot of fun at my expense. It's been going on for like a year, and I've never said anything about it until recently when they started inventing vile lies about my wife, my family, and me as well, of course. Which raises the question, who is his family? Like, is he referring to his mother or his father? Because he's never said that. And he owns 6 German Shepherds, I'm pretty sure. So I guess there's vile lies about the German Shepherds that constitute his family. He continues. Paragraph 3. Thing I forget is, this is the internet. Which one? Can't spend all day responding to every new insane claim. That's what they want. I've been doing this long enough to know better. I should never have even implied anything about taking their channel down. That's not okay. It's cringe. It's bad. It was me getting emotional. I guess it's harder to brush things off now that I'm in my mid-40s. That's actually the exact opposite of what it should be. You should be much more capable of handling situations adult-like as an adult. It's more reasonable when a fresh-faced young content creator who has like their Minecraft YouTube channel get 1 million subscribers and then they step in the shit because they're young and stupid, right? At 40, having done this for half your life now, it should be obvious to you what the correct and incorrect courses of actions are with stuff like this. Oh yeah, and implied anything. Yeah, he's implying that he was going to take their channel down. Not that he was... I'll get into it. I wrote a response to this. Plain and simple, I got triggered when they moved onto insulting my wife, my marriage, and my family. They state as fact some of the most vile and untrue shit imaginable, all in an attempt to get my attention, and I made the internet, which one's cardinal sin of getting emotional. It's a no-win situation. They make up insane shit like my friend of 10 years is having sex with my wife. So friend of 10 years on the record, which would encapsulate the time that he got criminal charges, I'm pretty sure. Or come very close to it. And I just have to sit there and let it become more. He just has to sit there and take it. Let it fill up my comment section in live stream chat, because if I address it, they'll just make something else more insane up. Which is not true, theoretically. I guess if you had the evidence to dispel certain things, you could do that, but he's never bothered. I have been way too open on the lowercase I internet, which one, most everything they are memeing on is shit I've openly shared, like shitting my pants at Walmart, etc., LOL, and that's all fine. It's just the insane lies that I thought might end at some point. Sadly, they just keep ratcheting them up, and now I have to respond poorly. That I have responded poorly. More folks are getting involved and cementing this garbage as fact. I have done some cringe stuff worth making fun of, and I hope they make a lot of money doing it. Bro, it's like he's channeling. It's like it's like Ricada ghost writ this. Like, don't worry, bro. I'm an expert. I'm a lawyer. Let me put my legal mindset to your apology here and write this for you. $1 million, in fact. That's right. But at the end of the day, there is room on the lowercase I internet for all of us. This is the shitty part of it sometimes. Almost nothing said about me is being presented in good faith, but I just got to let it ride out and not spurg out, so I apologize. Comment sections have been wild, and I made it worse. Please don't bother engaging with this stuff. Everything is going to be fine, LOL. I apologize for my part in making it worse for people that just want to watch the show, LOL. They will see this post as yet another epic win in their twisted fantasies. But this post is for people who actually watch the show, not for them. Cope Smiley. I am a human. Ricada also does the Cope Smiley, but I already said that in my message. I am human, and sorry to say, a pretty boring one. Well, come on now. Nobody's debating that. Despite what you see or hear on the lowercase I internet, which one? Cope Smiley. He then says, sorry to report, I do not in fact have a Jewish bull. My female coworkers love working together and we are all friends. I do not have any prior or current employees under NDA. Just about everything you see or hear just isn't true or it's purposely warped, LOL. Now, Shuan Head is one of the many people who took the side against Hambly in the cuck wars with PPP and the quartering. And she says this. Threatening to deplatform a channel is like threatening to use a nuke in the world of the lowercase I internet, which one? But I guess she didn't capitalize anything in this, so it gets a pass. Capitalizing the bro code. Every public figure is mocked and their personal lives gossiped about. I learn new lore about myself every day, but never threaten to destroy those people's lives. You need to apologize to the casino boys directly and continue making content your fans want to see. Very reasonable and concise message from Shuan Head, who, for the most part, has avoided complicating any of the drama in her life as well. And she also highlights my number one criticism of this message. He's apologizing, and he literally says the word... I can't... Oh, fuck me. I tried to search for something, and it fucked me over. I can't control F on this... God damn it, Elon. I try to control F find something, but I can't do it. He uses the word apologize several times, but he actually doesn't apologize to anybody. Who are you apologizing to? It would be to Kino Casino and Andy Worski, right? Or PPP and Andy Worski. But he says, oh, shoo. On that second part, I will never apologize to those fucking losers who circulate photoshopped, disgusting pictures of my wife. We are not 18 years old anymore. Pretty sure you wouldn't have apologized to those people spreading fake nudes of you, would you? This is the most insensitive message ever. Because she's being nice to him. And she's like, what's the point of an apology if you're not actually apologizing or learning or promising to do anything differently? And then you have to remember that Shuan Head has a massive audience. She has a massive audience of like however many million of people, like 600,000 just on Twitter. And then she has millions of followers on YouTube. The overwhelming majority of people who know of Shuan Head and casually consume her content on the internet are not people who know that she's had a leak. And Hambly blasting on her timeline, because this is going to show up in her fans' timelines, that she's had nude spread of her, is advertising to them that they can go look it up. There is no fucking world in which Shuan Head would appreciate this reply, and I guarantee you that the quartering knew that, and he's being a passive-aggressive dickhead, just like some other narcissistic passive-aggressive dickhead that we all know about. So really just an incredible fucking reply altogether. Fuck, I did the thing. This is the one thing we did not want to happen. Okay, so my reply to the quartering was this. And I went line by line, paragraph by paragraph, and I tore this apart. Because again, I think of these things as a setup to a punchline, okay? This is my response. It's like you're taking all lessons learned watching internet personalities implode and then reenacting them. You've crafted this message to own up without actually having to tell your audience what you did and to who. For educational purposes, let's go point by point. 1. Who is this for? Who are some folks? It should be for Power of the Truth, PPP, and Andy Worski, but you don't mention them once. The first requirement of an apology is addressing the people who you have wronged. People are taught this as toddlers. I remember when I was a kid, I stole bubble gum. My mom made me walk back into the convenience store and place the bubble gum on the counter in front of the teller. That is an important part of internalizing wrongdoing, is to acknowledge who was stolen from and to right the wrong, right? That's how you do it. 2. The second component of an apology is identifying what you are apologizing for. You did not say that you take their channel down, which someone in chat corrected me. He doesn't actually say that he said he take their channel down. He said that he implied he would take their channel down. So he didn't threaten. He didn't say that he would. He implied that he would. But the reality is 1,000 times worse, because he didn't just say that. He didn't just imply that. He directly threatened in multiple places, both in public and in private, that he was going to go scorched earth and take everything they have. Never mind their YouTube channel. He said, he threatened, if certain conditions were not met, that he was going to take everything that they have. 3. The third component is actually taking responsibility for it, unconditionally. The first 9 paragraphs preceding the apology, before the words "I apologize" show up, there are 9 paragraphs of context that he puts in front of his actual apology, which is the number one sign of a deceitful, half-assed apology. If you have to contextualize your apology, then you're not apologizing for it. He says, or I say, if you feel so justified in going scorched earth and taking everything they have, do not bother apologizing. I apologized to Turkey Tom recently, and the very first thing that I said is, I am sorry, and I did something wrong. There was no context after that. I did explain some of my rationale after the fact, but you have to put that up front. If it's not up front, it's not a real apology. Take notes if you're a fucking internet celebrity. The apology has to actually go in front. And 4, if you're doing this on Twitter, your tweets only get as many views as mine, and all I do is dump half-baked racism a couple times a week. Supposedly, you get as many as 60,000 live viewers, so that would be the appropriate place to apologize for threatening to engage in lawfare and deplatforming for online banter. Self-explanatory. 5, the true purpose of this message is to try and appease PPP and the Kino Casino audience without actually having to expose your audience to anything that's been going on or what any of the vile, untrue shit is. In the same way you thought threatening to take everything they had might make them shut up, you're hoping that an ambiguous apology might take the wind out of their sails without having to eat crow for anything. And that's the big one. It's like this message is meant to explain like why there's so many hateful comments in his live stream and comments for his own audience, but he's trying to make sure that they disregard it and they know that it's all handled. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here, boys. It's just some haters on the internet. And then I wrap it up. I say, finally, and most importantly, this message ignores reality. You're not learning anything. You've not accepted any of the points raised that have triggered you. Your friend, who you invite over to your house, is a known swinger with a criminal history involving domestic violence. There is very good circumstantial evidence that you were aware of this. There are way too many, and I mean that, way too fucking many clips of him making wildly inappropriate statements to your female co-host. And really, I should have said to women, period, because there are. Like, this guy has not found a woman on the internet he will not fuck. Anytime he has any kind of interaction with a woman, he is trying to set up some kind of haha, just as a joke, what if we fucked type thing immediately. Nobody can take public statements that they're fine with it at face value. They are your employees. And one of them is feeding a baby soon too. Hannah Claire is pregnant. Congratulations, Hannah Claire, by the way. She can't afford to leave at any time if she wanted to. They are trapped with her. Now, Melanie Mack, I think, might be a dumb bimbo, because she is. But Hannah Claire, she is like, as I said, a pregnant mother of one, expecting a second. And she has to save. And if she's going to try to, she's set up her own YouTube channel, if she wants to segue into doing her own thing independently, she can't just drop everything and move over to that and have it work out and provide the same level of income security. You have to build up to that. So, it's a scary place to be when you have a guy who's trying to like fucking molest you and sexually harass you on streams and make inappropriate comments to you, even though he's married, even though you're married, even though you've got a kid, even though you're pregnant. And that doesn't stop him because there's another video of him being weird towards a pregnant woman. So it's like, it's super awkward, and she just has to put up with it if she wants the money. And she might say, I'm fine with it, but you can't trust her because she has to say that she's fine with it. And then this in particular, you also say, quote, my female coworkers love working together and we're friends, end quote. But we know for a fact that is not true. Former co-host and co-founder of the Publica, Sydney Watson, which if you don't know, a long time ago, Jeremy Hambley tried to set up his own news site called the Publica. And he co-founded this with Sydney Watson, who, if I remember correctly, is like a real journalist. And she has an actual history of journalism. So this was another thing. This, by the way, I remember because it happened during the Coffee Brand Coffee fiasco, where he had just set up the Publica, and he was already like threatening to fire her and let her go, which eventually they did because he wasn't making enough money to justify it. So Sydney Watson is evidently very unhappy, probably because of the on-screen sexual harassment she was subjected to. Despite your claims, she does appear to be subject to an NDA. And this, I was thinking about this, and I realized that he directly contradicted me in his message about how he says there were no NDAs. And I thought, you know what? I bet you this is a fucking little Rakita lie. A little ratatouille rat Rakita lie. I bet you he doesn't have an NDA. He has a non-disparagement clause. Or maybe a non-disparagement clause, which is not technically an NDA. Oh, I never said we had an NDA. Or I never said we don't have a non-disparagement clause. That's just bog standard in our contracts, teehee. That's the exact fucking thing he would say if he ever got found out. If Sydney Watson published their contract and be like, well, I never said that. I never said we didn't have a non-disparagement clause. And then narcissist prayer. Okay, so I was found out my lie. Then it's normal. But it's totally normal for people to have that in communications. It's standard with the boilerplate template. So even if I did lie, it's okay anyways. Fuck you, bitch. That kind of shit. I know your type. I know you. I know you better than you know yourself. And then he says, this post does, this post does three things. One, it admits that PPP is getting to you, which it does. Two, you have learned nothing. He didn't. And three, you will continue to cause the same problems for yourself. He has. And then finally, P.S., Rakita also does the smiley face cope smiley thing. I was able to post this, by the way, because he was following me. Now, if I go to this, I was not one of the 90 people who could reply to this because he's not following me. And I am blocked. So he has blocked me in the past, unblocked me because of the Peppa Pigskin coffee review, followed me, tried to solicit favors by offering me his unwavering support for the Kiwi farms, and then blocked me again. He has blocked me like 3 different fucking times on Twitter, and I've changed my stance towards him not at all, okay? Oh, also, let's scroll down here. Started report, Jade McNeil, shoe on head. He hid it. He hid it. He hid my message, which laid out in plain fucking English how he was fucking everything up. That's the thanks I got. He blocked me and hid my post. Unforgivable. Okay. But he didn't bother to block and hide Shoes post. He just dropped that she had nudes, by the way, for anyone interested. Very nice. Very cool. So then he's coping after this, oh, I'm totally done thing. He posted a picture of the beach. Shame influencers, it's the only way. He says, this is the way. No sense of shame or self-awareness whatsoever. Yeah, shame influencers except me, because then it's attacking my family and causing my wife emotional duress. PPP says, any shame on this about this statement where you invite your bull and his big-tittied wife into your hot tub? You humiliate your own wife constantly. Not me. Shame on you, Jer. Shame. And I think this is yeah, here we go.
Let me tell you this about Venti.
As much as the host do either.
I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl. Even though all my kids look like sharks, I'm in. So tell me about the other 2 types of.
That's your wife, though. Does your wife know the coordinating we want to have with?
Oh yeah, I'm very open about it. She's cool with it.
Okay. So the other 3 types actually.
So the awkward laugh V does after that is V, the Romanian gimp-fed or milk-fed gimp, the gypsy himself, awkwardly laughed because he was made uncomfortable by quartering. Now, I'm sure, in my opinion, I think they have an open marriage. So I'm sure she is okay because at this point she's just given up. But honestly, let's just hear it again one more time.
Let me tell you
She
this about
didn't show as
Venti.
much
I
as the
would,
host do either.
I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl.
He would give everything he has, all of his Funko Pops, his 6 German Shepherds, his mansion, his wife, her private jet, his Rumble channel, to impregnate Brittany Venti.
Even though all my kids look like sharks,
Even though he thinks she's ugly. So if I was Brittany Venti, I would be utterly mortified by this comment. And honestly, I would feel threatened by it. Because you know what? If he's not attracted to her and he's willing to give everything that he has to impregnate her, that sounds really rapey. That sounds like he fucking hates her and has fantasies about raping and impregnating her because he's not attracted to her. He doesn't like her. And he's willing to burn down his entire life to get at her. And it's just like it's like really fucking creepy. And that's why even the fucking milk-fed gimp himself, V, could not sit there straight face. He had to laugh to relieve tension because it was so fucking weird. And then he made this message saying, I am acting a little female-coded lately in response to Brittany Venti, because after deciding I was no longer an adequate therapist, he then went to the only other person on planet Earth with eyes as wide set as mine. Maybe it like hypnotizes him or something, and decided to chat up Venti and get her therapy for free. So Brittany replies and says, Jeremy, I don't want your ham babies. Very good reply. I told him very clearly I was not interested in messaging him privately, considering how he denied reality and twisted things with Josh Moon. He proceeds to privately message me anyways. Why he could have tweeted. I don't want him to have an opportunity to twist things. And I think this is a conversation excerpt from Brittany Venti. Oh, okay, I know what this is. So I just want to be able to say I did everything I could for finding a good husband. So Hambly posted this to try and epically own Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti, if you don't know, is 29 years old, which is important because it's something that Hambly says here in a second. But she's lamenting that she can't find a trad husband, which, if you really think about it, it's fucking dire out there for the dating market. Imagine trying to find a man in current year who is not a porn-addicted, gooning piece of shit like Jeremy Hambly. You're going to be fucking hard-pressed, especially as like an internet person, okay? So she's lamenting this fact to Hambly, which she probably shouldn't be doing because Hambly has stated on record that he intends to impregnate her regardless of what it costs him personally. And he says this, well, at least be open to coming back someday, and if you ever need anything, blank. He then messages her again, for no reason the next day, saying anything I can do to help. I guess trying to imply that maybe I can be your husband, Brittany Venti. Brittany Venti, picking up on what he's putting down, says, at the moment, no, thank you for asking. And then he says, a year later, I have always tried to defend you, which is, I hate to keep invoking the snake's name, man, but he keeps doing it. I have always tried to defend you. So she owes him, basically. She owes him the ham babies. She owes him the litter of ham pups, okay? I have no idea where this baby in the belly thing is. If it was a cringe joke, I apologize. I have no idea why you would turn so hard here. You can make whatever content you want. Jeremy, let me explain this. I don't know if you'll ever hear this, but let me just say, here's what's happening. There's blood in the fucking water, and everyone who you've ever made a creepy, weird, unsolicited, sexually charged remark to is just waiting for the day to stab you in the fucking back. When it rains, it pours, and it's pouring pretty hard right now. And you have Sydney Watson, you have Brittany Venti, you have her best friend, you have Hannah Claire, you have Melanie Mack, you have like an entire, like, auditorium of women that you've made weird passes at that are just going to dump their shit on you as soon as it's a benefit to them. That's how it goes. Brittany Venti and Kick Chat. Hello, Brittany Venti. Anyways, I am not sure why you would turn so hard here. You can make whatever content you want. It's like whatever, but you know this shit is all bullshit. And if anyone knows what it's like to have fake shit spread about them, you do. Again, I have no idea about the baby in the belly stuff. Whatever it is was. If it offended you, I would. Which I assume is this clip. Does he say that?
That girl. Even though all my kids, I would give everything I had to have babies with that girl.
Is there another comment that he made that's like weird and sexually charged? Let me put my thing on my other screen so I can see the chat better. Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't close it. I thought I closed it. I almost panicked. Okay. I don't know. It's probably a different comment, I'm assuming. Probably made several comments like this. I am acting a little female coded today. It's just the worst possible fucking thing you can say, knowing that it's going to be posted online. Lately, but I have always had your back. It's just so weird that now you're willing to assume the absolute worst about me. Sorry about the block. Have a great week. He doesn't understand that when he talks to a random woman and he says, yeah, I would sacrifice my entire life to knock you up, even though you're ugly to me, which is literally what he said, that they're going to say whatever she did and just be like, yeah, whatever, weirdo, and just be really non-confrontational. But they're not going to like forget that. It's like always going to be bad blood between you. He doesn't understand that shit like that adds up. People remember stuff like that. He deleted this tweet apparently. So he's the one that posted this, which is just preposterous. He says, since we're leaking DMs, Brittany Venti, share the whole thing. I read the whole thing and I thought that she posted it for a second because it's like, who the fuck would post this in public? Not only did I reach out to you when you were going through a rough time, I apologize to you if you were offended. I have never been anything but kind to you. You did not tell me not to message you anywhere I saw. She says, you just cannot stop lying. And then she highlights the thing about our conversation, how she posted it publicly to avoid being twisted. And that's that. Okay. Now, I have more miscellaneous clips of Jeremy Hambley being disgusting, and that will round out my Hambley segment. So,
Brittany Venti has said on a live stream a little bit ago that
let me cut the gain up for everybody.
A live stream a little bit ago that women have come into her DM saying that you're a creep. Any comments? Oh, I think she should release it. I think she should release them.
Look at him seething. Look at him seething. Furious. Furious with this.
Brittany, release them. Release all the women who have come into your DM saying I'm creepy. Release it.
Do it. Do it.
I mean, nothing more powerful than a clean conscience, boys.
Implying that his conscience is laden with filth and regret. It's grimy. His conscience isn't clean. He's filled with remorse. He regrets his actions. He should stop drinking. Chaser! Shot chaser! Buddy! It's like an Ethan Ralph, Nick Rekieta situation. It's finally we have what we've all been waiting for. Ethan Rekieta in the flesh.
Brittany, release him. Put him out there. Do I just ignore the scroll to come back later?
Oh, by the way, I don't even know why. I don't know if this is actually a reference to Rekieta or if this is just a meme that just floats out in the ether, but I've always referred to Baldur's Gate as Baldo's Gate because that game came out, I think, in the middle of the Rekieta drama. I don't know if he ever played it, but the fact that he's playing Baldur's Gate is like a meta level of funny to me, and that might even just be an in-joke between me and like friends. But I don't know. It's extra funny to me is what I'm trying to say, and I don't know if that makes sense to anybody else. Two more. Okay, so this is Adam Seller, the guy who he didn't know had a creepy past and who he hasn't talked to since the information came out that he is a violent cuckold, or violent bull, rather. Don't mess with the bull, you get the horns. Him and Adam are going out for some darts.
Our world, the abyss, and reality itself will unravel.
That's so quiet.
You must restore.
Is Adam
the
coming over
balance
today? No, we have
before
darts
it's too
probably
late.
next week.
I don't know what.
Quote more about Brittany Venti. Nobody gives a
Such a
fuck about that
grand
dumb bitch.
undertaking.
Are you joking? You guys do.
Begins with
Because
small
she's about 40 and she's
that
still
will have
single and childless.
profound effect
That.
on the fate of your world.
Okay. That is. Let's hear it again one more time.
Guys do.
Begins with
Because
small
she's about 40 and she's still single and childless.
First of all, he wanted to say she hit the wall. He restrains himself there for some reason. I don't know why. I suppose that he can't. Jeremy Hambley lacked the fortitude to say that he did not find Brittany Venti sexually attractive. He just didn't have it in him. He couldn't say that she hit the wall because to him, she's so beautiful. And he just couldn't do it. So he had to pivot there, which is already kind of fucking weird. But then he says that she's 40 and childless. She's 29. You know who's 40 and childless, Jeremy Hambley? Jeremy Hambley and his wife, Heather Hambley. They're both 40 and childless. It sounds like projection there. You know who's not 40 and childless? She's 29. She's not even 30. There's a 14-year age gap between Brittany Venti and Jeremy Hambley. So what the fuck are you saying? That's just nuts. It's nutso, man. And how can you make disparaging comments about a woman like that when you're married to a woman who tried and failed to conceive? You're going to taunt somebody for not having kids when you try. And I'm sure that's the most painful thing in her fucking life is that she can't have kids anymore. And you're going to fling that shit around at random people because they're making fun of you? And what if your wife hears that? That's your opinion. She's hit the wall and she's 40 and childless. The most disgusting, despicable state that a woman could ever possibly exist with just so happens to also be his wife. There's no fucking way that this conversation doesn't happen in real life. You're fucking 40 and childless, bitch. I don't want to hear about that fucking bull ever again. You've ruined my career. Shot glass, the coffee brand coffee shot glass, scattering across the ground. Like in a fit of fucking rage. Like, come on, bro. Just vile. Vile.
on the fate of your world.
Maybe she'll marry you. If you just spam my chat hard enough, maybe, just maybe you can be the one to clean the cat's litter boxes in her house. Is it your birthday tomorrow? No, Sunday. How big are Adam's wife's tits for real? Oh, they're gigantic, bro. They're huge.
He was talking about how attractive Adam Seller's wife is. And that was another thing where it's like, is this like a cucking thing for real? Because it sounds like a cucking thing. When you're talking about how big your wife's bull's say that 5 times fast. Your wife's tits are, it sounds like an open marriage to me. Next, that was just from his Baldo stream, like on yesterday, and then Melanie Mack posted this, perhaps the most confusing thing of the entire debacle. Melanie Mack says this: the quartering is the realest friend I've ever made in the space. It's no coincidence that after he gave his life to Christ, the attacks and lies on him have increased rapidly. Satan, the accuser, is working through some filthy roaches. Fuck you, bitch. Like, what the fuck? What a dumb cunt. Like, here, you want to, hey, Melanie Mack, you want to know what Jeremy Hambley thinks about you? Hold up. Let's put this on the screen together. Let's juxtapose this real quick. I'm going to do a little in-camera editing here for dramatic effect. We're going to put this on screen. Inshallah, I'll be able to put this on fucking screen. Okay, great. There it is. Put it right down here in the middle. Okay. And put the gain back up. And
Who have come into your DM saying, I mean, nothing more powerful than a clean conscience, boys.
Wait, is that not the one? No, that's the shot chaser one. It's the other one.
Is it your birthday tomorrow? No, Sunday. How big are Adam's wife?
Wait, no.
Just maybe you can be the one to clean the cat's litter boxes. If you just spam, maybe she'll marry you. If you just
where's the clip? Where's the clip about Brittany Vinny?
On the face. She's about 40 and she's still single and childless.
There we go.
Stu, because she's about 40 and she's still single and childless.
Let's confuse things a little bit more, shall we? Let's just remove the clutter on my screen here. Okay, let's just remove the clutter on my screen here.
She's about 40 and she's still single and childless. She's about 40 and she's still single and childless. Because she's about 40 and she's still single and childless.
It's true. She finally did get married to a Filipino, so she's not single, but I don't know. Before she got married, that's what Jeremy Hambley was thinking about her, I guess. It's the hypocrisy, chat. The idea that Satan has to lie about Jeremy Hambley is preposterous. It's the same shit as fucking... As you know who. Let's see. I don't know what this... Oh. I think this is an old clip. The people did a bunch of digging to find old clips after the drama.
Do you marry calm a man down, or do you get used to it? It doesn't calm you down. You get used to it. I'm just being honest. I want to fuck all the time. I want to fuck all the beautiful women. And I want to spread my seed everywhere. Being married does not change that. Oliver D, yeah, Warski restarted
One more
making
time, 'cause it was a
creating
bit
content,
quiet.
or do you get used to it? It doesn't calm you down. You get used to it. I'm just being honest. I want to fuck all the time. I want to fuck all the beautiful women, and I want to spread my seed everywhere. Being married.
So, drunk Hamley, again slurring his words, admits openly that his... put Manly Mac on about the good Christian man. The good Christian man who is married before God has this to say about his marriage. No, it does not abide his sexual appetite in any way, shape, or form. And every single woman that he considers beautiful, he wants to fuck all the time. So if you were a beautiful woman that Jeremy Hambley finds attractive, he would want to fuck you and impregnate you all the time. I wonder who that could apply to. Could it be? No. He's found Christ, chat. You have to forgive.
I don't know when I'm going on yet. So 11:25.
Ooh, you guys are so lucky I turned the gain off as a precaution before playing. You guys are fucking lucky.
It's Jacqueline Glenn, who I will definitely get a picture of in bed with me. David Smalley, Creationist Cat. Oh, Karen Meyer's a training too. Creationist Cat.
See as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that. Yeah, I will say this about Brittany.
Oh my god! What? Why? What about Brittany Venti is so alluring to him? Why?
If you know who she is on Twitter, she'll oftentimes post like, nude pics of herself and whatever. I wouldn't put her at like even an 8.
What do you say?
If you know who she is on Twitter, she'll oftentimes post like, nude pics of herself and whatever.
No, I don't think so.
Whatever.
That's not true, is it?
I wouldn't put her at like even an 8 out of 10, but she also is like one of those chicks that like understands where she's at. She's like.
Okay, but wait. What issues are facing the trans world? We've talked about the bathroom.
Dude, he's such a negger. He's a fucking hard R negger. His whole shtick, everything he says to Brittany Venti is that he thinks she's ugly but attainable. Yeah, this bitch probably would let me knock her up. She's not an 8 of 10, but she knows she's not. So therefore, I can have sex with her as I please. Like, that's what he's doing. This is a fucking negger. I hate neggers, man. That shit is like manipulative and deceitful, and it's designed to break people down. Fuck this negger.
Are they going to go into you wear glasses? You need
I always wear
secret secret camera in your glasses live stream the whole thing from your point of view.
I have glasses that record,
Yes.
but they don't Bluetooth to my phone. It would be.
And then the whole time just be staring at Jacqueline Glenn's tits. That'd be awesome.
They're delicious. She's beautiful.
Oh man, I'm like getting hit with like psychic goon waves off this fucking guy. It's causing me like mental damage. I'm accruing fucking DPS on my brain.
Woman. Then we have a quote dinner break, which means everyone gets a fucking Subway sub.
Ooh, Subway, pleasant. Okay, and then so this is probably not even responding to what's on the screen.
DMs. Okay, Allie. All right, I'll get you in here, Allie. Allie Drummond, okay? Okay, I'm going to require a cam on for her. Okay, Venti's going to be here.
I'm going to require. I need. Listen here. This is part of the exchange. I will put you on my wonderful pedestal, the quartering, expose you to 4 million people, 8 million people, 22 million people via my YouTube channel. However, you must understand that this is an exchange. And your part of the deal is that I get to pretend I am beset on all sides by beautiful women. So if you would like your exposure, you need to make sure that your pretty little face is right next to mine so everyone knows that I am a big deal and I pull mad bitches. Let's make sure that we're understood here.
We're about to bring on all the boobies.
Oh,
I need a vagine in this chat so I can go pee.
Oh my God, bro.
One of these girls better show up.
One of these trifling bitches better show up on my stream, god damn it.
Shout out to the 6. I'm gonna have a boobs McGee in 2 minutes. If you want boobas, you have to get me everyone who's watching.
Spiritually
You want
Indian.
me to bring you
Dude,
boobas?
he really is spiritually Indian. He has like a bullshit degree in business. He didn't go into his actual line of work. He's like trying to push all these fucking bullshit white label products. He acts like such a big deal. My good sir, I get 60,000 live viewers across all of my channels. Mr. Evil Eddie, sir, would you be interested in doing business, sir? However, for my Izat, sir, you must terminate the dreadful, vicious lies perpetrated by the Kino Casino, sir. Also, if you have any bobs in Vagina, I would be pleasing to take some.
Leave a like on the video. Okay, so let me tell you this. I said I would bring you.
What is the message that it's responding to? Bat Goat says, Samuel, I'm a fat, dumb, and happy in Cali for another few days to week. They home to. This guy, dude, the quarterings viewers must be properly fucking dented because this is not. This ain't English.
Let me tell you this. I said I would bring you mad cleavage. Allie is in the waiting room wearing only a bra. And if there isn't
married man, by the way,
5,000 likes on this video, she's going to put on a lame ass burgundy sweater to join the stream. So leave
married pregnant woman. She's pregnant during this? Oh, lady, get some respect.
Like right now. And then I'm going to bring Allie on. I'm going to run. I'm going to grab a water real quick. And then I'm going to bring Allie on. And if you don't leave enough likes, then she's going to be wearing some sort
Hey, Venti, I found one. Josh Berg for $20. He's asking you out.
of magenta burgundy sweater.
Some water. Yeah. Some spicy water.
All right, here we go. Allie, put your shirt on. Jesus, your boobs are hanging out.
Dude, that's vile. Any woman who would tolerate this kind of comment from a man and not immediately ditch needs to work on their fucking self-respect, because that's ridiculous. His wife even tolerating this is like, where do you have like a fucking backbone? What's wrong with you?
These ladies. It must be because of Allie. Allie, Drummond. Welcome to the stream. How are you?
Oh, I remember. She's just sitting there in the burgundy sweater. And okay. Sorry, I didn't know who this was, and now it's really obvious looking at her. He's making really disgusting sexual comments about her to her fucking face, and she's just sitting there in a sweater the entire time. Wow. Yeah, she should have left. Yeah, she should have left.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, I'm killing it.
Oh, she seems so happy now.
I'm doing all right.
Crushing it per usual. Yeah.
Eyes to the ground, not able to make eye contact because she's really embarrassed. That's fucking mean.
Yeah, I didn't think that anybody would be into pregnant chicks, but hey, I guess the internet's a big place, so maybe they are.
Subtly hinting, I'm pregnant and married, you fucking degenerate freak. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then, of course, look at that expression. Does that look like the face of a man who is not up for a challenge? Who cannot rise to the occasion? Oh, boy.
Look, I mean, here's what a lot of people already know. I mean, you might be new to it, but I'm very progressive.
Oh, okay.
So if you're into prego chicks, that's literally like they need loving too. It's fine, you know. It's not a weird thing for me. Mods, please put at Real Femme Sapien Allie Drummond. She also has an OnlyFans where she sells breast milk pictures.
Bro, that is fucking vile to say about somebody.
Stuff like that. So, Allie, I mean, we've only ever exchanged nudes online. So, what's it? I appreciate you joining me.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. My husband actually likes your
My husband. Can you take a hint, Jer Bear? Alarm, not interested. Please shut the fuck up.
Content. And I didn't even know that you had reacted to my content before. It took a while for me to realize. I think maybe you had done a short or two, and I was like, oh, this guy knows I'm alive. Very cool. So that was neat. I didn't even think you looked at my channel like.
Wow, I can't believe it. This big YouTuber wants to talk about all these things I'm so proud of. He's inviting me onto his channel so I get to advertise my work and the things that I do, and I'm so happy for this. And then she gets on and is like, "Show me your titties, bitch." Pull it off. What's that fucking sweater? That ugly ass sweater. And then she's realizing oh, this guy just wants to fuck me. And he probably jerks off to me. That's really gross.
That
Well, it's obviously before.
Imagine, honestly, I hate to be posky here, but imagine how demoralizing it is to think that you have an in with somebody because they're interested in what you do and your career, and then you realize, oh, he's just trying to fuck me, and he doesn't give a single solitary fuck about any of the shit I want to talk about.
You're pregnant. Now that I know you're pregnant, I've moved on. I don't give a shit if you're bursting at the seams pregnant. You need to put out a new video by Monday, okay? Do we agree? By Monday?
Oh yeah, well I was probably gonna stream tomorrow.
No. Oh, dude, he's doing a thing where it's he's giving her an order, so that if she'll be like, "Yes, Daddy, of course I'll go do that," and she recognizes this and immediately has to be like, "Well, I'm streaming anyways that day." So that he can't gratify himself thinking that he caused her to do something.
No, don't say that by Monday because I told you.
Yeah,
I've never seen this clip before, by the way.
That's because you told me, and you have way more subscribers than me, so I'm gonna make the video. You got it.
Kalia, please link her YouTube channel, and every video she puts up from here out forward is because I told her to. I just said bearing on before you, kind of a big deal to follow, but
yeah.
Even me, who Tim refused to say the quartering, which is obviously my YouTube channel. Subscribe today if you want a big peepee or big boobies. He calls me Jeremy Hambley, my legal name. I mean, you have almost 150,000 subscribers. You're not small boobs, you're
Dude.
Well, I still feel small because you ever meet somebody who has a big YouTube channel and they start acting like they're famous and you're like,
never.
Wow.
I don't kick it with people like that. And I'm on a spectrum too. I'm diagnosed.
You ever met Jeremy Hambley, this fucking blowhard piece of shit?
Asperger's, so I can say it.
Oh, what?
But
you seem like very normal. What?
Yeah. Shout out Asperger's crew.
let me first before. So you jumped in.
I
because
did.
you demanded it. You sent me all sorts of weird nudes, but like,
dude,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you're ready.
Dude, he's so gross. Like I'm sorry to keep pausing, but it's like I need like a break. I need like reprieve from this fucking barrage of like psychological abuse I'm being exposed to.
This, 'cause I can see you have this weird Greek restaurant background behind you.
How dare you?
How dare- But like, I have to go and pick up my dog's poop tomorrow morning. Okay.
Yes.
So no matter how
Fascinating.
many zillions I make on YouTube, I have to put my dog's poop in my hand
Zillions.
and then put it in a garbage bag. You know, Jeremy found his wife on Epstein out. No, I like fully developed gigantic boobs. You're not gonna find that on 12-year-olds.
Mhm.
I'm a boob guy. Okay.
Dude, she's like literally just texting. She's probably like texting her husband, like, don't ever put me on show with this fucking guy ever again.
Okay. This is what's my Allie.
Mhm.
In private, if we were just hanging out in the champagne room, which we normally would, unless other
Mhm.
than you being gigantically pregnant.
Oh, thank you.
Like, but like I would be like, Allie, are you freaking kidding me right now? I'll send Anna the link. Okay.
Oh, you want her to come? Okay. I have it for her.
I want
Yes!
all women to come, Allie.
all the
But
chicks.
Finally, I need backup. SOS.
I mean, all women, yeah. But like, I'll send it to her. I have her DMs.
I don't even know how she made her way on the right. And this the right conservative. I don't know, whatever the heck you want to call it, right? The good wholesome people.
Center right, conservative
Yeah.
space or whatever.
I don't even know how she ended up over there. Anytime somebody gets canceled,
I have to guess. I don't know.
yeah.
There are many prominent conservatives who DM'd me and were like, bro, I really want to call her out, but or like, I mean, like, I'll drop them all. Like, I don't my viewers, you know, there's 5,500 people here right
Like
now.
they wanted to call that
They
lizard
know.
chick.
Yeah, of course.
What do they want
Like,
to call her for? What for?
I'll tell you.
Okay.
Like, my viewers know that I literally never say shit that I can't back up. So like, do I want to ruin these guys' career?
Oh.
Not really.
He's such a fucking trip. They pulled this up because it's so uncomfortable because he's being gross and weird, but like, let's shift back to the PPP thing. He's always had this mindset. He's always had this mindset that he's like a kingmaker and he can wipe people off the face of the fucking internet whenever it conveniences and pleases him.
No, but I'm gonna say something that you can't say, but I know you'll agree with.
Probably.
Is like, dude, on the right, they suck balls. Like I will prove everything, you know, I mean, like, I'll say this guy's a cuck or
Mhm.
whatever. If a girl says it, it
Mhm.
doesn't matter. If a guy says it, he's also a cuck. So like, I've been around this space for a long, like, I have a partner in a pod.
Did he just say he's very, hold up.
Around this says, if a girl's, you know, I mean, like, I'll say this guy's a cuck or
Mhm.
whatever. If a girl says it, it
Mhm.
doesn't matter. If a guy says it, he's also a cuck. So like, I've been around this space for a long, like, I have a partner in a podcast that I do.
Oh yeah, I love her. Well,
He's basically saying that he's very familiar with cuck culture. Is what he's saying.
Love her too.
My
Yeah, we
husband
both
and I,
love
yeah.
her. Yeah, we both love her, but I don't want to like drag her through. Maybe
Yay.
Anna.
Hello.
Oh my lord.
I love how
Look
much
at-
women hate her just because she's so beautiful. Like that
I
can't
know.
that can't not be the reason. Like you're obnoxiously gorgeous. It's not
Yeah,
fair.
fuck off.
thank
Be
you.
uglier, Anna. Gross.
Please do it for me.
Yeah.
I was pretty ugly before I learned how to do my hair and my eyebrows.
Ah.
Oh yeah, and you were blessed with gigantic boobs.
I mean, it's
I'm
fine.
bringing
Hello.
Brittany in.
Dude. Okay. Oh, Brittany Venti. There's like a trend here. It's like the entire Brittany Venti, Jeremy Hambley ensemble. So he's gotten. This is definitely a thing where he's like, I have to surround myself with women to show what a hotshot I am. So he got Allie, who apparently I looked her up. Apparently she's like a trad wife, like LARPer. I don't know who she is. Maybe she's nice. I don't know who the fuck that Star Wars girl is, but it's very obvious what she's doing. And then you got Brittany Venti. Okay, so he's like trying to build himself like in his mind, this is the first brick. This is the cornerstone laid for his ideal harem. Okay.
Brittany, are you? This article is also clearly referencing you, Brittany. Since when did you eat human? When did you start eating humans? And by the way,
all three women in complete shock and disgust at that comment, and with no possible understanding of how to respond to this.
Britt, are you live too right now?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so Brittany Venti is also live, and if you go to her channel to watch, she has a nip slip. I don't want to say when, but it does happen.
Oh, dude, the ick. She's not even doing like, dude. And Allie's smiling at her like, haha. Now you know what I'm talking about. And so, look at the fucking smirk of this. Like, it's like a downwards smirk. Watch her face. She's gonna like the corner of her lip will go at 45 degrees in like the slightest downturn curl ever.
But it does happen.
She and her best friend Amanda started this shit.
Anna, why are you such
I'm
a
not
bitch?
starting my fucking self.
Am I supposed to believe that Tim Pool didn't jerk off into a fucking McDonald's napkin reading this?
Oh my god. Thank you so much, Quartering, for having me on.
Britt, are you live
Everyone
right now?
on. Yeah.
Are you live right now? Yeah. So
Yeah,
if you want, I'm not going to be offended. Brittany said she's going to pop a nip later. Maybe.
Dude, he did it again. He did it again.
Brittany said she's going to pop a nip later. Maybe.
No reaction, no response. Like, you can just see in her eyes, she's like desperately trying to figure out how to disconnect from this fucking call, like as quickly as possible with utter urgency.
Of Tim's regular guests and or current staffers have done porn.
Yeah.
That, I mean, like literal. I mean, like it's kind of weird, Allie. Yeah, I know you see, but like, I mean, like between Cassandra,
Honestly,
Jack.
Yeah, good for her for leaving. Like, that's the correct move. I have no idea why either of these women subjected themselves to this. Like, especially after she left, like that should have set the stage. Like, okay, it's time to fucking go. Like, this is ridiculous.
Murphy, Eliza Blue. Like, is that a requirement for like? I mean, I haven't done any porn that I've known about, but I've been on the show. So, like, is that? He seems to have people around him that have done.
This is such an
either
utter
porn
humiliation.
or cheated on their husbands to have the beanie weenie.
I would literally kill myself. If I had a stream like this, that's it. I'm gone. You'll never know. Did he move back to Serbia? Did he change his name? Did he kill himself? Nobody would ever fucking know.
And like, it's a little sus. I think you're probably going live, girl, right? You're going live.
Yeah, in a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, so go watch her channel if you're interested in hot takes from a cool young lady.
Oh, well,
And you know, she's like deep into Star Wars lore and all the lore of shit. She's so much smarter than me.
He's so drunk. He's having to close his eye to see his screen. It's so
So
well, thank
you know, as I wrap it up, don't ruin it. Let me just, you know,
don't interrupt me. Do it again. He's doing the creepy thing where it's like, don't interrupt me. I'm doing your tag. Don't fucking interrupt me. It's just also, it shows you how he does the thing where it's like he tries to be nice, like I'm shilling your channel, while also being rude at the same time.
But yeah, Anna's a good girl, and she always
fucking creepy. A good girl. She doesn't interrupt me. She's a good girl.
You know, she's a ride or die kind of person, so that kind of matters.
Dude, her poker face, man. She could go into world poker. Look at that shit. You have no idea what's going on in that face. It's not a single positive thought, I'm sure. But if you are a schmuck like Jeremy Hamble, you can't read that fucking face.
To me, so thank you for coming on, Anna. And I hope a bunch of people check out your stream after I'm done. She may or may not post feet. You probably have to super chat. I don't know.
No,
$2,000.
Because they're
No. $2,000 or $3,000, and then maybe C. So
Yeah, you can see my semi-web toes.
they're gross.
Mhm.
I hope that
He can't like even elicit a reaction from them unless he's like making promises like that. And then she dips. And then there was one, and honestly, she should be fucking gone by
you
now
poop
too.
that baby out.
Ew, bro. How do you?
With minimal rippage,
Mm-hmm.
and
Bro, I can't get a second in. I'm taking psychic damage. I'm about to pass out. My HP bar is very low at this moment.
you know, if you want to follow Allie, and I'm going to read all the super chats after I release Allie, because she works
I
for me.
release.
She's one of my many.
I release, dude. The more of the fucking power trip language.
Dames in my stable.
So,
Yeah,
I'm not
Allie,
really-
I put out fucking 7 videos a day. All right.
Yeah, I know, I
You
know.
know, yeah. Put your boobs on the table, okay?
Bro, it's that, you know how when you play Pokemon and your Pokemon has really low HP and you hear that doo 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 doo. That's my fucking mind right now. Doo 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 doo.
Thanks for coming. Poop your baby out. I assume they come out of the butt because I'm a man and I've never seen it happen. So I
Mhm.
assume that happens. So do that. And Allie, DM me if you need anything. So, I'm around.
Is this the woman he drank the breast milk of? No, you're full of shit. There's no way. Is this the woman? No, but he said that he has drank breast milk. Oh, so yeah. So he's like trying to get her on. He wants a bag. He's gonna try to get a bag of breast milk from every woman. He's gonna put it in that's like, you know how like serial killers like collect driver's licenses and panties and stuff. He's gonna have breast milk from all his victims.
See you later. Bye.
All right, bye.
Didn't even look up from the just trying to find the button. That is awful, bro. When was this? When fucking was this? That's one of the worst things I've ever seen. Oh, and then this is so when Count Dankula and his wife might have things have changed in the last couple of years, announced their pregnancy. Just their pregnancy. Actually, this is the gender reveal, so she's further along. But he says, "Congrats, buddy. Start the clock, boys." So he's saying, "Dankula, we're friends. I'm counting down the days until I can legally fuck your daughter." Just awful. No, and then he does it again. He does the second tweet. That was the second one, like 14 minutes later. But then he says, the age of consent to any form of sexual activity is 16 for men and women. So he's counting down the days. Like literally, he makes the same joke twice. So grimy. Grimy boy. There's one more. I have a clip from Venti. I guess I'll play this first, and then I will find that one thing. Hold up.
Back in 2021, now I don't remember if I knew he was married at this time or whatever when he said this. He said that, I'll probably cover this later today, but can you let me know if Jess is single? So Jessica is my friend. She was, there was this whole thing with like Rob Breslau. He was trying to use his connection. He kind of pulled a quarter ring. He dangled a job in front of my friend Jessica's face and was like, "Get me a date with Brittany and I'll get you this job. I'll get you this connection." I exposed him for that. So I'm pretty sure that was the context for this. He was like, "He let me know if Jess is single. I have a hate crush on her. I'm sure you know that's a
hate crush." Again with like the weird like negging language where it's not like, "Oh, I think your friend is really cute. I would like to go out on a date with her. Can you pass it along?" He's got to frame it as like, "She disgusts me, but I still want to bang her." As like some kind of like weird fucked up fetish. He's definitely into like power and control type shit. He comes across as like masochistic at this point.
joke, but I'm compelled to say it. I think from thus far, from what we've seen, it's not been a joke. So this has been going on for a long time.
Okay. Now that we have that, I have one more clip that was not on my roster, but I was thinking about it, and I don't think that this made it in for Media of the Year. This is December 2025. I am going to officially nominate this clip for Kiwi Farms Locale of the Year, Media of the Year. I might have to do multiple categories depending on how, because there was a lot of media last year. But I'm going to find some category for this because this deserves an honorable mention. This is one of my favorite things I've ever seen online, and I'm going to break this down for you. I've already covered this, but I love this clip so fucking much that I'm going to cover it again. So if you don't remember, I think that this was at, I want to say this was TP USA. Correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say this was TP USA. AmFest. Okay, AmFest, not TP USA. And he got a actual stall. And the whole thing was a fucking disaster. There was a whole scandal that PPP banged on about for a very long time about how he claimed he already bought the tickets and then was asking people to reimburse him because he variously claimed that he wasn't going unless people gave him money. Then he claimed that he had the tickets and wanted money back to like reimburse himself for the expenses. Yada, yada, yada. Whole point is he gets there. I think it's in Nevada or something. All of them are out of state. And so they're talking, and Jeremy Hambley is conspiring to get Melanie Mack, who at this time is not yet married, but maybe in a relationship, I don't know, is conspiring to get Melanie Mack back to his apartment. And we're going to break this down on a second-by-second basis, okay?
Yeah. Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight, and...
Okay, Melanie and I will be watching the football game tonight. Melanie Mack has a face of utter fucking contempt as soon as he says this. But we need to look at the hero of this clip, Hannah Claire, who is a knight in shining fucking armor. Watch her face as soon as he says that, literally within a fraction of a second.
Night, and
her mouth opens.
And
she like gasps. She gasps hearing that. And look at that face. That's not a fair, like she's going to say, oh, but look, that's not a happy face. She's concerned. That message was not delivered to her. You would think her friend and coworker, Melanie Mack, would indicate to her if the boss was going to be spending some alone time with her after the thing. And so she looks at Melanie Mack after this and asks for some information. Is this true?
Hannah Claire will...
Eye contact immediately within seconds. It's like a dial-up modem. The handshake is initiating, and we're about to deliver message at approximately 3 kilobits per second. Okay,
we'll probably be going somewhere.
If you blinked, you missed it.
Be going somewhere family orientated.
I can't watch football with you guys.
Now, Melanie Mack has delivered her message to Hannah Claire, and Hannah Claire is booting up the response package, helpgf.exe. Her response package is to immediately interject herself into the conversation, which she does, or interject herself into the plan so that Melanie Mack is not alone with Hambley, who gives off dangerous, rapey vibes here.
Yeah, I would love that.
Oh, yeah.
Melanie Mack accepts. There is a full handshake. TLS has been established. There is now a secure pipeline between them, and they will be going together. Now, Melanie Mack accepts this before Jeremy Hambley has any opportunity to interject and say, you're not fucking welcome, Hannah Claire. Get away from me. Now watch his reaction to knowing that his night plans have been completely ruined.
Wow, thanks, Melanie.
Look at that. Look, you can't get body language any more clear than that.
Wow, thanks,
The look to the side. He looks to the side and rolls his eyes, defeated. This guy has been planning this night one-on-one with Melanie Mack for probably months. As soon as he knew that this convention center was happening and that they'd be going, he bought these tickets to put up this booth specifically because, in my opinion, it would be his only opportunity to get Melanie Mack fucked up and alone in person in his life. He has probably been fantasizing and goon maxing to what he was planning to do to her for months on fucking end. And then in this 1 second, literally in a 6-second span of time, it's over. And that's his reaction. That's his actual physical flinch to having his dreams crushed in the hands of Hannah Claire.
Oh, yeah, that would be
Wow, thanks, Melanie. I would love it.
Yeah.
We just didn't know if you wanted to, but I would love it. I'm great at watching sports, and by that I mean I'm solidly okay.
Well, yeah, well, we got to figure out where we're going to go. I have a dinner place I want to go, but I got a call.
Now he's lamenting. He even lined up a fancy invitation-only reservation restaurant for them to go to together, where I assume he would buy her copious amounts of alcohol, probably expensive alcohol to show up to get her nice and liquored up so she wouldn't. Because if he buys like a $800 bottle of wine, it's like, can she say no? Hambly's hoping she won't. So now he has to change his reservation. He says.
Okay. Football game tonight.
Now, check it out. Here's the slow-mo. Here's the slow-mo repeat, zoom and enhance of the TLS handshake, the girl-to-girl femoid communications. Check it out.
And Hannah Claire will probably be going somewhere. Claire will probably be going.
She literally mouths to her, "Help me." And she immediately, within a second of that, takes the opportunity to say that I wasn't invited, to which Melanie Mac says, of course you can. Of course you're Hannah Claire. Hannah Claire, my best friend and coworker. Of course you're invited. Which causes the flinch. Which causes the actual physical fucking pain.
Wow, thanks, Melanie.
My nighttime schemes that I've been scheming for months on end dashed in a second. Honestly, I don't say it very much because I feel like it's a little bit overused, but Kino, chat. Pure Kino. And so that is, I don't know if we have a list of media of the year for locale of the year for 2026 going yet, but it's got to be there. I know it happened December 2025, but you know what? It's got to be there. And she got engaged right after this clip. Well, I guess I got to make it official or I'm going to get fucking molested by my boss. Okay. Very cool. And chat, I think that's it. That's the Jeremy Hambly segment. I've been going on for almost 5 hours, which is very unusual for me. But that was great. I had a lot of fun. So yeah, I guess I'll read the super chats now. I'm gonna probably take down this live on YouTube, and I'll have the clip guy clip out the Jeremy. I think I correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure everything that I talked about during the Hambly segment was acceptable above board for YouTube. So we'll clip that out and put it on the channel. But yeah, this is a little YouTube. YouTube is invited for this one. It's a special occasion where everybody's having fun. So now I will read the super chats. And of course, everybody's welcome to say I like to interact with the chat after the stream. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, I don't have any Reddit content for today. I'm sorry. Okay. Let's super berries. Ginjada 1900 for 5 says, hello, cheese neighbor. Glad it's another pizza day. Use this $5 to keep adding extra cheese to your pizza until it's gone. Alternatively, purchase Old Bay. Well, don't tempt me. I just might. Thank you. Don't take my kidneys for 5 says, what are you guys up to this weekend? I don't know. A good time. Just going to church, of course. Christ-like activity only. Thank you. Kurt Eichenwald, Anime Masturbator for 10 says, glorious Kiwi Emperor, I didn't know Hambly was such a massive fagot homosexual, and I don't know what it is about you that attracts so many shower texts. Like I said, I think that I just come across as approachable. And I guess people just assume that nobody's ever tried to take advantage of me and persuade me to do things that doesn't make sense. So they just try. Like, I honestly, it's honestly insulting. And I said this with the vile snake from Minnesota himself. I said that, it is kind of insulting that you think I'm this much of a fucking pushover, if we're being honest about it. Thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, this weekend scoping out Noel's profile on the forums to see if people post more gay porn gifs on it. It's true. Somebody wanted to blow up their account, so they posted gay anal sex on my profile. Very cool. Dark Western for 5 says, Josh put Life is Strange down for a sec. You got a stream to do. I was a little bit late, but obviously I had a lot to prepare for. Okay, thank you. Breadwash for 1 says, I lost 3K today, day trading. Sorry, I can't donate more. Well, you know what they say. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, my boy. And 99% of gamblers give up right before they make it big. Sorry to hear that. That's true. Kino Casino PP Power for 10 says, "Whoa, buddy. I thought your highly intelligent and attractive viewers should know that Britbong Return was caught sending jerk-off vids to a 16-year-old and with a folder of CSAM on his desktop." Well, okay. As I've said, I cannot talk about Britbong Returns because he's a flaggot, and the only content warning I've ever gotten on Kick was for talking about Britbong, so I don't know if that's true, that Britbong was caught sending jerk-off vids to a 16-year-old and has a folder of CSAM on his desktop. That sounds pretty nasty, but until Evil Eddie tells me that I cannot talk about Britbong. Thank you. Homeless sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 full sends, which is $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The Uncredited for one says, Birdwatcher PPP be like, whoa, budgie. He would be terrible then. He would scare off all the poor budgies. Norilla Furman for one says, nothing. Thank you. Bot or Not for $20 says, I love that Josh is finally feeling the way I do. I am single, a 1099 and making a decent amount of money doing physically and mentally taxing work. I work 3.5 months for Parasites. It's worst. I mean, obviously you work a real job, and so I can only temper my complaints so much. But it's like, I have had to do so much and sacrifice so much to fight a system that then, as my reward, I have to pay into, despite it being the system that fucked me over to begin with. And it's just the worst. I'm paying taxes so that the courts can function and Russell Greer can sue me and take more of my fucking money by legal expenses. You know what I mean? It's just like, I can't think of a single thing the federal government does. Sorry. Thank you very much. James RCO for 5 says, people who have paid into SSI forever, who had good jobs when they retire, end up having to pay taxes on their retirement SSI. Fuck them. Thank you. James RCO also subscribed for a month. Thank you. Foxes for 5 says, wait, Josh, you're telling me that I inflict psychic damage on you just by sending you money? What a weird way to ask for money. I didn't say that. What are you talking about? I mean, if that makes you feel better, then yeah. The bigger the money, the more I hurt. Thank you. David S877 for $25 says, luckily my tax refund arrived. Have some money to regarding how much I have to pay tax on super chats. Yes, I remember. Okay, yes, that's true. Have some money to return to the government. Thank you very much. I'm sure they'll be very pleased. Snina Sandy for one says, can I get an 07 in chat for the hero of Caledon University, the Janny? It's true, and someone pointed out that the Janny survived Life is Strange. The second one, so that's good. Bussy Buffet for $20 says, your rant here. Now, I've been told that your rant here is the default message on Rumble, and you can't send an empty message. So he just sends your rant here. I think he's also explained that to me, and I have forgotten it. So my normal diatribe about, well, I don't really have a rant doesn't apply. However, I do have a rant, and that Jeremy Hambley should just get the fucking divorce over with, because it's obviously that he's in a fake fucking relationship. Thank you. Saxon Bear for 5 says, if we deported all Indians and then nuked India, we'd be in great position to finally start looking at domestic issues clearly. There's a lot of domestic issues that we have to clear up before we can look at domestic issues, which kind of is a paradox, which is why nothing ever happens, and we just slip further into decline. Citrus Addict for 1 says, Depressoids neck yourself. A few months later, proceeds to rant about how debilitatingly depressing it is to live as a U.S. taxpayer. Solipsism. Listen, it's true. Both are true simultaneously, okay? You just have to reconcile that. Porglack, for 1, says, I'm going into a meeting with my blue sky brain boss and then giving blood, so please only be kind of racist as I blast you over the Bluetooth speakers so as not to offend the phlebotomist. Well, we love our phlebotomist, chat. I would never, ever say anything towards a phlebotomist, ever. Are you donating blood? Is this like a calorie thing? I thought about giving my spinal fluid because you lose, you burn calories recreating your spinal fluid and blood. You can lose weight by donating blood. So I've considered it. I would never donate blood for somebody else's benefit, though. Escopato 617 for 234 says, your sneed tax, my lease. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Awaken 34 for 2 says, have you streamed any games lately? If so, on what channel, or is it just the regular Man of the Internet? I only stream games on the Kick site, and yes, I did play Life is Strange, which is a walking simulator. So that's still up there. I'm going to put that on the internet somewhere else, probably on YouTube when I can. Thank you. The Uncredited for 2 says, Josh, play the Lost Records Bloom and Rage game. Pretty please. Your Life is Strange reunion streams were epic. I don't know what either of those are. Sorry. You can try to pitch it in the Maddie thread. Elks Antler for 5 says, if you want a game to play, Until Dawn is a good movie walking game, just like Life is Strange. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I like those games where I can like focus and talk to people. I think I played that Sargoyle game a while back, and that was pretty good. That was pretty fun. Maybe I should. Thank you. Gumbercules for 5 says, Josh, play Abiotic Factor with me. It's short. In short, it is co-op Half-Life. No, but thank you. Jack Black for 2 says, Neighbor Friday. Thank you. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 10 says, have a good one, Josh. And then there is a YouTube link. Let's check it out.
Don't say I, say we. What? We. We. Oh, okay. Wee wee. You said wee wee? Say it again. Wee wee. Your conscience has spoken.
Yeah, that was a really fucked up show. I remember now why I didn't like it as a kid. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, SLBGT, Chris Chan predicted this. Chris Chan predicted a lot of stuff, and it's actually kind of scary how much Chris was a trendsetter. Thank you. Borello Furman for 2 says, if only we had more money for them programs and youth centers, if all the kids was playing a little more ping pong, they wouldn't be doing crime. So true, King, say your piece. A black woman is speaking, please listen. Unkind Nacer for 2 says, the best part of Japanese culture exchange on X was all the Japanese BBWs I got recommended. I only got Japanese people who were like anti-immigration, but apparently other people got like Japanese homemakers and I guess Japanese BBWs. So I guess the algorithm knows you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, motherfucking tax-free, biatch. Tax-free is so true. It is tax-free, matter of fact. Thank you. Vodka Blood Zero for 5 says, damn, late today, replay later, mad at the insurance today. Well, that's understandable. Please enjoy the replay. Thank you. Sneedo for 10 says, Twitter link. Let's check it out. I don't know what this is.
Hello?
Hi there, can you open this door, please?
For what?
I just want to make sure that everything's okay. There seems to be something going on.
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured I'd check on something.
I don't know what you want, man. Get out of my house.
Open this fucking door!
He kicked the door, and the solid door like reverberated him that he lost his balance and literally fell backwards.
Where's your daughter, man? Where's your daughter, man?
What are you talking about?
Where's your daughter?
Yeah, I would just get a gun and say, if you don't leave, I'm shooting you. I think that's legal in Florida. Thank you. Meow Meowing subscribe for 7 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Kutad for 5 says, will Greg Abbott go to the same place in hell as FDR? Also, Suffragam boy Jeremy Hambley. Yes, I actually said that already. He will. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, so the Indians replaced the Mexicans in that part of Texas. Literally. If you look at the maps, it's literally what happened. Foxes for 5 says, one day Governor Greg Abbott will stand for his crimes against Texas. These fucking, I don't know, I don't have a fun word for that one, are hogging all the IT jobs and I hate them more than you. Also, +5 tax-related psychic damage. Thank you very much. Sneedo for 1 says, funny how only the Pakistani wants to snitch on the Indians. He probably escaped the shithole next to India only to move to a Texas city that eventually turns into Jeet Central. That's the way it goes. You literally can't run from them. That's why I came back. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, literally the moment I thought you're cold, he's cold. Josh says it. Streamer is on point all the time, every time. That's because every time I hear let that sink in, I think of the meme. If he's cold, if you're cold, he's cold. Let that dog in, or let him in, is how it goes. But I hate the expression let that sink in. It pisses me off. Eskil Wilson for 35 says subscribe for 7 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. TP Deluxe for 5 says canned oysters. I had recently overcome my allergy of canned oysters, and I had them again, and they were good. So I did get over it eventually. It took a full year, though. Thank you. Iron Halo Corp for 5 says, we're all living in America, sometimes Coca-Cola, sometimes war. Oh, that's a reference to Ramstein's radio. This is not a love song. I don't speak my mother tongue. It's a good song. I like that song. Thank you. Care04 for 1 says, Josh, your tax rent is missing a huge piece. The write-off deduction programs with strict eligibility, those don't show up as government spending, but have the same effect for when it's gays/boomers. Oh, yeah, so they don't have to pay. Yeah. Dude, if you really got into you would never get out of it. John Tallis for 2 says, people are going to be put AIU on reviews, Josh. I can't stop them. Stan Standing for 1 says, my favorite Jeet Cope is when they say they're the most educated race on the planet, but when you press them, they admit the majority of their education was in India. It's true. They do say things like that. Lowland Tinrek, super chat $5. Thank you. Spinglecat for 2 says, my autistic uncle really enjoyed the authentic cheese shop. None of the cheddar bullshit. And then it's a nice AI picture of me holding up cheese. Very nice. Thank you. Lowland Tinrek for 5 again says, given your recent Life is Strange playthrough and specifically speaking on the Janny hero, have you considered perhaps doubling your Janny's salary? I need to do something nice for them eventually. Thank you. Dirt Eater for 5 says, thanks for all your hard work, Mr. Moon. Will you be entertaining the quartering issue today at all? Not sure the agenda. The quartering thing, I don't know. It's not really my wheelhouse. I don't know if I'll be covering that. Thank you. Metal Hattie for 10 says, really been enjoying the locals content. Been watching you for years. Thanks for giving actual good life advice and not for spiraling into degeneracy. Thank you. I'm trying my best, okay? It's hard, especially when you gotta pay taxes. Abominable Homan for 5 says, I'm glad with quartering crashing out, Carl Jobs filing lawsuits, and Ethan Ralph returning to classic form. Locals are taking the July seriously. I know. It feels like that. I don't feel like Hassan Piker and iDubbbz really took their job seriously last year, and I'm happy to see a return to form. I have a feeling that this locale of the year will be even bigger, even better. Thank you. Prapple for $20 says, last stream you mentioned a song from House MD which you liked. Walter Reed by Michael Penn is also a good song from the show. I don't know that one off the top of my head, but the intro song Teardrop by Massive Attack is a truly fantastic song that I have kept with me for many, many years. It's still on my playlist somewhere. Thank you very much. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, you don't like Frank's, Josh. You literally had it shipped to Eastern Europe so you could drink it by the bottle. I did do that. You're correct. I did actually do that. I had to drop ship it, actually. I had to mail it to a remailer in New Jersey, and then they had to internationally ship it with a bunch of other shit from Amazon for me. Thank you. Genjada 1900 for 5 says, my phone is shitting itself and dropping internet randomly, except with YouTube. So thanks for staying on YouTube today so I could listen. Extra $5 for you, Juice. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you could listen. That sounds like an interception thing, though. If you're like certain websites don't work, but YouTube does, sounds like a firewall. Tree Liquor for 2 says, can you please showcase this from the best website on the web? And there is a Kiwi Farms Kiwi Bingo shipping thread. Mark off each checkbox that applies to you. When you're finished, add up the point value of each checkbox and write them below. Use the scoring key to see how compatible you are. Hint, when you reach the train at the bottom of the page, that's how you know you are done. I guess people are doing this. Okay. The scoring is 51 to 58. Marry me. Okay, so Brittany Venti, if you're still listening, there are potential mates for you in the OTP shipping thread. If anyone else would like to participate in this person has asked me to advertise this for you. Okay. It's in the general discussion board. Okay. Big things coming for 2 says, have a nice weekend chat in Juice. Ham jams. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. Octavia sales rep for $20 says, the real question Red, white, or rosé? White. Extra dry. Blanc de Blanc. Thank you. Abominable Homan for 5 says, I know Evil Eddie has hilarious quartering DMs. Evil Eddie, owner of steak.com, released the quarter pounder toilet text. Now. That would be great. We need some Evil Eddie text, but I think there's business reasons for him not to do that. Thank you. Berserker D Brawler for 5 says, cheers to never giving up on trying to make the internet and the world a better place, even if you gotta felt a few tards in the process. Well, you know what? It's kind of the opposite. We just went to felt tards. Unfortunately, I have to bring everybody else up to my level to accomplish this shit. In fact, just I sent off a another regulations message today to the OCC. They actually responded directly to my proposals from one of my comments in 2025 and a rule they proposed. And they actually said that if you wanted to do this, you should look at the AML BSA regulations, which is anti-money laundering. And coincidentally, on the same day, OCC also published regulations, proposed rules in regards to AML. So I cited them saying, hey, you told me to suggest a comment in regards to AML. So here you go. Thank you. Sneed and Feedin for 1 says, Josh can start an OnlyFans, but for retards on the internet sending you shower texts crying about you being bullied, $10 per respond. I don't know. I don't think that'll work. I don't know. I guess Jeremy's already plugged into the system, so it's already got the built-in audience, and probably Ricada also. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 10 says, which is worse, shower text from Nick Cicada or shitter text from Jeremy Hamplanet? The Nick ones, because he's more manipulative. Hanley's less good at it and more drunk. Thank you. Mizo Salpinks for 5 says, Josh has brokered a 10-point ceasefire deal between Jeremy and Kino Casino. Unfortunately, as soon as I brokered it, Hambley had completely different, publicly stated completely different things than what was agreed to at the conference. And then, for whatever reason, Nick Ricada then invaded Lebanon. Snino for 1 says, no Melons Mac. She was cheering on the flagging of the casino. That's true. It was. She was. Honestly, she looks way worse off than she needs to because she's backing him up so hard. Sneak Cricket for 10 says, happy Easter month, Josh. May the Lord guide you in your endeavors. Also, due to the recent Disney Adult Kiwi Casino, I'm now getting recommended videos like this. Well, you didn't have to look these up on your own time. Dyson Airblade DBV2's Studio Services Toilet in Disney World from Henry Hand Dryers and More. Why do you give it a thumbs up? The other one didn't fucking work. That's not a thumbs up. That's a thumbs down. Wow. This is fucking autism. That is fucking autistic. Okay. Thank you. Prapple for $50 has splurged out on some fancy cheese. I just might. Thank you very much. Mamatiki for 2 says, the flex was legit. Josh's autism is showing. I don't know, bro. You got some weird takes, homie. You got some takes, okay? Cause Ratlord 111 for 5 says, hey Jersh, hope you have a good weekend. I will. Thank you. Waken 34 for 2 says, the Jeremy, it's funny if you guys could make fun of him for umming and erring to me, that means that he's doing it really bad because I have all sorts of filler expressions that I'm desperately wrangling with. Awakened 34 for 2 says, the Jeremy, I'm going to do evil, but your cool part has the same energy as don't come to school tomorrow. Yeah, kind of, but with actually no threat behind it. Thank you. The Pigeon sent a full send. Okay, these are all the people that sent a full send. We got Peter Seen twice, 4 times. Phil Adinko did it once. Mac IA subscribed for a month. Thank you very much. Berserker D Brawler for 5 says, hell yeah, I will always support and advocate for the Kiwi farms. Your battles on the uppercase I internet. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Gunted Warrior for 5 says, snack it up, Jer, not Jer, I guess. Snack what up? Who are we eating? Not flesh, right? Not human flesh, like he was talking about in his stream for some reason. Thank you. Mr. Ingo for 2 says, hell yeah, which is actually like a 200 times more than a hell yeah on Kick. So that's the exchange rate, I guess. Thank you. Just a famous butt for 5 says, anyways, how was your weekend? Pretty good. Thank you. Erical for, I think I said that right. Erical for $10 says, these DMs between you and the quartering feel like a guy in a confession declaring to his priest that he will commit crimes and trying to get the priest to affirm what he is doing is morally good. Good stream, by the way. I don't know, man. I feel like, I honestly don't know. I feel like maybe he thought he was going to flex and bribe me. Like, maybe in his head, it was like this. That he knows I need money desperately to pay the tax man who's coming for these nuts. And he thought, I'll go to him and use him as leverage on PPP. I'll get him to see it my way, make sure he knows the support is on the table and forthcoming. And then he'll tell PPP, bro, you got to do it. You got to cuck the fuck out immediately because he's going to take it all, man. He's going to take it all and nobody can save you. Because, you know, once you fuck with the bull, you get the horns. Unfortunately for Jeremy, he is not the bull in this relationship and he has no horns. He's an upside down pineapple at best, which is not, I would wager, not sufficient weaponry to bring down PPP. Thank you. Sneedberg Stein Goldman for 10 says, Josh Moon, the buck broker, aka the broker bull. Thank you. Onowall for subscribed and gifted a sub, and that showed up for some reason, but multiple gifted subs don't show up for some reason. Very, very cool. Thank you. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, Hambly has that many dogs. How is it only now that it's coming out that his wife is unfaithful? I feel like there's a Rusty Cage song about this. As you know, I have turned over a new leaf, and I do not play certain songs, which are bangers still. But yes, there is an obvious joke to be made there. Thank you. Ratnoid for 5 says, chirp, chirp. I'm just a Farkin rat. Noel is a confirmed Bro Team Pill fan. When do you guys collab? Fucking God, I did show my DMs. He messaged me about taxes and said he had an AI for taxes. And it's like, I don't want to tax AI. I want the tax attorney. But I don't know. He reaches out every so often. Not even numerals for 5 says, did you hear that Jer has changed his channel name? It's now called The Quartering Has Blocked You. Very funny. Thank you. Sneeze Standing for 1 says, the narc fears the socially aware autist. Look, I'm just cynical, okay? I'm just a naturally cynical person. Lowland Tenrick for 5 says, if I had $250 for every time a conservative grifter turned out to be a hedonistic opposite of their grift, I'd had at least $5. Here, have $5. There's a lot more than that, man. It's just the people in our circles that we see. I don't pay attention to all those fucking... I'm on YouTube, so I'll be polite. Those people of certain socioeconomic statuses, but they have a large grift empire, and they're all disgusting. They're all disgusting. They're all like pseudo-Islam, and they're all like, I'm going to spread my seed as far as possible. Thank you. Mamatiki for 2 says, Mac and Stinky are Henry Chadville only. Let's not play. Oh! He's saying that Melanie Mac and Brittany Venti are for Chads only. As opposed to Hannah Claire? Why is Hannah Claire not invited to that? You're going to say that they would never stoop to Jeremy's level. I agree, but basically any woman's too good for Jeremy Hambly. Why are you specifically excluding Hannah Claire? That's a fucking sneak diss, bro. Sneedo, for 1 says, Albania is getting a new citizen. Oh, wonderful. Let's see what's up in Albania. Former New York City Mayor Eric Adams has officially been granted Albanian citizenship. Well, you know what? They can fucking keep him. Imagine wanting to be Albanian. Truly disgusting. Mamatiki for 2 says, Mac, a failed eye candy game journo. What you expect, grift. I would actually agree with that. Octavia sales rep for 5 says, how much do you want to bet that Quartering is a Reddit tier open marriage bro who bullied Heather into an open marriage and is bitter that she's having way more dates with him? My fucking life. I had this exact thought. I had a conversation about this, and I think that at some point Jeremy Hambley got his cockles open. He's like, I'm a fucking big shot. I got tons of money. I should be able to fuck all the bitches I want. So he told his high school sweetheart, again, high school sweetheart, that's who he married, just like the fucking snake, okay? And he thought, I'm going to open this relationship up. And then she had heard the disgusting shit he was saying on live. The way he wanted to knock up Brittany Venti, even though she apparently doesn't even find her attractive, and said, fine, let's open it up, big boy. Let's put your money where your mouth is, big boy. And then he went out and he's been trying to build his harem ever since. And unless he's paying for it, he's not getting shit. Meanwhile, the Sky Bull, Sky Roan, flying around Mile High Club, doing Skyhead potentially, okay, flown by a professional pilot in her private plane that Jeremy Hambley paid for, and all he can do is sit and stew over it and mauled and seethe about the Sky Bowl. Thank you. Hamburger for 2 says, Josh, time for 2-hour Hambley segment. Just kidding. It's fast, maybe 15 minutes. It's 3 hours of Hambley shaming. Thanks, man. And then there's like very erotic emojis there. Thank you. I surprised myself, okay? I was on a fucking roll. Jesus E5150 for 10 says, this is what an uncontrolled porn addiction does to a motherfucker. It's literally that. Honestly, he's properly fucking porn brained. The only thing that's like impressive is that he's still like so randy for women. You think he just goon constantly and never have time to do anything else. Usually when they get that porn sick, they stop having interest in like real women and they just want porn constantly. But maybe he's like one of those guys that's like a perpetual like whore enthusiast and just buys sex all the time, and that's like his thing as opposed to just porn. And that's why he wants like flesh and blood women. Thank you. Sneeda Stanley for 1 says, you're going to carry that plight. And then there is a Russell Greer thread link. Oh, okay. The news dropped. I can say it. I'll probably cover this next stream instead. But so really brief recap. And by the way, this is special content for everybody who stuck around for the super chats. I appreciate you, the most hardcore fans out there. Russell Greer, who's been suing us for 6 years, has also started up a myriad of other lawsuits during that time. He sues the Secretary of State in Nevada for not allowing him to open a brothel under some weird theoretical interpretation of a law that he has. However, he's also sued his former employer, Viatron. Viatron is a literal Indian call center company that operates mostly overseas, but they have a lot of call centers in the United States as well. They're very Indian, and Russell Greer got work for these Indian guys. My understanding is that Russell Greer had some menial labor job doing shit for Viatron. I think in his complaint, he said that he shredded documents or something, and he probably fucked up his job somehow, right? And he... after fucking up his job, was fired. And then he used the Americans with Disabilities Act to try and extort from Viatron, his employer, the Indians, $20,000 by saying that if you don't give me what I want, I'll sue you, and that'll be that. And they offered to actually pay him, which was a bad thing for them to do. They should never have given him a single inch. After agreeing to pay him $20,000, but before paying him, Russell Greer made like stipulations in our case that he had money coming in. And that money was the money from Viatron that he was actively trying to extort out of them. He then, after filing with the court saying that he had money coming in to pay certain fees, then went back to Viatron and asked for $200,000. It was something like that, where he had an agreement. It was a small 5-figure deal, and then he tried to get like 10 times that amount. And then they said, well, that's more than going to trial would cost, so fuck you. So now you get nothing. So he didn't get a single dollar, and at the same time lied to the court in our case, saying that he had money coming in that he didn't have coming in because he fucked up the extortion racket with the Indian guys that he was trying to extort. Then the company, Viatron, hired a firm. He filed a lawsuit for whatever the fuck, probably unlawful termination. They hired a Indian attorney or a law firm who represented them. And they recently had a defeat in court where they tried to get Russell Greer's claim defeated for failing to state a claim, which was honestly probably not the right way to go, because Russell Greer at this point in time knows how to state a claim to survive that initial scrutiny. Then, after this this case was not disposed of, I am vaguely aware that they reached out to Hardin, who is our attorney, and they needed a Greer expert for this case. And there just so happens to be one man on the planet who is a true and honest Russell Greer, specialized in Russell Greer litigation attorney. And they have hired Hardin to represent their company against Russell Greer, specifically because they trust he will do everything possible to fuck him over. So, there you go. Very funny story. Trump craves juju cum, which is a reference to the what's her name? Emily Yukis thing. She put out a JD Vance meme video, which I watched. It was kind of fucking. I'm always going to be more of an Alfred's Playhouse trilogy kind of person, but definitely a very provocative video, and there was a reference to this. For 10 says, I always look forward to the next annual Josh tax rant. One of the few good things about tax season. Fuck these people. Taxes are theft. It's so true, King. They are fucking theft. And I feel like we're taxed more than peasants were in the medieval era when they were literally property. Mamatiki for 2 says, QP is peak gassed up loser, but these hoes are no angel. Yeah, you would say that. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with fucking Hannah Claire. Melanie Mack is obviously a sellout, but like, bro, chill the fuck out. Mamatiki for 2 says, they're clout chasing off him. Please, Josh, so naive. I know what they're doing. He still looks gross, bro. Come on. Bussy Buffet for $25. Subscribe for 5 months. Thank you very much. Sneedo for 5 says, boomers, man. And honestly, I don't think people like Brittany Venti and Star Wars Girl need to clout chase off fucking Hambly. I'm pretty sure that Star Wars Girl is bigger than Hambly. I could be wrong, but I get the vibe. A boomer crying about giving his children's inheritance away is beyond parody.
I was asked by a friend of mine who's who raises money for Democrats to speak at a big Democratic fundraiser for what was then the Biden Victory Fund. And I remember I was actually driving out to my friend John Gardner's house out in Maryland. And I was thinking about, well, how much money should I give to the Biden campaign for this thing where I'm going to be the headline spokesperson and asking other people to give, and I thought I'd give, a lot of money, but a reasonable amount of money. And then I started thinking about it, and it's like, this is supposed to, it's money that my kids would otherwise inherit. And I started thinking about that. So what am I going to give? And then I just thought about it. Well, what do I want my kids to inherit? And I literally was in tears. I pulled over to the side of the road, and I was in tears thinking about this. And it's like, I want my kids, it makes me misty-eyed even today. I want my kids to inherit a democracy. It's more important than money. And that decided, well, fuck that. I'm gonna give them legal maximum, which was like $929,600. And it's just more important. It's just more important. And that's why I did that. And that's why, I'm 62 years old. I should be out in Park City skiing or something like that. And I should be really, really retired. But I could never live myself if I didn't do everything I could to help get rid of this. You know what?
Yeah.
So,
and I'm sure that's one reason you decided to run for Congress.
It's the reason, actually. The reason.
Thanks for making me cry too, George, by the way.
Oh my God, these people are pathetic.
No,
there's something in my eyes. Just something in my eyes.
Suffer, you fucking loser. Fucking boomer. They are the worst. And it's like, if you actually want to set people up to succeed, you have to give them the best start ever. Like, you take $1 million and you split it between your kids. And it's like, if they have rental properties and stuff that frees up their time, then you have... This is what boomers don't get. They'll never get it. If you have 8 kids and you split like $200,000 between 8 kids, those kids are then free to go out and with passive income go out and achieve things. They can effectuate the changes that you can't. You took $900,000, almost $1 million, and you burned it at the altar of Moloch, and you got nothing for it. You lost it all on a fucking loser candidate who, even if he had won, would have still been a loser fucking candidate. And it's like, meanwhile, if you had split that money up between your kids, you would have enabled them to all go out and be successful. And they could have possibly used that money to springboard into achieving change that you failed to do. And boomers will never, ever, ever understand that because it's all about them. And it's always been about them. And it will always be about them until the day they fucking die, which quite honestly cannot happen soon enough. Matiki for 2 says, Quarter Pounder was the Reddit content. All good. The Orange Cow for 20 says, I missed the Kick Life is Strange streams. Did you put it up anywhere? It's on Kick on the videos. You just have to, they don't have the regular backgrounds. Just use that. I will put it up on the Math the Internet site, though. I recognize that name, though. You've been around. You're one of those people that's been around for a very long time. Thank you. James Jimmy 7495 for 2 says, let Jersh feed, for if not, there is no Sneed. So true, King. Haramburger for 2 says, you can stream normal things like Pokemon and we'll watch and throw money at you. I don't think so. I think if I ended the stream and just started playing Deadlock, like nobody would watch it. I don't think so. I'm not good enough to stream normal games because I'm just not good at the game. And there's no reason to watch that. Chud for 344 says, I ended up doing some Bossman Gamba and somehow won 25K on a slot. I'm already withdrew it, but what is usually the tax rate on crypto shit? It's capital gains tax based off your cost basis. So if you bet $1,000 and you won $25,000, your cost basis for that is $0 because it was a gambling win. So you'd have to report that you made $24,000 off a cost basis of $0 for realized gains effectively. That's my understanding, at least. Anime Extremist for 2 says, friends of mine said when you donate blood in Florida, the government and blood donor service get a bunch of local businessmen to donate gift card, movie tickets, food, raffle tickets, etc. for all the donators. Well, yeah, they can do that, but they can't pay you for it because it creates a perverse incentive that we now see in the organ donation industry where they just kill you and take your organs. Brianna Wu, Hyper Bimbo for 5 says, how likely is it that Ralph will actually be able to get an annulment in time and on what he can't get an annulment because they had sex and they have a child. So he'd have to get a divorce. And he'll never be able to get a divorce in time because she has to have time to respond. So the only way they could get the divorce finalized is to do it like right now. That's not going to happen. If you were his lawyer, is it an easy Vegas, Your Honor, a man cannot be wed to a horse? I mean, he could try it. That'd be a novel argument. Your Honor, my wife is too ugly and horse-like, and the marriage never happened and is void. Thank you. Spurg Zerker for $20 says, thanks for streaming. Please play more games on stream. Life is Strange reunion streams. It was fun. Well, I will be playing Segula's Sacrifice or whatever on the weekend. Thank you. Citrus Addict for 1 says, please play the song Hell Yeah off the album Hell Yeah by the band Hell Yeah. I will. Thank you. Mamatiki for 2 says, Nassar, only the most base takes. Bro, you watch like I can tell who you are. You're like Myron Gaines Max. You're like a fake Islam. I know what you are. Anime Extremist for 2 says, Albania is oh, fuck you. Fuck you. You don't get to read a comment for that one. Anime Extremist again for 2 says, last super chat this stream, according to the Bible in the Old Testament, slavery was defined as paying 20% more in taxes. Well, we're fucking there. We're really fucking there. Ginjada for 1900 for 5 says, seeing as you're trying to blow up your YouTube like you did with your Twitter, here's $5 more before I can't give you more. Dead Boomers is an account injury. It's true. I have to delete this. And then Nope 653 for 2. Thank you. And Nope 653 for 2 says, been watching since we talked on Kumite. Oh God. Oh God, that was a long time ago. That's just a small pale dot in my memory. Mama Tiki for 2 says, wrong chud, nice try though. I hate grifters. We'll see. All right, that's it. Don't send any more. Thank you very much for watching, sticking around, for having a good time. I had a good Friday, and I have to change my song now. I had such a good stream. I am going to have to change my song. My original outro song was going to be No Future by Lapis Trubetskoy, or Leningrad rather. And I cannot play that now because I'm no longer black-pilled after such a wonderful stream. You know what? I got a backup song. Let me check title real quick. And I know I had a song that I heard on the radio. I was listening to small town, like a small radio station, and it played a song that's recent. It sounds like it's an old song. It's like a classic, but it's brand new, and it was just wonderful. So here we go. All right, I'll see you guys on the weekend if you choose to watch that stream. If not, I'll see you on Friday. Take it easy. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye. They're gonna do it. There we go. Oh, did I have it on the wrong channel? I did. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
Sawmill lights, they shone so bright you could barely see the stars. But we caught a couple falling out on a blanket in the yard. You winding down from a late shift down at the nursing home. Feels so good to be up late pretending that I'm grown. Come back from the dark somehow, finally living in the here and now. No sign of a thundercloud following you. Don't take it personal, the world don't turn around you. Hold on to the moment like it's heaven passing through. And we wash the X's off our hands at the honky-tonk. We two-stepped pretty bad and pretended we were drunk. Shared cigarettes and talked about what we would do. I knew no matter what I did, I'd never be with you. Come back from the dark somehow, finally living in the here and now. No sign of a thundercloud following you. Don't take it personal, the world don't turn around you. Hold on to the moment like it's heaven passing through. Now we stare up and I say constellations that I know. You repeat them back, but you don't care. You're only 3 years old. It's nice to see the world